Chapter 1, Death of Scotland. At the end of September, the weather was slightly cool, and the hour hand could reach 10. Dilapidated abandoned factory building, the only rooftop where you can see the entire starry sky, the wind blows by, rolling up the gravel on the ground, making a noise. "You are amazing, Scotland, you pretended to be thrown out by me and took the opportunity to take my pistol." The long-haired man wearing a knitted hat raised his hands over his shoulders, and his expression also showed a relaxed smile. He said, "I'm not asking you for mercy. Just, before you shoot, can you hear me say a few words?" Opposite him, the man holding the revolver tightly gritted his teeth, his eyes were extremely determined, and he stared at every tiny movement of the long-haired man. Hearing these words, the corner of his mouth evoked a smile that could not be said to be self-deprecating or sarcasm. "I didn't take the gun to kill you." His mature and handsome face was covered with fine cold sweat, but his voice was still calm. "Oh." As soon as the puzzled voice of the man in the knitted hat fell to the ground, Scotland suddenly turned his pistol over and pointed the muzzle at his chest. He almost didn't pause, with a slight pressure with his thumb, he was about to pull the trigger. As the revolver just started to spin, the man in the knit hat rushed over and buckled the revolver. He emphasized indifferently and firmly, "It's useless. Once I grab the wheel, I can't pull the trigger with human power. Give up suicide, Scotland." Scotland squinted his eyes, frantically thinking about feasible solutions in his heart. However, he hadn't figured out what to do, and the man opposite had already said something that surprised him. The senior organization codenamed Rye Whiskey looked at him with a very serious look. Then he said, "You shouldn't die here. I am the FBI undercover agent Shoaki Akai. Just like you, I am a hound who wants to bite those guys tightly." Seeing Scotland's eyes widened, his voice gradually slowed down, like a kindergarten teacher taking care of children, gently and slowly guiding, "Okay, if you understand, let go of the pistol and listen to me. Let it go. It's easy to leave you alone." Scotland stared into Hidechi Akai's eyes and smiled bitterly, "You told me your identity and real name like this. I don't know whether you should be naive or righteous. But I'm sorry, I can't give you the same information. There is no way to accept your kindness." Scotland. Hidechi Akai just wanted to say something, but the movement from the stairs made both people alert at the same time. While Hideo Akai turned around, Scotland pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The bullet penetrated the mobile phone on his chest, sank into the man's chest, and exploded a splendid and strange blood flower in the night. Akai Hidechi stood opposite him, his expression somewhat depressed. He saw the phone in Scotland's chest pocket and the hole in the phone that was pierced by the bullet. So it is. In order to prevent the organization from seeing the information of family and companions on the phone? The movement on the stairs is getting closer. Accompanied by a hee gasp, a dark-skinned blonde man appeared at the entrance of the stairs. His sight was firmly attracted by the figure lying on the ground. At this time, Shoaki Akai has recovered his former indifferent and calm appearance, and he said coldly, "The traitor should be sanctioned. Is that right, Bourbon?" The blonde man ignored him, but hurried to Scotland. He tremblingly stretched out his hand, trying to confirm Scotland's breathing and heartbeat, but was stopped by Akai Shoaki. Shoaki Akai's long black hair fluttered in the wind, but his voice was extremely indifferent, "Don't move him. Rum will arrange the death confirmation, and someone will take care of it later. This is the gentleman's order." Rye. Bourbon closed his hands, but his eye circles were terribly red. He almost gritted his teeth and read the man's code name. In fact, he knew without further confirmation that Scotland was dead, and Zhu Fujing Guang, who grew up with him, was dead. "Have you not heard?" Shoaki Akai's cold eyes swept over the corpse. "This guy is a running dog of the Japanese police. It's a pity that the phone in his pocket has been pierced by a bullet, and he couldn't figure out the truth of this guy. Identity. It feels like killing a ghost, which is really unpleasant." After saying these words, Akai put away the pistol and left the rooftop without looking back. Before he left, he hadn't forgotten to remind Bourbon, who was in extreme pain and anger, "You should have not been notified of the execution of Scotland, Bourbon. Don't let the people of Rum see it. You don't need to remind me." The face that has been seen since childhood and is even more familiar than his own face is now completely bloodless. The pale and feeble eyelids were closed tightly, and he would never look at him with those clear eyes again. Bourbon knew that he had to accept this fact, and with the Scottish share, he kept going. When Curacao was ordered by the second in command of the organization, Rum, to confirm the death of Scotland and dispose of the body, there was no one on the rooftop. Curacao squatted down and touched Scotland's side neck. Feeling warm and cold, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com apparently didn't die long. "Curacao, have you found Scotland?" A processed electronic sound came from the headset. "Yes, I have found it." Curacao took a closer look at the situation in Scotland. It seems that he was shot in the heart and died, but the specific situation will still be known by a corpse examination. The bullet hit the chest. Looked like he was relieved, and continued, "That's okay. The helicopter will arrive soon, and you will bring Scotland back personally. His body can only pass through your hands, understand?" "I understand." Taking advantage of the cover of the night, a black gunship hovered over the factory building. Curacao fixed the corpse in Scotland, stepped on a rope, and followed the helicopter to leave the area. In the shadow not far from the building, Bourbon's face was extremely gloomy. He slammed his fist into the brick wall next to him. Damn it! He didn't even want to leave the body. He held the phone pierced by the bullet tightly. This is the last thing Zhu Fujingguang left to this world, and it is also the only relic that Bourbon can bring to Zhu Fujingguang's family. But, that guy is the one who died. Zhu Fujingguang has always been far ahead since elementary school, and he was even among the best in the police academy. Such an excellent person. Why is it so easy to expose the identity of the undercover agent? And, if it was accidental, then the self who entered the organization undercover with him should also be exposed together, right? Is anyone in the organization deliberately investigating Scotland? For example, Rye Whiskey. Damn, he will never let go of Rye. Definitely kill that person with your own hands. Chapter 2, Brother is a Suspect. The sky outside the window was gloomy, and the rain continued to patter. "Ah, Dad! Why did you mess up the table again?" Mao Lilan frowned as soon as he entered the office. While throwing the garbage into the trash can, she chattered about Kogoram Mori. "Is there no arrangement in the afternoon? Didn't you say that someone would come to visit yesterday?" "Hey? Someone?" Mori Kogora was drunk, and it took a long time to remember something. "Oh, yes, there is a kid who will come. It seems to be." Boom boom boom. The knock on the door sounded in good time. "Ah, yes. I have an appointment today, and he wants to rent a shop on the first floor." Kogoram Mori rolled up, got up quickly, and even arranged his tie and clothes, pretending to be very serious. "Really, since there is an appointment for noon in the afternoon, don't drink." Mao Lilan mumbled as she opened the door of the office. "Hello. Hello." A soft male voice rang above the front of Morilan, like the spring breeze in April. "I am Nobuhiro Asano. I have made an appointment with Mr. Mori." It was a tall and handsome figure, young, probably in his 20s. He was wearing an ordinary and lean shirt and trousers, but it inexplicably added a clean temperament to him. The black short hair hangs down docilely, and the healthy wheat-colored skin has clear and bright eyes, which are very attractive. He is holding a pure black umbrella in his hand, which is still dripping raindrops. "Oh, you are Nobuhiro Asano. Please sit down." Mori Kogora greeted, pointing to the sofa opposite. Asano Nobuhiro sat on the sofa and nodded to Moriran, who poured tea for him. "That's it, as long as you are willing to rent the shop to me, the rent is not a problem. Ahaha, talking to a refreshing person like you is comfortable. Mori Kogora seemed to see a dozen beers and piles of pictures beckoning him. But, you know, I'm a detective. Kogora Mori, I must check the contents of the shop under the office. Of course. Asano Nobuhiro smiled, I plan to use it to open a music classroom. If you are interested in learning music, please feel free to contact me. Music classroom, that's very good. Kogora Mori showed a satisfied look. When and how long? Is it okay from tomorrow? Asano Nobuhiro thought for a while, and said, I plan to rent for 1 year temporarily, but you can rest assured that as long as the business situation is suitable, I will rent it for a long time. It's just that if this year will pass, then it's uncertain. After discussing the price, Asano Nobuhiro took out 2 contracts directly from the bag and put them on the table. After all, Kogora Mori is the husband of attorney Fei Yingri. Although the conflicts between the husband and wife are not small, they still know the basic legal knowledge. He glanced at it once and knew that Zinfan had no plans to cheat him, and the contract was very conscientious. That's it. After paying a year's rent and a month's deposit, Zinfan got the key to the shop downstairs. I will hire someone to clean and redecorate from tomorrow. I will ask you in the future, Mr. Maori. He got up and bowed respectfully to Kogora Mori. Uncle suddenly smiled happier, haha, it's okay, we will be neighbors in the future. Then let Xiolan send you down. Do you want to stay for dinner? Mao Lilan asked. Zinfan smiled and shook his head, I live near here, so I'll just go back and eat. You don't need to keep him. Kogora Mori opened another can of beer and said casually, a good young man like Asano must have a girlfriend or wife waiting for him to come home. Ah, is this? Mao Lilan was a little embarrassed, a blush appeared on her cheeks, but this is really happy, Mr. Asano, please cherish it. Shinyan was a little startled when he heard such words. Thinking of his house that was so cold that there was almost no life, he suddenly envied the father and daughter in front of him. Although because of the admission of the Reaper Elementary School students, there are cases and dangers every day, but to be honest, the atmosphere of the Maori family has always been great. Then I will leave first, Morrison. Zinfan nodded to Morrison and opened the door of the office. Sister Xiolan, I'm back. Outside the door, no, it should be exactly under the door. A 6 or 7-year-old boy is standing there with his head tilted up. He is wearing a blue suit, white shirt, grey shorts, and a red bow tie, which is inexplicably cute. Shinyan and Conan's eyes met, and he walked downstairs without changing his face. Conan, on the contrary, frowned deeply after a short pause. And many more. That person seems to be Sister Xiolan. Stop him! Conan shouted loudly. Out of love and trust for Conan, Mo Lilan almost didn't hesitate after hearing such a request, so he jumped down the steps and stopped in front of Zinfan. Zinfan stopped, raised his eyebrows and said, Is there any problem, you reading www.yunsha.com Mori sang. That. Although he stopped the opponent without thinking about it, Mao Lilan was actually quite dazed. Facing Zinfan's problem now, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, Conan rushed over quickly. He calmly and confidently asked, At 12:40 noon today, you are at the Southeast Asian restaurant on the 2nd floor of the Rice Flower Hotel, right? Xin Fanianyan showed an unexpected look that was just right. Little brother, your memory is very good. It's amazing that you can recognize me only by seeing me once. Hey? Have you seen it today? Mao Lilan asked in surprise. However, Conan shook his head, No, this gentleman should have never seen me. Because I saw him on the surveillance camera of the Rice Flower Hotel Mr. Nobuhiro Asano as the suspect. Hey? The suspect? Mao Lilan silently, perhaps without notice, moved a half-step backward. After all, in her past experience, the suspects were all cruel guys with dark methods in their hearts, and they were too dangerous. Looked up at Zinfan again, only to find that the young man who was accused of being the suspect had the same expression as usual, and there was even a slight smile between his eyebrows. There is no tension or any other emotions. In fact, Zinfan did not worry too much. He squatted down and looked at the Conan children. I did eat with my friends at the rice flour restaurant at noon, but the suspect, what is going on? Conan stared at the change in his eyes carefully, trying to see something from it. Brother doesn't know? Not long after you left, Mr. Yoshida was killed with a dagger. The person who was eating in the box with Mr. Yoshida at noon, you are all suspects, including you. Chapter 3, Organized One Batch Undercover. That's it. Asano Nobuhiro's expression did not change at all, and his eyes remained unwavering. What about afterwards? Later the police found other suspects, only Brother Asano did not answer the police's call. Conan tilted his head and looked curious. It's strange, what was my brother up to then? There were 9 calls in total. Hearing this, Mao Lilan also guessed a certain possibility. She quietly shifted her posture and position to a posture that could use karate to subdue criminals at any time. Asano's eyebrows are curved, like a moon hanging in the sky, with a calm and relaxed look. No one will think he is a murderer. He said, then the murderer should have been confirmed now, brother? Otherwise, you should call the police the first moment you see me. Did you guess it? Conan put his hands in his pockets, looking handsome. However, this kind of posture is used on a 6 or 7-year-old kid, but cuteness accounts for the majority. Zinfan really did not hold back. He reached out his hand and touched Conan's head. He smiled and said, I just never answer unfamiliar calls, but since you said that, I will pay attention when I go back. Maybe the police will contact me to do it. Take notes. It turns out that the criminal has been caught. Mao Lilan sighed in deep relief. Conan is also really true, it scared me. Hearing Mao Lilan's complaint, Conan scratched his hair awkwardly, because it's really weird that Brother Asano doesn't answer the police call. I'm a little curious. What's weird about this? Mr. Asano has been discussing the facade contract with his father this afternoon. Maybe the phone is in silent mode. Hey? Brother Asano wants to rent the shop on the first floor. Yes, I heard that a music classroom is going to be opened. Mao Lilan said with a smile, if Conan is interested, I will let my father send you to learn the piano? Or the violin is also good. Ahaha, no need, I have been very hard doing my homework. Really? Although Mao Lilan felt that Conan and the others had holidays almost every day, she still agreed that children should spend more time out to play, so she didn't say anything. However, until Nobuhiro Asano disappeared on the corner of the first floor under an umbrella, disappeared into the rushing crowd on the road, disappeared into the growing darkness, Conan's serious and cautious expression still did not relax at all. Because that man is so strange. Normal people learned that a friend who had only eaten with them at noon was killed. The murderer is most likely the person sitting next to him. Should this be the reaction? It's as if he already knew about it. So, in other words, did Nobuhiro Asano deliberately not answer the call from the police? Nobuhiro left the Maori office and walked towards a high-end apartment nearby. At the same time, he turned on the phone and entered a string of numbers. Not long after, the call was answered by the other party. An indifferent low voice came into the pinna from the earpiece. Solved. Nobuhiro's voice has become cold, his tone does not fluctuate at all. Of course, I used a little trick to get Saburo Yoshida's students to kill him. No one will link his death to the organization. Good job. The other party seemed to be the kind of person who cherishes words like gold. Hearing Zinfan's words, he only gave a faint comment that was pretty good. But Zinfan is used to it. Speaking of which, this was originally your task, Jin. I put the bounty on your account. But my time is precious. When he said this, Xin Fan was stopping by the street tree, staring at the traffic in a daze. There was a pause for 2 seconds. I planned to deal with a batch of mice recently, and Akimi Miyano is one of them. Zinfan's forehead twitched slightly, he raised his hand dumbly to cover the raindrops floating in the umbrella. Huh? So have organizations now begin to use the quantifier critic to describe undercover agents and traitors? Besides, Jin is changing the subject, right? Although he had already seen through the guy who was face paralyzed besides the smirk, Xinyan could only pretend that he hadn't heard anything and was consciously changed the subject. Well, I'm in Japan, if you have anything to contact me. He pretended to rack his brain to remember, and asked, it's just that Miyano Akimi is a traitor. Probably not, but she and Akai Hide-ichi are lovers. Jin paused, and explained, you know Akai Hide-ichi, the FBI undercover running dog in the organization. Although according to the investigation, he has not left the organization since he left the organization. I have contacted Akimi Miyano, but still do not rule out the possibility of secret contact. I see, I would rather kill by mistake than let it go, right? That's it. You can also participate. No interest. Before the Jin was finished, Shinshige refused, I came to Japan on vacation, and I was arrested as a laborer for no reason. Even if he was really interested in Miyano Akimi, he couldn't agree at this time. After all, the Jin was rejected and he was not angry. He snorted and said, that's right. You are the gentleman who transferred from Northern Europe to Japan. Although I don't know what you are going to do, I am alone in dealing with things like mice. Will suffice. Then, goodbye. Xin Fan said that he was about to hang up. However, Jin added at the end, I am in charge of Japan. You'd better not be caught by me, Mezcal. Xinyan laughed, and he said coldly, do you always like to treat everyone as a traitor? Jinjiu didn't reply, so he hung up the phone. It's not that Mezcal is suspected, but he knows a little bit about the other members. Only this guy seems to appear suddenly, and he also holds many secrets in the organization that he doesn't even know. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. If you don't try vigilantly a few times, Jin really can't rest assured. Zinfan puts away his cell phone, turns around and enters the apartment building, and presses the elevator. This is a high-end apartment building located in the 11th district of 5-CHOME, Yanihuako, Tokyo. It has a total of 27 floors, and Shinchichi's house is on the top floor. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the entire city of Tokyo. When he got home and changed his slippers, Zinfan habitually picked a bottle of Scotch whiskey and poured himself half a glass before sitting lazily on the recliner to watch the scenery while holding the glass. At moments like this, he always forgets that he actually traveled from another world, and where he is now in that world, it is just a manga, an anime. It has been 29 years after all. 29 years is enough time for him to become a king, a Scotch whiskey, and a mezcal. In such an original book, the man who only lives in the memory who has not even participated in the main plot, the only thing that can be remembered by the reader is his death that made Rei Noria and Hideo Akai counterintuitively. However, the truth of the death is that the organization boss personally planned the scene to allow his loyal subordinates to leave Scotland and secretly join a mysterious plan. Since that day, Scotch whiskey has died, but there has been a trusted mezcal in the organization. Zhu Fujingguang died, but the Japanese police had an extra nail deeply embedded in the criminal group. It's just that, Zero, let you alone carry the dream of the five of us. Zinfan sighed silently, I still feel sorry for you anyway. His death should be a big blow to the unknowing Zhang Guling. Chapter 4, Mezcal and Sherry. Japanese renovation workers are very efficient. As long as they pay enough commissions, they can quickly complete the employer's requirements. Nobuhiro just went to the shop in the morning to take a look, and then safely handed over the work to the workers. Next is the question of the music classroom teacher. He himself has an excellent base level, enough to be a teacher, and even piano he can teach students. But as a music classroom, it is better to have a wider range. Posted an advertisement for part-time job recruitment at the entrance of the music classroom, and went to the music school in person, but the recruitment process was slow. I don't know if these people who study music are more detached. As a part-time HR boss, Xinfan often feels that they can't keep up with their thinking. The only thing that made him feel good was a violin teacher, her name is also very nice, called Matsumoto Sachiko. Are all music teachers? I don't know if she has anything to do with Sayuri Matsumoto. Then the next step is... Xinfan turned on his phone and turned to the latest email, Qinggang Biotechnology Co., Limited. If the gentleman asked him to participate in the research of APTX series of drugs, then this Aoika should be the research center where Shihomi Yano is now. Now that Jin has started to deal with Akimi Miyano, it is estimated that it will be a 1 billion yen robbery in the near future, which means that Shihomi Yano will soon become a child. It's still at the beginning of the plot. Then go and meet Miss Shihomi Yano, who is known as the genius scientist of the organization. Xinfan took out the tools for easy to use, and smashed his face in the mirror for a long time, then put on a brown wig, and finally put a mole on the corner of his left eye. It's perfect. Although the body shape has not changed, and the face shape has only been slightly processed, anyone who is familiar with Asano Nobuhira will find it difficult to connect them together when he sees this face. Driving his silver Maserati sports car, Xinfan galloped towards Qinggang Biotechnology Co., Ltd. As expected, the car was stopped as soon as it reached the entrance of the underground parking lot. After scanning, the system automatically confirmed the identity of the visitor, and then the roadblock was opened and the entrance was let out. Xinfan parked the car close to the elevator, swiped the elevator with his ID card, all the way to the laboratory on the 9th floor. Occasionally there will be scientific researchers passing by with test samples in the corridor. These people are wearing white lab coats and look calm. Seeing Xinfan, people occasionally nod to him, but most of them just ignore it as if they didn't see it. Xinfan walked to the 909 laboratory according to the address marked on the email. This is a super experimental platform that occupies almost half a floor. There are about a dozen researchers in it, and Shihomi Yano's brown curly hair is obvious in it. She is lowering her head to adjust the microscope, and the computer screen next to her is showing the scene under the microscope. It can be seen that there are some red blood cells. It's just that the state of these cells is very strange, a bit like a sickle shape, but they are degenerating and disappearing at a strange speed. This is human red blood cells, right? That drug has already been tested in humans. Miyano Shiho is focusing on debugging the microscope. She wants to see the details of the changes in the red blood cells, but she can't target one of them, because the cells degenerate too quickly. Suddenly hearing an unfamiliar voice sounded behind her, Shihomi Yano's first reaction was angry. APTX is still very unstable, how can it be given to someone for experimentation? She turned her head angrily, and wanted to see which researcher it was. It's so cruel, even human experimentation would be thought of. However, the face that came into view was very strange. Although he was wearing a denim casual outfit, it seemed harmless, but the breath on his body made Miyano Shiho feel trembling and familiar. Obviously, this is a member of an unfamiliar organization, and most likely it is from the action group. Danger level A+. Thinking of this, Shihomi Yano subconsciously stepped back half a step, widening the distance between the two. Staring at the guy warily, he asked in a cold voice. Who are you? Shin Shige thinks that the smile on his face should be sincere and harmless. If Shihomi Yano feels dangerous like this, then he can do nothing. So Shinyan narrowed his smile, restored his calm tone, and said calmly, You are Shihomi Yano, I need to call a part of APTX's core information. All the research and development data of APTX series of drugs, except for the backup in the organization's headquarters computer, only this research center can provide. In order to minimize the influence of traitors or undercover agents on the organization, all core information must be retrieved by 2 or more members with the highest authority. All arbitrary access will be judged as leaked by the system, and the data will be cleaned up immediately. Is like the research materials that Shiho Miyano sent to Akimi Miyano on the disk in the original work. It is an unimportant part and can be retrieved by Shiho Miyano alone. Hearing Shinchi's words, Shiho Miyano showed an unexpected look. You may not know that the retrieval of core data requires 2 people with the highest authority. Shinyan didn't say anything, he just showed the card with pure black background in his hand, and the front of the card was printed with mezcal in silver ink. There is also a similar card by Shiho Miyano, which says Sherry. Just, the code name of mezcal is very strange, she has never heard of it before. After all, he has grown up in the organization since he was a child, and Shiho Miyano thinks he has a fairly good understanding of the organization. However, an unfamiliar senior member suddenly appeared in front of him, with a level of authority at least equal to that of Jin. This gave her a better understanding of the profound foundation of the organization. It seems that what she has learned is probably just the tip of the iceberg of this huge organization. The blood sample just now is human red blood cells. I don't think I can get it wrong. On the way to the database, reading www.yukansha.com, Zinfan put forward his own conjecture, since it is not a human body test, is it just a simple blood test? That was not an organized experiment, I was just curious about it myself. Shiho Miyano said coldly, obviously not going to explain this issue in detail. All red blood cells age and die at an almost impossible rate. This phenomenon is indeed strange. How did you do it? I don't know the reason, it's still under study. That's it. Zinfan, as if he was really attracted by the research content, quickly ended the topic. It's just that he himself knew that the blood sample was probably processed by aptX 4869. Shinshige and Shiho Miyano swiped their cards at the same time. After the system checked that there was no abnormality, the database door opened. Just by connecting to the computer, he can retrieve the core information he wants. In the process of finding and retrieving Nobuhiro, Shiho Miyano kept standing beside him with his arms around. What do you want this information for? As soon as the words were spoken, Shiho Miyano knew that he was talking too much. Forget it, you don't need to tell me. aptX 4869 has undergone thousands of human trials. Shiho Miyano was stunned. What did you say? Zinfan opened a form and gave her the position in front of the screen. The research and development of the aptX series of drugs began 50 years ago, and the previous Silver Bullet was the most successful failure of aptX. If I remember correctly, the developers of Silver Bullet, Mr. and Mrs. Miyano, are your parents. What do you want to say? Shiho Miyano stared at the man closely, his voice finally no longer calm. Chapter 5, aptX 4869. Asano Nobuhira's expression is extremely indifferent, as if the poison that can kill people invisible is like a cold medicine to him. Against the backdrop of Shiho Miyano's failure, his eyes became more and more indifferent. From the beginning, the organization did not intend to test step by step. Mice is indeed convenient as a test product, but if you want to know the true effect of the drug, human trials are required. So far, the aptX series of drugs have been tested thousands of times in humans. And the mortality rate is 100%. Zinfan emphasized. Shiho Miyano didn't hold back, she reached out and swiped the form, looking at the first row. Names passed through her mind like a movie projector, and each name represented an innocent life that died under the drug she was studying. Her hands began to tremble, and the mouse could not be held steady. Wait! Shiho Miyano's attention was suddenly attracted by one of the lines, Kudo Shinichi, why is his state unknown? Zinfan glanced at it and said, this is handled by Jin, and I don't know the specifics. But since it is unknown, it means that the body has not been found. After all, APTX 4869 is not even a successful failed product. Just a poison, right? That's right. Shihome Yano did not tell Shinhana about the weird situation that had happened to the mice. In the subconscious, she always felt that APTX 4869 can make the experiment body smaller. Xinfan organizes the necessary information, saves it in the disk, then exits the system, and shuts down the computer in the database. In addition, I need a set of APTX 4869. Shihome Yano's face changed. You want to kill people with it? Don't you think this method of killing without leaving a trace is useful? Shinshige turned his head and looked at Shihome Yano with inquiring eyes. Why, your ridiculous sympathy has overflowed. Hey, why do I have that kind of weak mentality? I just want to remind you that according to the content of the form, I am afraid that all the usage of APTX 4869 must be registered. I will register. Even if Shihome Yano didn't want to be an indirect murderer at all, she couldn't disobey the organization's orders too obviously. She walked to the cabinet with medicines coldly, swiped the card to take out a box, and handed it to Xinfan. However, no matter how sensible she was, she couldn't help but say, there is no progress in drug research. From a scientific point of view, there is no need to continue human trials. Xin became a bit more awkward, and said, do you think that taking medicine or being hit in the head by a bullet, which method of death is more comfortable? Shihome Yano was stunned. She raised her head and stared at Xinyan in a daze, her mouth opened and closed, her throat dumb. Xinfan smiled when he saw it, but the smile was so cold, so you don't have to be guilty. This is the gospel of those who are mortal. Sophistry. Shihome Yano lowered his head with a sad expression. I was the murderer who worked out that drug. Shinchich's figure has disappeared in the elevator. The number on the elevator kept getting smaller and soon reached -2F. But Shihome Yano's sight was still concentrated on the elevator, immersed in his own world for a long time. Drove away from Qinggang Biotechnology Co., Limited, Xinfan planned to go directly to an underground safe house organized nearby, where he stored a batch of ammunition supplies, and planned to pick up some and transfer them to the dark room in the apartment. Only when the car was driving on the road, Shinshige saw a familiar figure Kogoro Mori in the rearview mirror. Mori Kogoro is wearing sunglasses, leaning against the telephone pole, holding an open newspaper in his hand. Such an image will tell you who you are following at a glance. I think that it is probably still in the early stage of the plot of Detective Conan. Uncle Maori has received many tracking and investigation commissions of looking for cats, dogs, and mistresses. No, it should be said that these unnutritious commissions are the main work of detectives anytime. After all, not everyone is surrounded by pupils of death. Xinyan slowed down the speed of the car deliberately, and saw clearly what Mori Kogoro was following. The man is wrapped in a light grey long trench coat. He has a beard that takes up half of his face. He also wears a pair of black sunglasses on his eyes, plus a grey beret above his forehead. It's really strange how you look at it, as if he has done something bad, or has been on the police's most wanted list. This strange dress made Xinfan pay special attention to it, but he didn't take it seriously either. Even if it is an impending case, Conan will be perfectly resolved in the end anyway. He really has no meaning to worry about the Grim Reaper elementary school student. The silver Maserati stopped steadily near the safe house. After Xinfan entered his fingerprints and pupils, he successfully opened the secret door and walked into this one of the dozens of safe houses organized in Tokyo. There are about 200 square meters here, with a total of 4 rooms, the middle of which is the lounge, and there is also a medical room and weapons storage. Xinfan found the things he had stored here before, including pistols, sniper rifles, shotguns, grenades, bombs, smoke bombs, etc., and even several high-tech products among them. He packed them all in an opaque tennis bag, and then sat on the sofa board. Zinfan took out his mobile phone and entered a string of email addresses. Mezcal, I need a group of snipers to assist in the operation. The reply email will arrive soon. MP, Chianti, Cohen. They will fully obey your arrangements in the near future. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Seconds back. Could it be said that the adult was so bored that he kept his cell phone waiting for mail? But thinking about it is not unreasonable. After all, the winery recognizes that the busiest thing is Jin, but even so, there is still time for Jin to watch operas and movies. With a heavy tennis bag on his back, Zinfan left the safe house in a low-key manner, and drove a long circle around Miwako before returning home. This is a habit he has cultivated in organizing undercover for many years. After all, no one can guarantee that there will never be a hidden danger around him. 20 minutes later, Zinfan's cell phone rang. At a glance, it was Jin. What's the matter? Zinfan put the phone in her ear, and took a wine glass from the wine cabinet by the way. Chianti and Cohen were assigned to you by that gentleman. Jin's tone was very calm, and he couldn't hear the emotions. However, his subordinates were intercepted, and he obviously couldn't participate in the action in Tokyo. This feeling is probably quite aggrieved. Well, I don't have a sniper who can help with stalking. Zinfan poured half of the Scotch whiskey he had previously drunk into the glass and added a ball of ice. Since you poached Chianti and Cohen, then you will help me with Mayano Akimi's affairs. Do you need a sniper to deal with a little mouse that doesn't even have a code name? The voice of Jin Wine showed a chill. I won't give the mouse any chance of escape. Why, you don't want it? I didn't say that. Xinyan looked at the movement outside the glass window, took a sip of whiskey and said, after all, I will inevitably cooperate with you in future operations in Japan. This time, it's the right to run in. I will notify you before the action starts, so that's it. Xinyan's call was cut off mercilessly again. Chapter 6, The Man Who Mastered Two Swords. Everything seems to be following the trajectory set by Zinfan. Jin is cautious and suspicious by nature, no matter what action he will arrange be in advance. In the original roller coaster killings, just to ensure the smooth cooperation, Jin would ride a roller coaster with vodka in advance to check the situation of the transaction location. Chianti and Cohen were deployed around early and monitored at any time. Jin is really a very dangerous enemy, obviously powerful but overly cautious. It was precisely because of this caution that Jin discovered Kudo Shinichi's eavesdropping and shut down in time. And his only miscalculation is probably because he misestimate the efficacy of aptX 4869. So Nobuhiro speculated that Jin must also need the cooperation of the sniper in the distance when dealing with Akimi Miyano. Once the target cannot be solved head-on, the role of the sniper will be essential. Even Zinfan knows this very well, let alone Jin. He deliberately applied to the boss for the cooperation of the sniper team, in order to remove the only sniper team in Tokyo from Jinju. In this way, no matter whether Jin borrows someone from him or directly asks for assistance, Shinfan can guarantee that he has a reasonable reason to participate in the action against Akimi Miyano. Akimi Miyano must be rescued, not because she is one of the future heroines, Ai Huira, who is also the sister of Shiho Miyano. More importantly, she is still the lover who makes Akai Hideichi feel guilty. Under the design of that gentleman, the undercover identity of Shinfan Scotch whiskey was exposed. The gentleman specifically emphasized that the body should be kept intact and handed over to Rum for disposal. In this kind of situation where he would get in with a little carelessness, Akai still chose to trust him, even telling Xinyan his real name. This kind of trust and rescue on the brink of death made Zinfan remember until now. Even if Scotch whiskey has become mezcal and Shoki Akai has left the organization, he will always remember this kindness. In that case, helping Akai Hideichi to save someone is not so difficult. What's more, even if Zinfan is a Japanese police undercover agent, he should try his best to save people without revealing himself. Ah, are you here to monitor the progress of the renovation? Mao Lilan's voice pulled Xinfan's thoughts back from unknown place. He smiled gently at the girl, and then said, yes, it was messy yesterday, and the walls have been painted today. According to this schedule, the music classroom can be opened by the end of the month. I am really looking forward to it. I will recommend people I know to come to class. Thank you, Morrison, then. Xinfan noticed that the Morris office on the second floor was turned off. Is Mr. Morris away? Morrilan frowned in distress and said, Dad went out early in the morning, as if there was a commission to worry about all the time. If Mr. Asano has something to ask him, I can tell him on his behalf. It's not an important thing, I'll come back another day. Xinfan bid farewell politely and left the music classroom under renovation. It is true to monitor the progress of the renovation, but taking the opportunity to contact the protagonist group is his ultimate goal. After all, anyone who has understood the plot knows that if you believe in Conan, you will live forever. But, it's another commission. Such a high-intensity and high-density commission made Xinfan unconsciously think of an event in more than 1,000 concentrations. Or you should go around here and see how your luck is. Xinyan pays close attention to the dynamics of the people around him, looking for Kogoro Mori among them, while still not forgetting his work. He dials a series of unrecorded numbers on his mobile phone. Hey, it's me. Can I trouble you? Mori Kogoro appeared between the bookshelves of a bookstore. Xinfan pretended to be a normal guest and walked in casually. Following the sight of Uncle Maori, he quickly locked a person. Well, I'm still an acquaintance. Obviously, the object Mori Kogoro is following is the one Shinshige saw yesterday. He was still dressed as he remembered, wrapped tightly all over his body. Xinyan just hung up the phone. He used his peripheral vision to pay attention to the movement of tracking the target, and skillfully took off the phone card under his hand, broke it and threw it into the trash can. There are many such calling cards that he loses after one call, just like that guy's dominant hand, which is a daily disposable type. Yes, Xinfan quickly discovered something was wrong. The target of the Uncle Maori, his dominant hand changed from the right hand to the left hand inexplicably today. If you are not a master of second sword art, it also means. The keenness cultivated undercover all the year round tells Xinfan that there is a taste of conspiracy in it. While at the Ministry of Public Security, Yuya Kazemi, who was diligently clocking into work, just made a cup of coffee and was about to catch his breath when his cell phone rang. The caller was from a boss that he didn't usually reach at all. Hey! Feng Jian's voice trembled, and he wondered if he did not do well enough that he would be asked to talk. Is it because there is a problem with the work of the Zero Group? Otherwise, how could such a high-level leader personally talk? Ah, don't let Mr. Yutani expose it. That is the only hope of the Japanese police. Fortunately, on the other side, I didn't give the wind too much time to think about it. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com otherwise doesn't know what kind of plot he will make up. You recently found a prisoner, preferably the one who has been sentenced to death and has not yet been executed. Female, about 165 centimeters, of medium and thin body. The leader over there reminded him, don't disturb the Metropolitan Police Department. Ah? Good, okay. Feng Jian hadn't recovered from his brain, and he was a little dazed after subconsciously responding. What does the police want to execute prisoners? The leader thought for a while, still not at ease, and added, don't tell Zhang Guling about this. To be precise, it should be that as long as I personally contact you or other people in the future, I don't have to tell the Zero team. This point is very important. Although he didn't understand the reason, Feng Jian nodded his head. I understand, please rest assured. Think about it, the leaders of the police are still very caring. Knowing that Mr. Yutani's current situation is no different from walking on the tip of a knife, it is very dangerous. Therefore, these less important things should disturb him as little as possible to reduce the risk of Mr. Noria's exposure. After all, the police learned from Mr. Zhu Fu's painful experience of being stained red with blood, and applied it to Mr. Zhonggu. It's a pity that Mr. Zhu Fu sacrificed himself to the undercover job at a young age. Speaking of, why after Mr. Zhu Fu died, the Japanese police not only did not posthumously honor him, but deleted all his information? It's hard not to chill the soldiers who are desperate for national security. I'm afraid Mr. Yutani also has opinions on the above decision in his heart. Feng Jian silently complained, while secretly making a note in his notebook. Chapter 7, Edogawa Ranbu and Conan Doyle. After seeing that guy perform the routine operation of changing his dominant hand overnight, Xin Fan realized which case this was. This kind of sensitivity to the case is also thankful for the days when he had just realized that he had crossed into the dangerous world of Conan, and was deliberately consolidating the plot all the time. It's just that, knowing that, he can even guess the identity of the victim. However, there is no meaning or necessity to help. Even if he can stop this time, as long as the contradictions and the interests of money are still there, murder is impossible to prevent. Shinshige admits that he is not that kind of good old man, his own affairs are still messed up, and his plan to save Miyano Akemi is not perfect. If he still worry about others in this situation, then he is really boring to the extreme. What's more, follow Conan to follow the plot, isn't it fragrant? Shinyan counted the time and knocked on the door of the Maori detective office. Here, Mori Detective Agency. It was Mori Ran who opened the door. Ah, it's Mr. Asano. Hey, this kind of work is really easy, stalking a man for 3 days has 500,000. Zinfan heard the laughter of Uncle Maori before he even entered the door. He looked in the direction of the voice, and the uncle was actually counting money. Dad! Please restrain yourself a little, Mr. Asano is here. Ahaha! There was still an unconcealable smile on Kogorum Mori's face, but somehow he put away the envelope full of money. Asano, come here, sit here. I heard Xiaolan say it. You seem to be looking for me for something. Zinfanyin sat on the sofa and said, well, I plan to change the lock on the first floor door. I still have to tell you this kind of thing. Ah, this kind of thing, you can decide for yourself. Mao Lilan also nodded aside, yes, after we have a new tenant, the lock on the gate should be replaced. Speaking of which, this was originally what we should do. Oh! Xiaolan, you don't know that. Kogorum Muri winked frantically next to him, people are going to operate there. Even the landlord shouldn't interfere with changing the lock. Conan smiled unabashedly when he heard the words. Uncle Maori is simply not to spend money on the lock. The 3 people present all knew what the uncle was thinking, only Kogorum Mori himself thought his explanation was brilliant. Zinfan doesn't care about this. He already knew what Uncle Maori was, so he turned the topic off. Speaking of which, Mr. Maori's commission is really high now. Even if the music classroom opens, I can't guarantee that there will be such an achievement. Was praised obviously to make Kogorum Mori very happy. His brothers patted Shinfan's shoulder nicely and said, because I have always been able to detect some strange cases inexplicably lately, ha 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 ha. Conan's expression became more and more helpless. Speaking of it, it seems that since Conan came, my dad's work has become more and more smooth. Mao Lilan bowed slightly to Conan and said with a smile, could it be the luck that Conan brought us? Hey! Conan pretended to be stupid, why? Ha 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 ha! Zinfan touched her smooth chin. Just 4 years ago, this place still had a small beard. Thinking about it this way, I really miss the past. Conan, is this kid's name Conan? Hearing Zinfan's question, Conan immediately became alert. Yes, he is called Edogawa Conan. The name is a bit strange, but he is a very cute little boy. Shinyan thought for a while, and muttered, Edogawa Ranbu and Conan Doyle? This kid's name is really interesting. Haha, I don't know why my parents gave me this name. Conan tried to hide it, but cold sweat leaked from his forehead. Edogawa Conan was originally the name that he came up with in an emergency. With a guilty conscience, he was worried that the man in front of him would guess something based on this. However, speaking of the name, someone has no right to doubt him. Brother Asano, your name is also very strange. Is it from Sanada Yukimura? After all, Sanada Yukimura was called Shinshige before his name was changed. Conan raised his head and asked innocently. Really? Zinfan thought about it or said, you think it is, then it is. What does he think is it? Please don't be so perfunctory. Or at least please put away the perfunctory look on your face. Cut, this kid really understands a lot. Mori Kogoro leaned back, tilted Erlang's legs, and looked dismissive. But how long will this kid stay here? His parents haven't been discharged yet. I asked Dr. Ari. It seems that his parents went abroad immediately after being discharged from the hospital, saying that there was an urgent matter over there that needed to be dealt with. Really, how can there be such irresponsible parents? Kogoro Mori squinted at the Conan kid, at least I should ask them for alimony. Hee. Conan could only laugh awkwardly and politely. Shinyan narrowed his eyes. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com with a small smile, and said, don't worry, it is estimated that Conan's parents will send you support soon. Counting time, Kudo Yukiko's prank should be coming soon. After all, more than 1,000 episodes of Detective Conan only lasted 5 months. This kind of early plot can be resolved within this month. It's just, will this month suddenly jump to summer? I'm not sure. At 8 o'clock on Sunday evening, a charred male body was found in the high platform of the Red Ghost Village Fire Festival in Gunma County, where tourists are currently gathering. The old TV set suddenly heard the voice of a news reporter. This kind of death case immediately attracted the attention of Kogoro Mori and Conan. Verified by the remains of the deceased was named Negishi Masaki, 42 years old this year. According to the judgment of the police, the possibility of homicide is extremely high. What? Mori Kogoro immediately jumped up, rushed over, excitedly hugged the TV and watched carefully. It's weird, Shinshige murmured. Conan immediately turned around and looked at him. Did Brother Asano found something? Actually, I think there are some things. Ah, Zinfan nodded. I started using a smartphone 4 years ago tomorrow morning, and the TV set at this time is still the old version that flickers on and off. The advancement of technology is so strange. A big drop of cold sweat dripped from Conan's forehead. What's so strange about this? It's normal. He just thought that Nobuhiro Asano was an excellent detective, really. Even if this guy was suspected to be related to the murder before, he is at most an ordinary person with strong psychological quality. At most he is a criminal who has escaped outside the legal net. How can he be a detective? Chapter 8, Perfect Alibi. This is indeed the person, you can't be wrong. Mori Kogoro clutched the TV tightly, and the blue veins on his forehead kept beating. Mao Lilan asked nervously, what's wrong, Dad? Do you know this person? It's not a question of acknowledgement. Kogoro Mori stared at the front and his gaze was in a daze. It's because I have been with this person for the past 3 days. How come? Conan's expression on his face became more serious in shock. Could it be that this person is the target of uncle you have been following before? That's right. Kogoro Mori turned around and said heavily, it seems I must go to the police station. My car is parked downstairs, shall I take you there? Zinfan offered to offer. The matter was urgent, and Kogoro Mori had no time to shirk. He got into Shinyan's car and drove towards the Miwa police station. Different from Mescal's flamboyant Maserati sports car, Asano Nobuhiro's car is an ordinary family car. But how can young men in their 20s dislike good cars? Because of concealing and disguising his identity, Zinfan can only act in a low-key manner. The large amount of black money he makes in the organization can only be seen but not spent. This is a very heartbreaking thing. So when encountering organization-related tasks, he did not hesitate to show his love for Maserati. Anyway, it doesn't matter if the Porsche of Jin is towed by the traffic police and ticketed all day long. In comparison, he is much more low-key. Sends Kogoro Mori to the police station. Shin Shige waited for him outside with a wink, but didn't go in with him. Time passed by minute by second, and Kogoro Mori stayed in it for a long time, but still didn't mean to leave. Mao Lilan stared at the door of the police station boredly, wondering, why hasn't my father come out yet? Didn't you just need to make a statement? Zinfan inserted his pockets and leaned against the car door. Hearing the words, he explained, Mr. Mori had been with the victim before the incident, so he was a very important witness to the police. That's it. Conan also nodded solemnly. He was thinking about every detail of the case while playing football. I have to say that Conan playing football is a very impressive performance. Only, why is the expression of that child getting more and more ghostly? Football has been left behind by him, okay. Shin Fan silently stayed away from Edogawa Conan, who was obviously mentally abnormal. It happened that his cell phone rang, which gave Zinfan a legitimate reason to stay away from Conan. Generally good children know that they cannot eavesdrop on the phone of an adult. Although Conan may not belong to the category of a good boy in general. However, he is now immersed in the excitement of encountering difficult and miscellaneous cases, and probably has no time to explore other things for the time being. See you at the base tomorrow night, there is a task arrangement. On the other side of the phone was the voice of Jin. Okay, no problem. The letter paused and added before the Jin hangs up the phone. You can send me this one-sentence thing in the future. It's not convenient for me to answer it anytime. By phone. If I refuse to answer, I will send an email. And, the Jin's voice was a bit playful, I remember you are a vagrant now. Who is a vagrant who has no AC number in his heart? He is obviously a sunny and handsome music classroom operator. Besides, the question is not whether he has a job or not. The point is that beside him is Shinichi Kudo, who can be called an organizational nightmare. Thanks to Kudo Shinichi's ability to switch on the phone, Shinyan was afraid that his vest would not be able to keep it after he answered the phone several times. Is Asano talking to a friend on the phone? Conan's height determines that when he appears, he is often scary. Shinyan said to the Jin without changing his face, now you know the reason? Goodbye. However, when he was about to hang up the phone and deal with Conan, he found that the conversation between him and Jin had been hung up by the other party before he knew it. How can it be repaired? Anyhow, Zhu Fu Jingguang is also a high-level undercover organization that has been successful for many years. Isn't it just that there is no organization? Brother Asano said, know what the reason is. Conan continued to pretend to be cute. Zinfan, who was in a bad mood, glanced at him calmly and indifferently, and said, I'm talking to my work partner and there is a very noisy bear child beside me. Ahaha! Conan! What are you doing? Morilan arrived in time and rubbed Conan's head, don't disturb Mr. Asano. More than an hour later, a decently dressed man with elegant glasses walked out of the police station. There was a successful smile on his face, and he couldn't conceal the excitement and joy in his heart. I really feel suspicious how I look at it. It didn't take long for Kogoro Mori to finally come out of the police station. It's just that it's completely different from the man before, his expression can be said to be very heavy. Dad, what's the matter? Mao Lilan asked worriedly. Mori Kogoro got into the co-pilot's seat without saying a word. Zinfan and Mao Lilan looked at each other, and both decided to leave first before talking. When the door was closed, Kogoro Mori suddenly hit the window with a punch. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com almost broke the glass. Zinfan stroked his forehead helplessly. Mr. Maori, even if you feel upset, please don't let the car window breathe. Sorry. Kogorum Muri's attitude is very good, it's just that the guy named Abe Toys is really disgusting. The commission of $500,000 is really wrong. It turned out that I was asked to prove it to him. Damn it, really disgusting. Did Mr. Abe explain why he wanted you to follow Masaki Negishi? Shinshige asked. He said that it was Negishi Masaki who felt that someone was going to murder him, so please help and ask a detective to watch. Really? Nobuhira's eyes were dark and unclear. Mr. Negishi really trusts Mr. Abe. It is clearly a matter that threatens life and can be handled by Mr. Abe. If it was me, he would probably ask him for it. Detective. That's why it is suspicious to say that Abe Toyoshi is really suspicious. Kogorum Mori said angrily, must be the one he killed, but that guy has an alibi. Damn, where is the problem? Alibi? Conan probed his head. Kogorum Mori explained in a bad tone, my follow-up can prove that Negishi was alive until Saturday night, and the time of death can only be Sunday. But the guy Abetoyo was traveling in Kyushu with his colleagues from Saturday to Monday. Conan thought for a while and questioned, Kyushu is not very far from Tokyo. He has a chance to return to Tokyo to commit the crime. Mori Kogora's face worsened when he heard this, but the photos of him and his colleagues in Kyushu can prove that he only has 2 hours of solitary time halfway through, and there is no time to go back and forth. This is the perfect alibi. Chapter 9, this person's brain circuit is too weird. These are the photos of Abetoyo in Kyushu. I asked the police to come over, and I plan to study it myself. Mori Kogora spread a bunch of photos on the table. Shinshige glanced once, and found that there were basically clocks in every photo. Well, the murderer really didn't hide his purpose. But no matter how suspected the police and detectives are, it is just futile without evidence. Mao Lilan looked for it on the table. I remember the photos my father took before are placed here. Ah, Conan, be careful. Conan was taken aback by Morilan, and with a shake of his hand, all the photos in the envelope were scattered and mixed with Abetoyo's photos. Let me help organize it. Xin Fan took the initiative to take the photos and start sorting them one by one. By the way, he could also remind Conan a message, Mr. Negishi must be a very smart person, right? Can you be smart enough to be killed so easily by others? I think the real smart person is that Toyoshi Abe, right? Kogorum Mori snorted disdainfully. Conan was very interested and leaned over, staring at the photo. Shinshige explained as he sorted it out, isn't it said that the left hand develops the right brain, and the right hand develops the left brain? Mr. Negishi can use both left and right hands very conveniently, so I think he must be very smart. Wait. Conan's eyes lit up. He quickly rushed over, grasping the photos and comparing them carefully. Obviously he was still right-handed on Thursday and Friday, but he suddenly became left-handed on Saturday. Ah, I see. This is the truth that Abetoyo was alibi to prove. Boom. Kogorum Mori unceremoniously gave Conan an ice cream ball. The kid knows what, go, don't disturb my thoughts. Mori Kogora stared at the table full of photos, clenched his fists tightly. In less than a week, Abe will be able to get his pen. I bought the insurance of Masaki Negishi. I must solve the problem of his alibi before that. Conan was beaten to stare at Venus and almost fainted in Mao Lilan's arms. Mao Roland's tone inevitably brought some resentment. Really, Dad, don't you take Conan out of anger because the case cannot be solved. Kogorum Mori did not look at Conan, and his thinking was still immersed in the case. The murderer must be Toyotomi Abe. Because he has full motives. His company has 300 million yen in debt, and 500 million yen in insurance. Is not only it can fill the vacancy, and it can also allow him to escape abroad. It's weird. Zinfan put his chin on, looking very upset. Conan's eyes lit up immediately. Yeah, right? Sure enough, Brother Asano also felt that there was a problem. Obviously the murderer didn't want the police to find the deceased too quickly, but he took the deceased. Zinfan looked back at him, with a little sympathy in his eyes. Alas, I have reminded him before, why does this kid still believe that he can maintain the same thinking as him? Xinyan sighed and said, no, I just think that he has already absconded as a murderer, so he doesn't care about the company's 300 million debts. How can this person's brain circuits be so strange? Nobuhira continued to sigh, anyway, even if it can prove that Abe Feng's alibi is not valid, there is no way to prove that he is the murderer. After all, Mr. Mori was not at the scene of the crime, and the reasoning he could make was limited. It would be great if Abe could confess the crime himself. Mori Kogora glanced at him, disdainfully said, how can this kind of person take the initiative to admit it? At least he must be kept in the country as a suspect. Do not. Conan lowered his head to think carefully. It is not impossible to force Abe to confess, but it must be planned well. Being a child seems to be a good bait. Then all he has to do now is to attract Abe Feng to show up. Uncle Mori, do you know when Abe Feng goes to the insurance company to apply for a premium? How do I know this? Probably these 2 days. It's today. Nobuan narrowed his eyes, facing Conan's expectation mixed with inquiring eyes, and said calmly, if Mr. Abe is really the murderer, he must hope to receive the deposit as soon as possible and leave early. Japan. And we saw him when we were waiting for Mr. Mori at the entrance of the police station. I noticed that he was holding the insurance policy of the life insurance company. Conan quickly looked at the clock hung on the wall. The time for Abe to complete all the procedures should be. Xinyan accepted the conversation cooperatively, 9 o'clock. As soon as the voice fell, Conan jumped up and was about to rush downstairs. His footsteps were stopped by Zinfan. Zinfan said, I will drive faster. I will send you there. Conan watched his eyes tightly, but he could only see a calm lake in it. The lake seemed clean and there was nothing. 2 seconds later, Conan chose to compromise. So far, seizing Abe toys is the most urgent thing. Hey! Wait! Mao Lilan hurriedly called from behind, but neither Zinfan nor Conan looked back. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Behind them, Uncle Maori was still in a dazed state, completely unable to understand what the two guys were talking about. The Maori Detective Agency is about 30 minutes drive from the nearest insurance store around the police station, and now. Conan checked his watch and gritted his teeth, damn it, it's 8:40 now. Judging from the traffic conditions in Tokyo, even if Zinfan is racing all the way, it is difficult to arrive in 20 minutes. What's more, maybe Abe Feng had to complete the formalities sooner than they thought. However, Zinfan seemed extremely calm at the moment. He pulled on the handbrake and stepped on the accelerator, but... Wrong! Conan shouted, Brother Asano, your direction is wrong. You should be over there. It's not wrong. Shinshige explained in a cold voice while manipulating the car to turn left and right to avoid vehicles on the road. The deposit of 500 million yen is very large, and there is only one insurance store in Tokyo that can handle this business. Conan's expression suddenly relaxed. You mean the life insurance in Miwako-Sancome? If it's too late, if it's there, it will come, ah. Because he didn't wear a seat belt, Conan unfortunately ran into a nearby car door during Shinfan's high acceleration turn. It was originally hit on the forehead by Kogoro Muri, but now it has become a double ball ice cream. Zinfan gave him a self-seeking look as he concentrated on driving. Even if the distance is close, we should arrive as soon as possible to reduce the possibility of accidents. Sit firmly. Shinhani stepped on the accelerator again and galloped forward. Occasionally drag racing is really fun, but if you are driving the silver Maserati now, it would be even better. Chapter 10, Keen Detective Intuition. Drove all the way to the life insurance store in Miwacho 3 Chome. At the risk of being issued a series of tickets by the traffic police, Xin Fan finally managed to control the time at 8:52. The surrounding area seemed quiet, and Conan almost thought they were late. "It's okay, it's Abe Feng's car, I remember the license plate." Conan sighed and felt strange. It seems that he will take a while to complete the process. It is because the staff here are too slow. Is it? Wait, it's not right. Shin Shige loosened his seat belt, took out a pack of cigarettes from the car's storage box, took out one, and lit it with a cigarette lighter. The smoke rose in the quiet air and lingered near his cheeks, setting him off like a figure in a ukiyo-e. Conan was stunned by someone's leisurely state, crossed out, and was stunned for a long time before saying, "The 9 points we previously speculated were based on Abe Toys choosing a store near the police station. But since he finally came here. On the other hand, the time spent on the road must be greater than previously speculated. You have known that waiting for him to complete all the formalities must be at least 9:10, but you still follow my line of thought and say that it is 9 o'clock and drive the car like that. You really did it on purpose." Xinfan drew a cigarette, took a deep breath, and leaned back in the car seat leisurely. After a while, he slowly turned his head back and looked at the depressed Conan kid in the passenger seat. Xinfan thought for a while, and then showed a wicked look of doubt. "Sorry, I've been too long since I was in elementary school, but are the primary school students as smart as you now?" Conan pretended to be stupid like a conditioned reflex. "Hey? No, I usually like to watch Holmes. Hey, I always think of myself as a famous detective in novels. But still. Brother Asano is better. I guessed the location wrong before. Brother Asano is the real detective." "Really?" Shinyan frowned, but he followed Conan's words and withdrew his thoughts of inquiry. After all, teasing Conan with this kind of thing is to make progress gradually. Otherwise, if someone is in a hurry and exposes himself directly, it would be very boring. There will be a lot of fun that Conan can bring. In Conan's pretending to be so cute, Abe Feng appeared at the door of life insurance. Judging from his looks, it is clear that his application has been approved, and he will be able to get a 500 million yen deposit in a few days. "It's time for you to pass." Xinfan hid his figure in the shadows, unable to see his expression. "By the way, do you remember his tricks?" On the way came, they had already reported to the police. As long as they got the audio of Abe Fyong admitting that he had committed a crime, they could immediately send him to the police station. Conan couldn't wait to make his own reasoning in front of the prisoner. However, when he saw Xinfan, he thought of the situation in which he was suspected, and had to pretend to be unconfident. Said timidly, "I don't know if I can make it clear, or Brother Asano will remind me again." Xinfan snorted in his heart, but on the surface it was the big brother next door who generally encouraged him. "Don't be nervous, you can do it well, little detective." Conan has been paying attention to his expression. Although he can't see any obvious changes, he is secretly relieved to hear Xinfan say this. Can say such a thing, he shouldn't doubt it anymore. Conan jumped out of the car lightly, hid in a corner of the parking lot, and called out Abe Feng, "The plan is very good, uncle." In Shinchich's line of sight, Abe first paused, then looked around. Actually, the time when Negishi Masaki died was Friday night, right? As soon as this sentence came out, Abe Feng's complexion changed drastically, and he took a half step back subconsciously. Conan's voice continued, "Yes, you killed him the day before you set off for the trip. It's just that the next day, you hired a person who resembled Negishi Masaki and dressed him like him. Let the Maori detective follow. This will mislead the police and make people misjudge the time of Negishi's death." Abe Feng anxiously searched for the source of the sound, even passing by Shinfan's car. Shinhiro turned out the car lights long ago. He has undergone systematic tracking and anti-tracking teaching, which can reduce his sense of existence. But this is also the reason Abe Feng has panicked. Otherwise, as long as you calm down and take a closer look, it will not be difficult to find someone in the car. You have calculated everything so that his body was found at the fire ceremony on Sunday night, which is November 10th. By this time, his body was already scorched by the fire, and it is impossible to calculate the time of death. Then on Monday, you returned to Tokyo pretending that nothing happened. The alibi is valid. Abe Feng finally found Conan in the quiet parking lot at night, who had not changed his position since the beginning. He and Conan looked at each other, one heaved a sigh of relief, and the other with the confidence to win. How about, am I right? From Shinfan's position, he couldn't see Conan's expression, but just by listening to this tone, he could guess how proud Conan was now. This is probably the sense of accomplishment that the detective finally saw through all the truth and lifted the mask that the murderer carefully covered the truth. It's just this attitude. Has Conan forgotten that he is now a weak kid? Conan still didn't notice. You can fool Mr. Mori temporarily, but you can't fool the photo. The police are nearby, don't you surrender, uncle. However, after hearing these inferences, the murderer did not kneel on his knees, crying and repenting, as Conan had guessed. On the contrary, he even laughed lowly. It's amazing, little brother, you're right. Abe Feng knelt down and rubbed Conan's head. Yes, I was the one who killed Negishi Masaki. But I will not surrender myself. After all, who would believe what a child said? But I have a recording. Conan took out the recorder from his pocket and replayed the audio that Abe had admitted just now. This is enough to prove. Before Conan's proud words were finished, he was suddenly strangled by Abe Feng and fell to the ground. Abe Feng's face was full of madness, and he shouted, "Damn! You damned kid! How can you understand the pain of a company that is about to close? It's all because of Negishi Masaki. It's him too naive. I am going to kill you. Kill you." Abe Feng tightly held Conan's throat with one hand. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it down at Conan. Damn it! Conan struggled desperately, but the difference in size between children and adults made his movements almost negligible. Could it be? Is it possible that his dignified Heisei-era Sherlock Holmes is about to be damaged here? Go to hell! Abe Feng yelled, his fist already touching Conan's skin. Boom! A fist appeared in his abdomen faster than a betoyo. The next moment, he felt a great strength and pain coming from his stomach. Immediately, the whole person flew out like a meteor and slammed into the parking space next to him. Asano, brother Asano! Conan sat up strenuously, with blue marks on his neck. However, his attention is completely off his body now. His mouth is open enough to put the apple down. Xinyan retracted his fist as usual, and wiped Conan's body affectionately. Hearing Conan's voice, Xinfan glanced back at him and said, "You must know how to use your own advantages in the future. For example, if you can go under the car to record, he will definitely not hurt you." Conan. Just, too much. But thanks to Brother Asano's keen detective instinct, I can guess that he will attack me. Conan thought of it a little afraid. Brother Asano is a good man. Was inexplicably sent a letter with a good person card and smiled very sincerely. Actually, after seeing Abe Feng's plan just now, my first reaction was to bother him to kill the people. What? Chapter 11, let you see what a profession is. Abetoyo's matter was solved perfectly. Since Conan is still a child, both the police and Kogorum Mori give credit to Shinfan. Xinyan feels that he has been busy recently. He first went to the police station in the morning to make a transcript, and then supervised the renovation progress of the music classroom as usual. At noon, because of Maori Land's hospitality, he reluctantly stayed in Maori Detective Office for lunch. In the afternoon, although Xinyan himself didn't understand why Conan didn't have to attend class on Tuesday, his attention was quickly attracted by someone who came to visit. "My name is Hirota Masami, please help me find my dad." Was very boring after eating, but Xinfan, who was planning to slip away at any time, was dragged back by these words to the feet that he had already stepped halfway out. Masami Hirota. So this girl with double braids and round glasses on her face is Akimi Miyano, that Shiho Miyano's sister? People can't look good. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless woman was not only a member of the black organization, but also found 2 accomplices on her own, and successfully grabbed 1 billion yen from the bank. There is no simple one who can survive in the organization. Although it is said that if nothing happens, Ming-mei will soon pay the price of her life for her innocence. And Kogoro Mori was already scared by Miyano Akimi and leaned against the back of the sofa, and only said, "Okay." The girl who looks for her father, played by Akimi Miyano, is very sincere and anxious. There has been no news for a month. I heard that he has quit his taxi job. I specifically asked for leave from school and came from Yamagata Prefecture. Look for him in this place. Now only Mr. Detective can help me find someone. Mori Kogoro sighed, "I understand, I am willing to help." Shinshige spoke quietly next to him, interrupting the uncle's words, "If my father is missing, why doesn't Miss Hirota call the police?" Miyano Akimi was taken aback for a moment, then looked up at him. The power of a detective is limited after all, and it costs a lot of commission to find a detective to help, but the police is free. Zinfan seems to be just pure curiosity, that's why I find it strange. Miss Hirota, I'm still a student, and I probably don't have that much money to use to find a detective. Kogoro Mori yelled with a grim look, "What nonsense are you talking about? Detectives help and charge commissions. Isn't this normal and proper thing? And Miss Hirota is so eager to find her father, even if it is I'm free. No, even if I get a discount, it's not a problem at all." Both Conan and Moraran felt a bit embarrassed, but Miyano didn't think it was anything. She pursed her lips and said, "I also thought about asking the police for help, but the crime rate in Miwatown is much higher than in other areas, and the police in Miwatown are also very busy. I think even if they agree to look for it, they will not really spend a lot of effort on this matter. It's better to hire a more powerful detective, maybe you can find it." Zinfan nodded, confirming this statement. However, he sighed in his heart, as expected to be Akimi Miyano. Even for peripheral members who don't even have a code name in the organization, she has demonstrated a criminal professional ability that most people don't possess. The mind's reaction speed and acting skills, as well as psychological qualities, are quite excellent. Then this is all the information I can provide to you. Akimi Miyano put a photo on the table and showed it to Kogoro Mori. "Please find a way to help me find my dad, please." Besides Zinfan, Conan has lost his initial interest. He whispered to Zinfan boredly, "Brother Asano, your music classroom will open soon, right?" "Well, what did you say?" Zinfan looked over at her head. Is this kid overestimating his height? Because of their height difference, it was strange that Conan's voice could be heard clearly. Conan also scratched his head in embarrassment. He hasn't gotten used to the child's body yet, so he always feels very inconvenient. Just like now, he has to wait for Shinshijin to squat down and repeat again, "Brother Asano's music classroom is about to open, right? What musical instruments are there for teaching?" "Piano, bass, guitar, and violin, there are only these 4 at present." Zinfan smiled helplessly, after all, the place on the first floor is not too big. A simple one can guarantee the quality of teaching. "Well, I have a friend who wants to learn." Conan suddenly stopped. He looked at Zinfan, who was very close to him, and a thought came into his head. If you stick the sender that Dr. Ari gave him to Zinfan's body, then he might be able to discover some unknown secrets of this guy. Wow, thinking about it, I was a little excited. Just do it. Conan ignored Zinfan's question, "What do you really want to learn?" He leaned close and pressed the transmitter in his hand to Zinfan's cuff. Zinfan couldn't laugh or cry. Forgive him for being a professional undercover agent and receiving a good education. In the face of such small movements with many flaws, he really didn't even have the desire to complain. That's it. That's it. That's it. Conan can actually play around with the black organization. Sure enough, is this all the credit of the undercover and 25 boys? Maybe Conan and Xiaolan and their relatives also played a big role in it. Speaking of which, Xinyan seems to have never seen Belmode after returning to Japan from his Nordic mission. Did she go on vacation with the gentleman alone on which island again? Brother Asano, my friend wants you to teach him the musical instrument personally. What is better for him? Conan raised his head and asked purely. Also successfully brought back Xin Fanyun's thoughts of swimming to the horizon. It's just that Conan's friends don't know him. How can you name him and ask him to teach? So this is the legendary friend from nothing? I admire you. Xinfan really felt that after a high school student detective's body became smaller, the psychological age of Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was also severely injured, and it was likely that it caused irreversible damage to brain cells. Although the child is very naughty, Conan's messenger post sender in the original book is still very useful. Now there is an uncertainty of myself. If the plot does not follow the original trajectory, it will greatly affect Nobushige's plan to save Miyano Akemi. As for the tricks, adapt to the circumstances? Sorry, he is too lazy to use his brain. Thinking about this, Shin Shige decisively abandons the increasingly young Conan kid, and instead sits next to Akemi Miyano. So Kui, Di, Hao, and Wang are the names your father gave to the cat? They are really unique names. Approach the target person through chat, and then attract the other person's attention. Shin Shige stretched out his right hand to the photo on the table. Is this a recent photo of your father? Well, yes, is there any problem? Very good, Akemi Miyano's attention has been focused on the photos. Looking at the clothes, if this photo was not taken last year, it should be in the current season. But Miss Hirota also said before that your father has been missing for a month, so I am worried that 1 year later, the appearance of people maybe there will be changes. These changes may not seem to be relevant to relatives like you, but they still have a great impact on the search for detectives. Through a long conversation, he firmly held the target person's attention, and then took the opportunity to use his free left hand to stick the transmitter to the place where it should have been Miyano Akemi's watch. It's just that Xinfan chooses a more concealed location, and coupled with a one-stop operation, not to mention Miyano Akemi, even Conan himself did not notice that the transmitter had changed the target. Chapter 12, Don't Let Jin Make Money. After completing the above operations, when Miyano Akemi left with Conan's messenger, Shin Shige also bid farewell to Kogoro Mori. In the evening, I will plan on some operational details of the music classroom, so I won't bother you. This is what Xinfan said on the surface. Ah, it's okay, Asano must be busy dating his girlfriend. This is what Muri Kogoro imagined. However, the fact is, on the outskirts of Tokyo, the grey bungalow buildings hidden in the jungle look ordinary. However, after pushing open the creaking wooden door and stepping into this room, I realized that it was really ordinary. Xinfan opened a hidden compartment in the corner and pressed his palm on the ejected metal instrument. The palm print recognition is successful, the pupils are matched. Welcome, Mezcal. The female voice synthesized by the machine is particularly clear in the open and quiet environment, and it is a bit scary. There is no Conan BGM at this time. Xinyan is a bit uncomfortable. The female robotic voice just finished speaking, and accompanied by the slight sound of mechanical operation, a deep but absolutely not dark staircase appeared next to it. Xinfan walked down the stairs to the ground, and when his figure disappeared, the stairway automatically resumed its original appearance. Anyone who accidentally breaks into the room will not notice the abnormality. There is no cave in the underground. High-tech corridors and brightly lit rooms, you can still hear the best music when you go deeper. The faces occasionally encountered on the road are very strange. although Zinfan is sure that he must have heard of the code names of some of them. I haven't met many people. Even the people I met as Scotch whiskey a few years ago, Mezcal now doesn't know him. He is a new person who has just transferred from Northern Europe to Japan. Mezcal. Vodka recognized him sharply across the distance. That Han Han even beckoned to Zinfan, as if recognizing how happy he was. When Zinfan came close, the vodka changed to a low voice and said, "Big brother is waiting for you inside." Zinfan really doesn't know what's worthy of caution in this sentence, and it can even be said that these words are not as heavy as his code name. "You, come on." Zinfan suddenly felt that gin wine was a bit difficult. Walked into the room, and the dark and mysterious atmosphere rushed towards him, with brilliant colored lights flashing above his head, and the surrounding decoration was also very bar style. Apart from being quiet enough, Zinfan almost suspected that he was actually in a certain bar. Jin sits in front of the bar. It seems that there is still a glass of spirits on the table, and he doesn't look back when he hears the sound. Zinfan walked to the Jin and sat down, looked at the various famous wines on the wall, and felt the anger of the organization again in his heart. "Take what you want to drink," Jin said lightly. Shin Shige wanted to grab a bottle of whiskey at random, but suddenly he turned his mind and picked a bottle of gin. Also raised his eyebrows to look at the Jin and asked, "Do you mind?" Jin didn't say anything, but Zinfan quickly noticed the glass of wine in front of Jin. This color, this fragrance, how it looks like agave? No, it should be said that the mezcal in the agave is not wrong. Suddenly felt a bit mentally retarded in what I did just now. Zinfan pretended that nothing happened, and drank a sip of gin to be shocked. The Jin sitting next to him seemed very calm, and said directly, "Miyano Akimi exchanged billions of yen for the robbery, intending to let the organization let her and Shiho Miyano leave." "Impossible," Zinfan said coldly. "Surely is an indispensable part of the organization plan. In the case that no one can replace her, let alone 1 billion, even 10 billion is not necessarily cost-effective. Trade." Jinjiu nodded approvingly, and said, "So you should have guessed Miyano's fate. Kill her during the transaction, and then take away 1 billion yen. Is that right?" Jin is obviously satisfied to have a companion who can follow his own thoughts. Miyano Akimi is not stupid and should not hand over the money honestly. "But it doesn't matter, kill her, we will always find a place to hide the money." Shinchich's gaze fell on the wine cabinet without moving. It seems that he is thinking about the plan seriously, but in fact he is thinking about how the billion yen should be transferred quietly. Money is impossible to make Jin, and it is impossible in this life. The country's money must be returned to the country. Just how to do it, Zinfan felt that he still needs to consider carefully. According to Jin's plan, he intends to kill Akimi Miyano directly during the transaction. Zinfan's mission is very simple, just find a taller building nearby and use a sniper rifle to get a good view. To put it bluntly, it is an AD with auxiliary and spare C bits. But this location is not suitable for water release. It can be said that there is no room for water release. Shinfan thought for a while, and questioned, "Since we know that Akimi Miyano will not honestly explain the position of 1 billion yen, why should we make the extra effort to connect with her? If she wakes up and realizes that this is a bureau set up by the organization, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com turns around and attracts a group of policemen to ambush in advance. Then you and vodka will be very dangerous." Jinji thought for a moment, and felt that mezcal made a lot of sense. Then just kill her on the road. Xin Fanal, this kind of thing is most suitable for a sniper. You and Akimi Miyano have an appointment where to meet. I will sniper in the middle of the road and will not let her escape. Yes. But it is better to know the movement of the money in advance. No problem. After finalizing the details of the operation, Xin Fan did not stay at the base much. He maintained Mezcal's appearance and left through another exit. A week later, Conan and the others finally deciphered the message left by Akimi Miyano, and relying on Moralan's European ancestry, they successfully found the address of Akimi Miyano's father. At the same time, Xinfan finally saw the death row prisoner who had asked the police to prepare. Feng Jianyu also contacted the mysterious man using the contact information provided by his boss. According to the other party's request, he took the executed prisoner to the agreed place. 5 minutes later, Xinfan, who had changed his appearance, appeared nearby. "Hello, Mr. Kazumi." Xinfan said frankly, "I'm sorry I can't let you see my true face for security reasons." "It's okay, I understand." In Feng Jian's mind, the person in front of him was a hero as good and righteous as Mr. Yutani. Although the other party's mission and related identities are still unclear, this does not affect his admiration. It's just that Xinfan at the time probably didn't expect that his direct leader would assign Feng Jianyu to him as his assistant. Looking back after just a few days, you will feel that being cautious at this time is simply unnecessary. Chapter 13, I'm really a policeman. Then this is Miss Kobayashi? Did the ditch pass? Feng Jian replied, you can rest assured that Kobayashi Yuno will fully cooperate with the action. We will also clear all her case records as agreed. This can be regarded as an exchange for Kobayashi's family's future for her cooperation. Xinfan nodded, and took out a bunch of materials from the backpack he was carrying with him. Time is very tight, I will help you to change your appearance now. At that time, you only need to get in the car at point A and drive the car to point C. But that's all. We should end your life halfway through. Kobayashi Yuno didn't respond, she just sat there obediently, letting Xinfan play tricks on her face. Just when Nobuhira and Kazekin thought she could not speak anymore, Kobayashi Yuno said, "Is it a shot?" Xinfan was stunned and said, "Well, there will be snipers to send you on the road." Kobayashi Yuno was silent again, "Then I have made a little contribution to this society, right?" Xinfan completed the final step of disguise. He didn't answer Kobayashi Yuno's question again. Not only that, but he even collected his things and stood far away. "Gentlemen, the rest of the matter is up to you." Xinfan Ko Fengjian nodded, and then left the same way. He is the person responsible for killing Miyano Akimi tomorrow. He stayed there, listening to the kind words of a condemned prisoner before his death. Xinfan feared that he might become emotionally unstable. He is not alone now, and behind Asano Nobuhiro, or Morifushi Kaimitsu, are many Japanese people. Just as Yutani once said, these guys are not qualified to enjoy many seemingly ordinary feelings. Lovers are the whole country. Akimi Miyano wants to save. This is not only to provide organized intelligence for the Japanese public security, but also to sell a favor to a certain FBI investigator. Xinfan knew that he had no room for error, and either kept undercover perfectly, or exposed and accepted death calmly. It's that simple. After leaving Kazumi-Yuya's side, Shinshige got into a discount store, and when he came out, he had already changed his image. When he sat in that ordinary car, he became Asano Nobuhira who planned to open a music classroom. Damn it! I don't know where Miss Hirota was robbed by the gangster. As soon as he walked in, Shinyan heard the angry voice of Kogorum Maori. What's wrong, what happened? Ah, it's Mr. Asano, you are here. Mao Lilan called Xinfan to sit down. Conan immediately climbed onto the sofa and sat next to Shinyan. It's Miss Hirota. We finally helped her find her father yesterday, but today we heard that Mr. Hirota is dead and Miss Hirota Masami is also missing. Mao Lilan showed a sad look. Poor Miss Hirota, she finally found her father, but before she had time to get along with her father, she was involved in this dangerous thing. I think, Mr. Hirota before. The reason why I ran away from home is probably for the safety of his wife and daughter. Xingxin thought about it for a while, and then said, actually, I think Mr. Hirota must be a very successful person. He may be an entrepreneur, but it may also be an inconvenient occupation. How come? Didn't Miss Hirota Masami say that her father worked as a taxi driver? But the watch that Miss Hirota wore before was expensive. Shinshige pointed out. Conan suddenly became interested. Watches? I seem to have seen them too. Is it an international brand? Yet. Zinfan pretended to mention it casually, saying, when I asked Miss Hirota about her father's photo, I accidentally rubbed the cuff sticker on her watch, so I paid special attention. Hearing this, Conan finally remembered what he had done that day, and his face became stiff. Zinfan didn't notice the abnormality. He met Morilan and Muri Kogora's interested gazes, and continued, although I don't know why there are such non-patterned stickers on the cuffs, it may be on the food packaging. But it is. It is precisely because of this that I have carefully looked at Miss Hirota's watch. That is a classic Rolex, no matter where you buy it, it costs at least 2 million yen. 2 million. Kogoro Mori grew his mouth in astonishment and exclaimed. Morilan was also taken aback, but Oshen possessed her and she quickly found the point. But Mr. Asano, why do you say that Mr. Hirota may be an inconvenient occupation? Because ordinary taxi drivers cannot easily buy 2 million watches for their daughters. Ah! Yes. Conan suddenly jumped up and analyzed loudly, if Mr. Hirota is an entrepreneur, there is no need for Miss Hirota to hide this from us. And if other people in the family are rich, when Brother Asano said that she was still a student and it was difficult to pay the commission fee, she could also directly refute it without having to go around such a big circle. Conan. Hey! Conan suddenly realized that his appearance was not like a child, and quickly laughed. Is that right, Brother Asano? Float, just watch you float quietly. Shinyan suppressed the contempt of flying towards Conan. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com explained as usual, Conan is right. So I can hardly not think of some crimes. Perhaps Mr. Hirota made a lot of money through robbery or corruption, and then he and colleagues have conflicts due to uneven distribution of spoils. In this way, all the doubts before us can now be explained. Molilan sighed. Anyway, Miss Hirota Masami is very pitiful. Being involved in this kind of thing always feels horrible. Zinfan kept silent, non-committal. Watches, jewelry with distinctive personal elements, should be avoided by any mature criminal. Not only that, but also deliberately weaken one's habits when pretending. For example, in the process from the death in Scotland to the new life in Mescal, Zinfan received 2 months of behavior modification training. Only in this way can we be in front of acquaintances, and will not be associated with Scotland before. Mayano Akimi is not a member of the inner circle of the organization after all, and even among the outer members, she has done very few tasks. Although he has criminal talent, he lacks practical experience. From a professional point of view, this billion-yen robbery is really full of loopholes. And many more. When did he start calling himself a professional criminal? Is he obviously a policeman? Policeman? Really? Obviously it is 3 years, but 3 years later, 3 years later, 3 years later, and 10 years later, you will be the boss of the organization. Do you want him to remind himself that he is a policeman every day, even when he dreams? He says to put down the gun, I am a policeman. Is that so? Shinyan became more tired as he thought about it, so he just leaned on the sofa and stopped talking. Anyway, Conan already knew that the sender was on Akimi Mayano's watch, and he would surely find the truth soon. Chapter 14, Only One Real Wine Produced by the Winery. Conan quickly found a clue based on the location of the sender. When they rushed to their destination, Zinfan parted ways with the Maori group under the pretext that they were not interested. He drove that ordinary car and got off at the parking lot next to Miwa Station. After changing his disguise several times, he drove off the Maserati parked nearby in the face of Mescal. Zinfan took out a wireless headset from his backpack, and put it on his ear after a short adjustment. Hey, it's me. The voice of the Jin on the other side is as calm and cold as ever. Come directly to B1, I'll be waiting for you here. It is good. Shinyan stepped on the accelerator and galloped through the gap in the traffic. At the same time, he still had time to take out his mobile phone and sent an email to Feng Jianyu to start the operation. From the hotel where Akira Hirota, a bank robbery accomplice, lived, to the pier agreed by Jinjiu and Akimi Miyano, there was a bridge on the road. There are many hillsides near the bridge, and the terrain is very suitable for snipers to ambush. Against the afternoon sunset, Zinfan came to Bai Point, the hillside directly opposite the bridge. Parked the car next to the famous Porsche 356A. The Jin with a peculiar hairstyle and a stylish dress leaned against the car door to smoke. Well, in fact, the guy who doesn't know how to hide his personal characteristics is definitely Jin. But this man is really terribly powerful. Even if he drives the same car and commits crimes every day, the police will still be unable to catch him if he can't catch him. There is no way at all. Seeing him, the Jin didn't even change his movements, but he said hello, which was a bit of face. You are here, Mezcal. One of the accomplices that Akimi Miyano was looking for, the one named Akira Hirota, lives at the Rice Flower restaurant. Akimi Miyano should share the spoils with him there, no. Shinshige smiled playfully, it should be said, yes. Get rid of him there. Jinwine exhaled a thin layer of white smoke, I know, so I gave her a sleeping pill. Zinfan raised his eyebrows, it's just sleeping pills. Jin nodded, yet. Let's go, what you say is what you say. Speaking of which, don't you need to arrange people at the dock? Zinfan opened the instrument bag on the back seat, exposing the contents, and reminded while assembling the sniper rifle, although I have confidence in my marksmanship, but out of caution, at least there must be alternatives. For example, if Akimi Miyano escapes. Vodka is at the dock. As long as Miyano shows up, she will die. Shinshige put down the glass and put the sniper rifle on the car window. He can clearly see the situation on the bridge through the sight. It's almost 600 yards from here to the bridge, no problem. He asked aloud, has Miyano Akimi set off? Let me ask. Jin made a call, and then replied, she is still in room 802. It is estimated that it will take at least half an hour to get here. Would you like to eat something to rest? Okay. Zinfan put away his gun, opened the door and got out of the car. Jin has taken out a sandwich from the car and handed it to him with the mineral water. Shinfan took it, glanced twice, with a strange expression, do you usually eat this? When I have a task, it is basically a bento sandwich from a convenience store. If I take a vacation, I will eat normally. Jin explained patiently. Is just his vacation. Then it can be treated like this for almost every meal, right? Earns money comparable to the first-line celebrities, doing the most tiring and dangerous jobs, and worrying about never-ending, but can only eat the most ordinary dinner. Is indeed the only real wine produced by the winery. Does boss issue model workers awards? He recommended Jin by his real name. Zinfan spit out in his heart while eating a sandwich that he bought with hard-earned money with Jin wine. Beside him, the person who had been complained about received another call. I see, you retreat. The Jin's voice suddenly fell below the freezing point, still carrying a bitter intent to kill. Zinfan couldn't help but looked at him curiously. Jinjiu said with a calm face and an extremely unhappy mood, and said coldly, you were right before. The eyeliner who was lying in the Miwa Hotel reported that a team of police entered the lobby, and it was estimated that they were going for 1 billion yen. That means Akimi Miyano has already guessed the purpose of the organization and has colluded with the police. Probably. A sharp flash of Jinjiu's eyes, but it doesn't matter, Miyano Akimi has already drove towards the pier. No matter how she and the police plan, you just need to send that guy to see God on the road. Understood. Shinshige swallowed the last bite of the food, and put away the wrapping paper and plastic bottles that might have his own saliva stuck to it. I don't know Akimi Miyano very well. Remember to remind me when she enters the field of vision. Jinjiu nodded, then raised his binoculars and looked in the direction of the bridge. Xinyan returned to the car, set up the sniper rifle, and immediately afterwards the whole body's temperament changed instantly. He felt the surrounding environment, slowly reducing his sense of existence, letting his breath blend into the sound of the wind beside him. The sight in the scope is clear, and Xinfan gradually finds the feeling with the familiar operation and feel. The range is 600 yards, the half-speed wind, the wind speed is 24, the correction factor. He muttered the countdown silently, 13, 12, 11, 7, 6, 2, 1. Xinyan's whispered murmur just as the wind blows out, and the Jin's words sounded loudly, the target appears, and the third car in the field of vision from east to west, white. I saw it. Shin Shige pointed his gun at the car that was moving at a constant speed, and the front sight slowly moved up and landed on the head of the black-haired woman in the driver's seat. Confirm the target. Confirm. Jin is equivalent to the last command. As soon as his voice fell, Xinfan pulled the trigger slightly. Bang! The bullet spun and shot at the woman in the driving position at a fast speed according to a predetermined trajectory. Miyano Akimi was hit in the head by a bullet that was shot suddenly, killing him instantly. Due to the relatively good stability of the car, even if no one is driving, it still keeps the original direction and continues to drive. Jin put away the telescope with satisfaction. I inform Vodka, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com retreat as soon as possible. However, Shin Shige still kept aiming. Hearing Jin's words, he asked in a cold voice, is there any organized message in Miyano Akimi? It shouldn't be. The Jin suddenly paused, and the next moment he screamed, destroy that car. No need to remind him, Xinfan's second bullet was aimed at the car's fuel tank. Suddenly, explosions and flames that rose into the sky engulfed the car driven by Miyano Akimi and even affected several nearby cars, causing a slight rear-end collision. The real man never looked back in front of the explosion. Xinfan put away his sniper rifle, and did not take another look at the scene of the accident. And the Jin's face is already extremely serious, although Shirley has not leaked the information of the organization through Miyano Akimi, but her hand is really beautiful. Shin Shige smiled lightly, and met Jin's gaze calmly. Originally, Akimi Miyano wanted to exchange 1 billion yen for the freedom of herself and her sister. But now, the organization money has not been taken. When it arrives, people dare not use it anymore. If Akimi Miyano is really sitting in the car, then this deal is the result of a loss for both sides. However, Akimi Miyano is still alive. According to the protagonist's law of immortality, Shirley will only become a child when she leaves the organization. Therefore, it is very clear who loses and who wins in the confrontation between red and black. Jinjiu can of course figure out this problem, so his anger can no longer rest. The police are likely to have been paying attention to Miyano's dynamics. Retreat first, and I will contact you after Shirley's problem. Remember to send an email. Xinfan reminded. He didn't want to receive a phone call from Jin in front of Conan. Chapter 15, There are many months in this month. Bourbon, who was organized and sent to the United States on a business trip, didn't know yet. His caring and useful subordinates just worked with a good friend of his who should have died and rescued the girlfriend of his most annoying person. And the reason why he hates the person he hates is because he thinks that person killed his good friend who should have died before. Bourbon is the worst, not one of them. Early in the morning, Xinfan woke up on the soft bed in his apartment, as usual, memorializing the situation. Then he received a call from a young lady. It sounds like Mr. Asano hasn't gotten up yet. The young lady's voice was very good, but the content made Xinfan a little embarrassed. He got up quickly, cleared his throat with his microphone, and tried to make himself sound very vigorous. it's just that I was a little dizzy early in the morning, and it will be fine in a while. The young lady on the other side of the phone is Sachiko Matsumoto, a gentle and beautiful violinist. Before, I was unemployed because I didn't like the compact atmosphere of the orchestra. Later, I saw the generous rewards from Xinfan, so I am now a part-time teacher in Lufeng's music classroom. Freelance entrepreneurs who spend their money at home are relaxed, they can only get up at this point. Sachiko Matsumoto teased, I'm different. I'm already on the Shinkansen now. Does Ms. Matsumoto have something to do so early? Shinshige asked as he tossed the toast into the toaster. I'm going to be a tutor. My students are in Yokohama and they have an appointment to meet at 9:30. Shinshige put his cell phone aside and started to wash. It's not a good deal to choose the Shinkansen if you go to Yokohama. The time spent at the station is longer than driving. But I don't have a car, Mr. Asano. You refused to give me away. Shinshige said helplessly, Ms. Matsumoto, are you really good like this? I didn't even know that you brought a tutor in Yokohama before this. There was a pleasant laugh from the young lady on the phone. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I have a serious business calling you today. When Sachiko Matsumoto finished talking about her, Shinshige was already sitting at the dining table with bread and jam. So, Ms. Matsumoto has a time conflict with the tutor, want me to help take a class. Is this how many tutors have to find a job to be messed up like this? It can't be arranged at all? It's not a class. To be precise, the music class of Miss Xiaozhang in this month just happened to conflict. Shinshige has a headache. Ms. Matsumoto, I don't know how to play the violin. You know that, right? Don't worry, I'm only teaching Ms. Xiaozhang the basic music theory, not the violin. So Mr. Asano should be competent? Maybe Ms. Xiaozhang will still like bass because of it. The voice on the other side of the phone was light and cheerful, and Xinfan. The helplessness formed a sharp contrast. This woman who knows to avoid work. Why did he ask her to work in the music classroom before? There is always a premonition that is not quite okay, this guy will not be like this in the future in the music classroom, right? But speaking of it, the name A Ben Shijiang is so familiar. Although Xinfan has deepened the impression of the plot over and over again, and some of the general situation of the case can still be remembered, there is really no way to get a specific name. So he can probably guess that Xiaozhang must be a plot character, but he doesn't know which case it is. Then, I beg you for the 3 classes on March 17th, July 20th, and June 9th of this month. Mr. Asano, please come on. Sachiko Matsumoto got the assurance and hung up the phone with a smile. She would like to take advantage of the tens of minutes on the Shinkansen to contact the violin tutor in Shizuoka in the afternoon. Shinshigeru looked at the calendar with his bread in his mouth. March 17th is tomorrow. According to the law of Detective Conan, this substitute work is estimated to not be long, and it is very likely that there will be a murder tomorrow. Then, while there is nothing wrong today, let's go to see Miss Miyano Akimi. Shinyan used a spare phone card to call Kazumiya. Kazumiyu was also directly assigned by the high-level police to cooperate with Shinfan's actions after Miyano Akimi's affairs. So of course he knew the name Asano Nobuan, and by the way he also got a little understanding of Shinyano's current undercover situation. I only know that Shinfan and Mr. Yugu are undercover in the same organization, and neither party should be aware of the other's existence and mission. They are both public security police, but they belong to different departments. Was it the nail that was inserted to fill the position after Zhu Fujingguang died? That's also an amazing person. Mr. Asano. Thinking of the identity of the person opposite, Kazaka's tone was almost cautious, and his voice was very low. Is there someone on your side? Xinfan was stunned. If it is not convenient, please contact me later. After that, he had to hang up, although he didn't understand what inconvenience a serious police officer might have. Wait. Upon seeing the wind, he hurriedly stopped him. I am safe here, but I think it may not be convenient for you to contact you at any time. I'm at home. Shin Shige was lying lazily on the sofa, no monitoring, no surveillance, and no one. Well, that's good, but you must not be careless, often because it looks safe on the surface. Mr. Kazumi, I'm very busy. Shin Shige had to interrupt the motherly Kazumi Yuya aloud. I am calling you this time to meet Miyano Akemi. Is it so windy to say that Feng Jianyu is also with Zhang Guling? How could that fellow be able to stand such a noisy subordinate? But it's hard to say. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Maybe because of this they can talk together. No, it should be said that they cooperate very well. Feng Jianyu is also verbose, but there is still a wink. It is not a problem to switch the working status in 1 second, you can come over at any time. Just notify me before you come. I will email you the address. Zinfan opened the mailbox with a laptop, and deleted the address directly after remembering the address. See you at Akemi Miyano in an hour. Okay. Hang up for 5 minutes. Shin Shige drove away from home with Asano Shinchich's appearance, habitually circled around twice, fine-tuned his looks and clothes in the car, changed to public transportation, and got off at the station near the address. After getting out of the car, he walked into a department store, and when he went out again, he was the same as Nobuhiro Asano, but his clothes were adjusted a lot. Feng Jianyu should have met Zhu Fujingguang. After all, he was considered Zhu Fujingguang's senior when he was in the police academy, and he belonged to the same department in the police department system. Only since the suspended animation incident 4 years ago, under the instruction of the gentleman of the organization, Zinfan has undergone more than a dozen facial operations, both large and small. Not to mention Feng Jianyu, even if it is Zhu Fujioming or Zhang Guling, he still can't recognize it. The technology of a certain neighboring country is really strong, Shin Shiro can only say that. After Miyano Akemi placed the money in the lobby of the hotel, she was stopped by the police who knew the news in advance. As the public security promised to ensure the safety of her and her sister, Miyano took the initiative to confess the position of 1 billion yen. The person who left the hotel that day and got in the car prepared by the police was actually Yuno Kobayashi with Akemi Miyano's face. The real Akemi Miyano has long been protected by the police. Chapter 16, Gentle Sister. Miyano Akemi's residence is an ordinary one-family house, hidden in many similar buildings in the community. The surroundings are very quiet, and there are no traces of deliberate protection. Zinfan rang the doorbell. Then a middle-aged woman opened the door. Hello, may I ask? Hello, Mrs. Kawakami, this is Nobuhiro Asano who called before to visit. Ah, it turned out to be Mr. Asano, my son has been waiting for you. The middle-aged woman let go of the door. It seems that there is just an ordinary couple living here, and the husband's friends come to visit as scheduled. Calm is normal. It's just that when Shin Shige entered the door, he saw not only the Kawakami-san, but also Yuya Kazumi in a formal suit. Feng Jian was stunned for a moment, and then he said with emotion, Mr. Asano is very young. The first time I met, I was Feng Jian Yuya. As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand. Shinyan shook his hand calmly. This is the second time we have met, Mr. Kazumi. Asano Nobuhiro's face does not look like 29 years old, so his ID is only 24 years old. But even if he is younger, someone will believe it. The reason why his new identity is at this age is mainly because he needed a legal adult identity 4 years ago. There are so many things that a minor cannot do, and it is easy to cause trouble. It's just that Shinyan looked at the smiling Feng Jianyuya, and suddenly felt a lot of emotion. The red side will win the final victory, although it is due to the protagonist's halo bonus, but everyone else is also very powerful. A character like Feng Jian that can't be regarded as the main force of the red party. When he is obviously surprised at his age, he can react to it for the first time to test the truthfulness of Xin Fan. It's really something. After confirming that the other party was indeed Asano Nobuhira, Kazaka led him to the second floor. Miss Miyano Akimi has always lived here and never went out. We have all the conditions nearby, and the house opposite is also guarded by the police. Well, this is the way to deal with this during this time. Nobuhira said as he walked. Miyano Akimi is a person who has been confirmed dead on the face. The disguise material I gave Kobayashi Yuno is very good, even if it is blown up. Leave a trace, as long as she herself. As the wind saw the door knocked on the innermost door, Zinfan also stopped his instructions. Akimi Miyano wore a light purple dress, even at home with delicate makeup. Seeing Zinfan, she obviously showed a very surprised look. Mr. Kazumi, who is this? Haven't you seen it? Kazumi was also surprised. This is Mr. Asano Nobuhira. Hello, Mr. Asano. Hearing the words Kazumi said, Miyano had a guess in her heart. Probably the young man in front of him is an undercover agent placed in the organization by the Japanese police. She is only a peripheral member after all, and many things are unclear. But since this Mr. Asano can steal her from the organization, he is at least a member with a code name. Just, who is he? Can you really save Shiho too? Hello, Ms. Miyano. During this time, you need to be wrong to stay in this room and don't walk around. Zinfan said, looking around the room for a week. The room is very clean, there is no mess, and you can see the situation in every corner at a glance. Only. Zinfan's eyes suddenly condensed, and his expression became serious. See the wind, pull the curtains open. Ah? Good, okay. Feng Jian's face was dumbfounded and he wanted to execute the order subconsciously, but he was still worried. But if you open the curtains, will Miss Ming Mei risk being seen by others? Outside the window is a small platform with unobstructed views. Nobuhira then said, hang all the clothes washed by the Kawakami couple on this platform, do you know what I mean? Feng Jian was stunned, and then suddenly realized, I think too narrowly. Indeed, it is suspicious to draw the curtains rather than being blocked by clothes. Those guys who want Miss Akimi's life will not focus on someone who has been confirmed dead. At the moment, you are safe. Nobuhiro said to Miyano Akimi, hiding too deliberately can easily cause neighbors. If we are noticed by those people because of this, then we will lose more than we gain. Even, in a week or two, you can change your appearance and appear in the sun as Mr. Kawakami's sister Kawakami Yuno. Zinchich said to Kazumi again, the policeman who was in charge of protecting her at that time, it can also be removed. It is enough to leave only the Kawakami couple. The longer the protection period, the greater the risk of exposure. As for the issue of identity information, the Public Security Bureau will help solve the problem and ensure that Kawakami Yuno's identity is legal and valid. In fact, the name was decided by Miyano himself. She probably also has a grateful heart for that Miss Kobayashi Yuno. Thank you very much, Akimi Miyano said sincerely, it's just about my sister, Mr. Asano, can I talk to you alone? Receiving Zinfan's wink, Kazumi left the room immediately, and even closed the door intimately. Akimi Miyano sat in a chair with a very worried expression. I think you should know that my sister's situation is much more special than mine. Before you reading www.yuyuganshu.com, I had a deal with Jin, as long as after grabbing 1 billion yen from the bank, he released me and my sister. But it turns out that he didn't intend to let me survive from the beginning. Shirley's stay is not determined by Jin. Xin Fan reminded her, even Rum, I am afraid I can't make such a promise to you. Miyano Akimi's expression was dim, and she smiled self-deprecatingly, sure enough, I was too naive. She paused, then put an expectant look on Zinfan's body, then my sister. I can guarantee Shirley's life, but... Zinfan said truthfully, in what state and capacity will she live and where, can she meet with you? I can't give you a clear answer. Hearing this series of uncertainties, Akimi Miyano was relieved, I understand. Thank you very, very much. Xin became more complicated, and said a few more words to her. I just met Shirley last week. Except that she doesn't like the research she's doing, she has no problem with her mental state. The organization of your execution does not intend to let her know for the time being, so for now, she is fine. Hearing the news of Shiho Miyano, Akimi Miyano's eyes softened a lot. Shiho is a very independent child, and I don't need me to worry about her. It's just that as a sister, it is really difficult for me to treat her. I don't care about the future. After my accident, the organization will probably do something to her soon. I don't know when we meet next time. When I said this, the bright and gentle eyes were stained with a cloud of shadow. She raised her head and looked at Xinfan earnestly, and with a firm and pious belief, she begged, "Can you please help Shiva with a word?" Chapter 17, Interpersonal Communication is an Art. The next day, which is March 17th. Shinshige followed the address given by Sachiko Matsumoto and drove to a villa area on time. Far away, he saw an old man in a black tuxedo waiting at the door of a house. The words Lai Ben are written next to the black European-style iron gate. You are the music teacher introduced by Ms. Matsumoto, Mr. Asano, right? The old man bowed slightly to Shinshigamai. I am the butler of the Yanben family, Suzuki. Miss Xiaozhang is already waiting for you in the piano room. Excuse me, please lead the way. Shinshige followed the Suzuki butler and walked into the Yanben house. This is a purely Japanese-style building complex, but the garden creatively uses European elements. Arches, stone carvings, and roses decorate the courtyard like the back garden of in Greek mythology. Coupled with the simple Japanese architecture, there is a different kind of harmony. What are these things? Xinfan heard a humming sound at a distance. I have emphasized to you many times, if your own aesthetic is not good enough, then let others come. Don't always get these ugly and vulgar things in my eyes. That person's voice was very loud. In contrast, even though the person he was reprimanded was talking, he only occasionally heard one or two intermittent apologies, and couldn't hear clearly. Butler Suzuki leads the way in front of him without changing his face. Obviously he has become accustomed to such scenes. He was even in the mood to fulfill his duties as a housekeeper, and explained to Xinfan, the rules of the Yan family are very strict. You are Miss Xiaojiang's teacher and a guest. You need to go to the main hall to see the master first. While talking, Xinfan followed the housekeeper through the front yard, took off his shoes under the porch, and walked all the way down the wooden porch to the main hall. The scolding in the main hall has not stopped. You are the same as your father. You can only give birth to what kind of child it is. In the middle of the room, an old man with his eyebrows soaring to the sky chattered, drawing. I know painting every day. There are actually quite a few people in the room, but except for the old man, everyone else has their heads down, and they dare not speak. In this way, the atmosphere of the Yanben family is not like that of family members, but rather like the situation in some traditional large companies. Older employees have the qualifications and momentum to rule everything. The butler bowed calmly and said, Master, Mr. Asano, Miss Xiaojiang's music teacher, is here. The old man let go of the young man who had just been scolded by him, and turned to look at Xinfan. He looked at Xinfan from head to toe with that critical, contemptuous, dissatisfied look. In the end he just snorted and looked satisfied. The girl who came last time was too lively, she pulled Xiaozhang and kept talking. Is it to learn music or make friends? I hope you can be better than her, at least knowing what you should do with the money. Is the character lively? Nobuhira felt that Sachiko Matsumoto should not be regarded as that kind of lively girl. Although there may be some bad attributes hidden in her character, she still looks very well behaved in appearance. Probably in the heart of this old man, as long as it is not a word of nonsense, it is lively. So Xinfan thought about the character of Mr. Yaben, and replied with discretion, I understand. Well, that's it, the simpler the better. Who expected that? The old man Yan Ben curled his lips after hearing this. Hey! I thought someone was a little smarter, but he turned out to be an idiot. Forget it, the piano room is over there, you hurry up after the lesson. Lu Sun is right, interpersonal communication is an art. The feeling of glowing light on Xin Fan's body did not ease slightly until he was far away from the main hall. Fortunately, he soon saw the young woman waiting for him at the door of the piano room. She has long dark brown hair and bangs, and she has a slim body under a light blue dress. You are Mr. Asano Shinshige, right? Seeing him, Amoto Natsu laughed, light and gentle. I heard from Mr. Sachiko, you are a very good bass player. I don't dare to be, I just like music better, and I am preparing to open a music classroom. Music classroom, it's so good. Yan Benchijiang showed a look of yearning. She nodded to the housekeeper, and let Xinfan into the piano room. Said as he walked, although Mr. Sachiko has been recommending Mr. Asano's bass, I still feel that the piano will feel more in that situation. What do you think of Mozart's Sonata No. 16? In fact, I wanted to choose Liszt's Dream of Love at first, but it is still too difficult to think about it. It may not be suitable for a novice like me. Listening to Shijiang's words, Xinfan gradually realized something was wrong. Do you want to learn piano music in today's music class? Yeah, I want to surprise Xiaowu at the wedding anyway. Xiaozhang asked, what's wrong, do you think the piano music is inappropriate? Xinchich felt that he might be pitted. I'm just curious, you have been studying music theory with Ms. Matsumoto, why didn't you choose the violin? Did Mr. Sachiko tell you? I asked her to contact a piano teacher because I wanted to play a piano at the wedding. Let's confirm, he was scammed by that woman. However, it is true that Xiaozhang needs a piano teacher, and the work conflict should also be true for Matsumoto. Noting Xinyan's apparently out of the condition look, Amoto Shijiang also said helplessly, Sachiko-sensei is sometimes a bit nasty. But this time maybe she really forgot. So is it convenient for you? Has been like this, Xinfan can only choose to forgive. I have no problem. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, you can learn any song you want. That's great. It's just that the class originally scheduled for July 20th may need to trouble you to change it to this weekend. As he said, there was a blush on Lai Benchijiang's cheek, because I will be on September 8th getting married. If it just sounds like this, everyone will find it strange. Why does the wedding on September 8th affect the music class on July 20th? But if you understand the timeline of this world, you will find that the second day of July 20th is September 8th. Is really outrageous. But Asano Nobuhira, who has lived in this world for 29 years, can say very responsibly, this phenomenon only appeared this year, and it has been normal before. Moreover, the sudden time chaos did not affect anyone, including Xin Fan, everyone adapted well. No one even noticed this change. Xinyan put away his scattered thoughts, and after thinking about it carefully, he replied, I should have time this weekend. But if there are only 2 classes, time will be very tight. Are you a novice? Yes. Yan Benchijiang sighed, I have never touched a piano before. So can't you choose a piece that is too difficult? Well, would you like to give it a try to Alice? Although this is a well-known piece, it cannot be denied that it is really nice and very suitable for the wedding atmosphere. Benchijiang turned up the sheet music for Alice and read it all over. In the end, she seemed to realize that even this song for Alice was a big challenge for her. So she nodded hard, then choose this song, anyway, no matter what I play, it will definitely surprise Xiaowu. Chapter 18, I See the Death on Your Face. Xinfan and A Benchijiang finalized the repertoire to be played at the wedding, and after demonstrating it to her again, almost time has passed. Fortunately, he didn't have much to do today, so he just left 2 more hours to explain in detail some details and fingerings to Alice. However, this kind of making claims obviously caused Xinfan's dissatisfaction with the old man Yan Ben. Because of me, it took Asano-sensei so long, so I left him at home for dinner. Amoto Shijiang explained to her grandfather. The old man seemed to like his granddaughter very much, but this did not affect his release of air conditioning at Xinfan. I guessed it a long time ago, deliberately procrastinating and not giving lectures well, just to stay in my house for a few more hours. People like you I have seen a lot. Dad. Before Xinyan said anything, the middle-aged woman in a kimono sitting across from him helped him to persuade him, Ms. Asano is a guest, so just say a few words less. What's the matter? I said the last 2 sentences, you are not willing. Old man Yan Ben glared at the middle-aged woman, if you are so capable, you can take care of your husband and son. Look, what paintings are you painting? The roar of the old man Ben made the young man who had been sketching before shaking his whole body, and the painting book fell to the ground. He immediately picked up the notebook in a hurry, and deliberately blocked the paper for others to see. Portrait. He seems to be sketching after someone? Xinyan judged the direction, and when he followed the young man's sight, he seemed to be right next to him. Ms. Asano. Ben Shijiang's delicate face suddenly appeared in front of Xinfan. Turns out to be her? Xinfan has the answer in his heart, but on the surface he can't see anything. What's the matter, Miss Xiaozhang? No, it's nothing, I just saw that the teacher seemed to be distracted, and worried that you would mind my grandfather's words. Ben Shijiang sighed, actually, he has no malice, but his personality is like this. And my grandfather treats his son-in-law. One family is very opinionated, and usually vent their anger like this. The son-in-law who is married, is the wife in kimono, her husband. Yet. Ben Shijiang lowered his head, and softly introduced the group of people in the family to Xinfan, that's Aunt Mariko and Uncle Bilang. It was their only son Ichiro who was reprimanded by my grandfather just now for painting. There is also a young woman with short hair over there. She is called Yan Ben Kaihujiang, my sister. The man sitting next to her is Long Nan brother-in-law. In addition, the man next to my grandfather is my uncle Yan Ben Xiangji. He does not have Mary. Xinfan listened, while sighing in his heart. This big family is really chaotic, I feel that just remembering the name, this meal is about to pass. But, why does he remember these people's names? Obviously, if you come again at most, you can forget about each other, right? The atmosphere of S family dinner is very strange, except that the old man scolded everyone at first, basically no one spoke during the whole process. Seeing the old man Yan Ben finished the meal, put down his chopsticks, and hesitated for a long time, Mariko Yan Ben still spoke, Dad, speaking of it, Xiaozhang is about to get married, and Ichiro in our family hasn't even talked about a girlfriend. Who is this to blame? The old man stunned directly, as long as he doesn't daydream, Xiao wants to do in vain, how can he not find a girlfriend with Yan Ben's last name? Moto Mariko's face became ugly because of these words. She glared at her disappointed son and said, but my father would rather leave the property to Xiaozhang, but refused to let Ichiro inherit it. How can he continue like this? Oh yo, did you talk about the issue of inheritance? Xinfan pricked up his ears silently. When the old man heard the words, he swept his stern gaze and said angrily, didn't you say that there are guests here? I think you and your husband are eager for me to die soon. Even if I take all the money to give away, people will not give you a cent. Xinyan looked up, and he noticed that the atmosphere in the restaurant changed again as the old man said this. It seems that everyone's expressions are very complicated, full of a lot of maliciousness. Plus the unforgiving character of the old man Yan Ben, and the issues related to property and so on in this family. Xinfan's bad premonition became more and more serious. Even in his eyes, the old man Yan Ben who is sitting on the main seat is now all surrounded by Black Death, and he has to finish playing if he is careless. Xinfan's hands shook, and he felt that he should leave as soon as possible, otherwise he would have to stay and make confession and transcript if something went wrong. But he changed his mind and felt that it should not be enough. After all, the Grim Reaper elementary school student is not here. Just in case, after saying goodbye to Yan Benchijiang, Xinfan called Mao Lilan as soon as he got in the car. "Hello, Mr. Asano." Mao Lilan's nice voice came through the receiver. "There, you can still vaguely hear the sound of horse racing on TV and the yelling of Uncle Maori. The Mori Detective Agency is still lively as always. In fact, as long as they stay in the office well and don't go anywhere, the world will be quiet. The performance of the Yanihua Town Police Station will also jump from the bottom of Japan to the forefront, and Officer Megome will not have to go to the scene several times a day." Xinyan thought this way, and couldn't help asking directly, "You should have stayed at home recently, right?" "Hey!" Mao Lilan stunned before replied, "Conan and I are both going to school, and we usually have to cook for my dad when we come back. In fact, it's still very busy. I really haven't had time to go elsewhere recently. Oh, I still have to go to school. That." Xinfan thought for a while, "And I am still not at ease with the Yan Ben family. No matter from which point of view, Yan Ben is the birthplace of the standard Conan version of the victims and murderers. Have Mr. Mori received a client surnamed Yan Ben recently? Is it a book? I ask, you read www.yuyugonshu.com. Wait a minute." Soon Mao Lilan picked up the phone again. "No, my father has been very idle these past 2 days. That's why I read newspapers, watched TV, and drank alcohol every day." Well, the client may also have used a pseudonym. But his purpose should be the investigation of the junior third, or something else. In short, he will give a lot of commission. Is there such a client? Mao Lilan laughed, "There must be no such thing. If there is a large commission, Dad will not stay at home and go anywhere. Is it the phone of Brother Asano?" Conan's voice came over there, and Mo Lilan handed the microphone to the kid. "Brother Asano called so late, what's the matter?" Conan deliberately pretended to be tender and cute. "Xinfan has drove the car out of the area where Yan Ben's family is located. Have you received any strange invitations lately? For weddings or something, the inviter's name is Yan Ben. How can a wedding invitation be a strange invitation? There will be no cases." Listening to Conan's natural words, Xinfan had a word stuck in his throat, not knowing whether he should say it or not. "But at least it is certain that Mr. Yan Ben will be fine recently, and Miss Xiaozhang can also have a complete wedding that is at least not so scary. Okay, I'm fine. If possible, please help me to say hello to Mr. Maori." Xinyan said. He was about to hang up. "Okay. Also, Brother Xinfan, Uncle Maori is going to take me and Sister Xiaolan to the nearby island next Monday. Do you want to come together?" Xinfan shook his hand. "Wait, what did this Reaper pupil say, and who is he going to harm?" Chapter 19, Murphy's Law. Conan's time to play on the island coincides with the wedding of Yan Benchijiang, which is not a good phenomenon. If you think about it, you will find that although Kogoro Muri did not receive the wedding invitation, this does not prevent them from encountering the Yanmato family. Old man is still very dangerous. Is more dangerous. Shinshige refused Conan's warm invitation without hesitation. He can't wait to stay away from troubles and accidents now. How could it be possible to post it when you know something is about to happen? However, Conan Kid is like a keen sense of hidden attributes. After being rejected, he aroused his strong interest and desire. The next morning, before the decoration workers came, he was already holding the rice ball and waiting on the first floor. "I'll bring you food." Facing Xinfan's puzzled eyes, Conan raised the lunch box in his hand. "Sister Xiaolan asked me to give it to you. You haven't had breakfast yet, right?" "Thank you Miss Maori for me." Xinyan smiled and took the lunch box. Conan, go home quickly, it's still early, and children need to sleep more in order to grow taller. Conan. I always feel that you just drove me away on purpose. Brother Asano, are you really not going with us? Conan blinked his innocent eyes. Uncle Maori said that you are now our neighbor. You should be invited to events like this. Xinyan sighed helplessly. He squatted down and stared at the children. Say, why are you approaching me? Conan was stunned. Pick up, get closer. Why did Brother Asano say that? Didn't you suspect that I was a criminal before and suddenly approached me deliberately? Why? Conan smiled awkwardly, thinking that the conversation was not quite right. Brother Asano said so familiar. It seems that the spy movie that Uncle Maori is watching recently has similar lines. As for the fact that Nobuhiro Asano was a bad guy before, Conan felt that he had a blind trust in his colleagues as a detective. Since the two cooperated and tacitly solved Abe Toys, in Conan's heart, Shinshige has obviously been labeled as a teammate. With this layer of filter bonus, it is really pleasing to the eye. Brother Asano really won't go? Anyway, the music classroom is still in the renovation stage, so it's okay to go out and relax. Conan was still struggling. Don't go. Shinshige refused with a smile. However, just when he was about to turn around and check the renovation relentlessly, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Is Yan Ben Shijiang? Hey, is it Mr. Asano? As soon as the call was connected, the clear and clean voice rang. Xiao Wu and I are counting the list of guests attending the wedding, although I did not know the teacher when we sent the invitation letter, but I still hope you can also come to participate. Zinfan took a deep breath, feeling that his luck was really bad. But, I don't want to go. I'm sorry, but there are still some in the music classroom on Monday. Ah, yes, Mr. Sachiko will come too. In order to invite Mrs. Sachiko to be my bridesmaid, I specially customized the dress for her from the brand of the wedding dress. Mrs. Sachiko has such a good figure, and the dress must be super beautiful. Zinfan instantly changed his attitude without a bottom line. Okay, I will be there on time. Hey? Asano-sensei is not. Without changing his face, he calmly said, Ms. Xiaozhang has only one wedding. Of course I should go to witness the most beautiful moment of Ms. Xiaozhang. That's great, I look forward to your coming. A Ben Shijiang happily hung up the phone. Conan raised an eyebrow and teased, why did Brother Asano suddenly change his mind? Could it be because my sweetheart will go too? Shinshige glanced at him, seriously suspecting that his mobile phone was leaking. The primary school students in Japan are too scary now. It's so premature for parents to do it. So, Brother Asano, did you acquiesce in it? No. Shinfan stared quietly at the street outside the glass window with cold eyes. It's just that a woman who has a bad personality and can't connect will pass by, that's all. Conan couldn't help but shudder, and then looked around vigilantly. The air conditioner is not installed on the first floor yet, why is it so cold? Sachiko Matsumoto, who was sitting on the train hurriedly rushing to the next part-time location, did not know what was going on, and suddenly sneezed twice. Strange. Is it because you have worked so hard during this time and caught a cold? It seems that going to Miss Yan Ben's wedding on Monday is also pretty good, at least I can take a rest. Tokyo City at night is full of sensuality and liveliness. Shinshige dressed in black casual clothes and a matte-peaked cap, deliberately lowering the brim of the hat to melt himself into the night in a low-key manner. He walked hurriedly through traffic and pedestrians, into a dark alley, but did not come out from the end of the alley. Tokyo is the political, economic, and cultural center of Japan. It is not as new and modern as Osaka. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com also represents the most prosperous business card in the country. However, even in such a city, under the beautiful and gorgeous neon lights, there are still many dark corners hidden. Is like the kind of bar Shinshige just entered, all over Tokyo. No one knows if such a seemingly ordinary small bar will hide hidden transactions in it. In the corner of the bar, there are two men in black, one fat and one thin. The tall, thin man has long silver hair that is very eye-catching, and his eyes, which are hidden by the shadow of the brim, are extremely cold. However, Xinyan seemed to be unable to see the cold air released by the two guys. He walked to the opposite position as usual and sat down. The two men in black are of course Jin and Vodka. Xinfan hadn't spoken yet. Jinjiu said, someone contacted a peripheral member of the organization and wanted to spend 400 million to buy information. 400 million, yen. Xinfan raised an eyebrow and looked at him, meaning it was obvious. Jinjiu frowned, this is indeed not a big deal, but the failure of Akimi Miyano made me very unhappy. I reminded you before the action. Xinfan called the bartender and ordered a cup of absinthe, not worried that what they were talking about would be heard. My gun is very accurate, and Miyano Akimi is very dead. Thoroughly. So I don't think it's my responsibility for that thing to become that way in the end. I know. Jin was not angry. He said calmly, so you just get on the Shinkansen and hand things over to that person. I'll take care of other things. Other things? Xinyan's eyebrows suddenly jumped. He thought of a case. You never thought about dealing with that person normally. Bomb or poison gas. Chapter 20. Today is another day of hard tiring. Bomb. Greeting Jin's calm and indifferent eyes, Xinfan exhaled silently in his heart, but it didn't show at all on the surface. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip. It's really your usual style. But, sorry, I'm afraid I don't have much time lately. Jinjiu frowned and said, that gentleman arranged a task for you. Obviously, he has always been in charge of the Japanese side, but the boss has given Mezcal the right to act alone, and now he has not even let him know the mission information. This feeling of being out of control reminds Jinjiu that when he faced Bell Mode before, the direct subordinates of these bosses really disgusted him. Don't worry, it's not in Japan. Xinyan guessed the idea of Jin, so he explained, there is an arms dealer in the United States, who has always been a very important trading partner for the organization. But recently, his wings may have been hardened. Things of substandard quality fool us. So that gentleman asked me and Bell Mode to get rid of him secretly. Jin nodded, no wonder you ordered absinthe today. That's not right. Vodka suddenly questioned, since there is Bell Mode there, why did that gentleman have to let you pass from Japan so far? I think that woman can solve the matter by herself. My partner finally started to use his brain. Although I didn't expect the idea, it is still a thing to celebrate. Jin was very pleased, and then patiently reminded Vodka, Belmont was injured in the United States a year ago. I know that, eldest brother, you laughed at her at the time. Vodka stunned. Jin continued to remind, the United States has the FBI. What happened to the FBI? Vodka continued to force. Jin is speechless, he has already said it, but Vodka still can't understand. Today is another tired day. Xinyan looked at the cute Vodka and the Jin that he brought with his younger brother to doubt his life, and he couldn't help but laugh. Jinjiu immediately passed him over with cold eyes. So Nobuan cleared his throat, and said with a serious face, it's because of that person, that silver bullet that can destroy the organization Shukiakai. Jin Wine snorted coldly, somewhat disdainful, bullets may pose a threat to the organization, but destruction is far from it. In any case, Shukiakai was once the top of the organization after all, and has a certain degree of understanding of the organization's structure, planning, and behavioral habits. It can be regarded as a very troublesome enemy. Xinyan rubbed his temples in distress, and the FBI has known the arms dealer's information a long time ago, and it can probably be guessed that we do not intend to continue to tolerate it. Able to escape from the organization after the undercover identity was exposed, and even attacked the organization repeatedly as the FBI ace investigator, Akai Hidechi can be said to be the enemy that has had the greatest impact on the organization for so many years. Many people at the top of the organization dislike him extremely. such as gin and bourbon. And the gin is now making his face, and he said to Zinfan with extremely unhappy expression, "You have to be careful not to fall into that person's hands." I acted with bell mode, even if he was Shuaki Akai, he couldn't be so arrogant. You are confident? Jin glanced at him, he holds the lives of at least 10 members of the organization in his hand. I don't want to become 12 after this time. Xinyan shrugged, don't worry about it. Don't be afraid of the ropes after being bitten by a snake for 10 years. Jinjiu's face became gloomy again. If you really want to count, Akai Hidechi may have killed more than this number of members of the inner circle. 4 years ago, a member who was highly regarded by the gentleman was executed by Hidechi Akai because he was found to be an undercover agent of the Japanese police. His code name is Scotland. Xinyan looked up and said nothing. Jin leaned on the sofa with a gloomy look, and said coldly, "You probably hadn't joined the organization at that time, maybe you don't know. The evidence of Scottish undercover is actually not sufficient. It can be said that in my opinion, many people are better than others. He is more suspicious. But no, it should be said Akai Shuaki, he killed Scotland without hesitation." Listening to the meaning of the Jin, why does it seem that he is already doubting the truth of the death in Scotland? Zinfan had to admire the Jin's keen sense of smell for undercover agents. The evidence was indeed insufficient. After all, he was not really exposed at the time, the boss just needed a chance to make Scotland die and Mezcal born. But he still said, for his undercover mission and safety, it should be normal for Akai Hidechi to kill a colleague who is in a different organization with him. At best, he can only say that Akai is a very decisive and professional undercover. Perhaps. Jin drank the wine in the glass and lit another Jiloises. But since then, bourbon suddenly became hostile to Akai Hidekazu, and after that guy left the organization, he actively participated in each event. An action against the FBI was not merciful to Hidekai at all. Zinfan didn't change his face and said, "Do you suspect that Bourbon knows what? Bourbon and Scotland are just ordinary colleagues. The tasks they perform together can be counted by one hand." Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Jin Liquor reasonably speculated, so, if they did not secretly contact the organization, then Bourbon should have suspected through that incident. Xinyan listened to the Jin, and his back was almost soaked in cold sweat. Zhang Guling, this guy is doing such a dangerous job, and he doesn't hide himself at all. It's really worrying. Look, isn't this suspected by Jin? But fortunately, Jin still trusts Bourbon more than doubts, and shouldn't lose his vest yet. I see. Xinyan said in a low voice, I will pay attention to Akai Shuaki. If the opportunity is right, it would be nice to let him gun. When are you going to America? Jin asked. Next week. What's wrong? If the action over there goes well, you will still go for the 400 million yen transaction. Jin whined. Zinfan read his code name seriously. Jin raised his eyebrows and said nothing. Why do you always arrange for me? Xin pointed to vodka. Vodka is such a big person, it should still be okay to send something. Hey! Of course I have to act with Big Brother. The voice of vodka protest was silently ignored by them. Jinjiu stared at Xinyan, and said calmly, the members of the operation team who stayed in Tokyo, except you, are basically professional assassins. Trading on the Shinkansen is too troublesome for the police to find out. Shin Shige expressed doubts. The Shinkansen first is not a real name system, and second, it does not require security checks. How could it be discovered by the police? He suspected that this was the excuse that Jin made. Then the Jin was in his skeptical gaze, and he smiled. Able people should do more work. Chapter 21, Because I haven't eaten yet. Weekdays, the bustling Tokyo is very lively. Zinfan got up early, and rushed to Yan Ben's home to accompany A Ben Shijiang to complete the final exercises of To Alice. Just after leaving Yan's home, Zinfan received the adult's email. Then he stood here. King Gang Biotechnology Co., Ltd. Why are you here again? Seeing Mezcal's first glance, Shiho Mayano's expression suddenly became cold. She put her hand in the pocket of the lab coat, a little annoyed. Nobuhiro raised her phone and showed her the address of the latest email. Ordered to get the latest research report. I report that kind of stuff to the organization every week. Shiho Mayano frowned deeply and said, why would you come here to get it this time? I don't know if you ask me. Shinshige can't say, because your sister colluded with the Japanese police before his death. The organization has sufficient reason to suspect that you have betrayed and intends to take over your research as soon as possible, right? But Shiho Mayano didn't intend to get a reply from Mezcal. In her opinion, none of the guys who can get a code name in the organization is a good person to make friends with. Especially the rye whiskey that deceived her sister's feelings. What if it later learned that the guy was an undercover agent for the FBI? Rye and Jin are the same in terms of doing whatever it takes to achieve the goal. Shiho Mayano, who is full of opinions about Mezcal, simply stopped talking nonsense. With a cold face, she swiped her card and opened the elevator door. The materials are in the laboratory. Snapped. Has been blocking the elevator buttons with his white and slender hands. What are you doing? Mayano Shiho angrily questioned. However, Zinfan curled the corners of his lips slightly, and put on a gentle smile. It's already 11:50 noon. It's 11:47. Shiho Mayano indifferently corrected, I still have work this afternoon and I don't have time to play this game with you. Have you eaten? What? Shiho Mayano thought he had a hallucination. Shinyan repeated patiently, have you had a good meal recently? Mayano Shiho's eyes widened slightly, staring at the man who exuded her disgusting breath. The heart was inevitably touched. Shinshige knew the answer as soon as she looked at her expression. He pulled Mayano out and let the elevator door close. Go for lunch first. I know there is a nice Italian restaurant nearby. Shiho Mayano was dragged away by Shinyan as if he had lost his soul. Her eyes never left the guy, and her eyes were red when she looked at it. Hey! Shiho Mayano shouted to Nobuhiro, why do you say that? Zinfan turned his head to look at her, because I haven't eaten yet. Shiho Mayano choked, she lowered her head, feeling down a lot. After a long time, Zinfan heard her murmured voice, nonsense. Who in the organization would say something like that to a colleague who met for the second time? That sentence made her think of her sister almost immediately. My sister, who always smiles at her in memory, often asks her caringly, have you eaten? Have you eaten breakfast seriously? I lost weight recently. I really can't take care of myself. But she hasn't seen her sister for a long time. My sister seems to have been very busy during this period. Every time she finds a chance to call, she can only get it will be over soon. Then I will be together with Shiho and Maharaja forever. Even if there is no sister, Shiho will have to cheer for himself. Such an answer. She also realized that Akemi Mayano might be planning something, and she was worried. But even the elder sister can't see her. What's the use of worrying about her? Hey! Zinfan said suddenly. Mayano Shiho looked over. The young face of the man was white and handsome by the sunlight. Obviously he is a guy who is dormant in the dark, but he has his own light effect, as if he is not afraid of the sun above his head. Someone told me, his voice was calm and clear. When you don't know what to do, look up at the sky, talk to the stars when you are alone, and talk to the mirror if it's useless. Trust the people around you. Worthy of your trust, but also believe that they also trust you. Shiho Mayano was stunned, and suddenly he let out a chuckle, are you talking tongue twisters? And this is nothing like what you can say. This is the second time I have met, how do you know I can't say such a thing? Zinfan asked puzzledly. Mayano Shiho just shook his head and refused to say anything. But somehow her mood became clearer, and she even took the initiative to picky about lunch. I want to eat ramen. There is no favorite shop nearby. Let's go by train. Shinshige was caught off guard by her sudden change of attitude. Come on, Ms. Miyano, we are all people who have jobs. It's just a lunch at noon. As for going by train, Miyano Akemi asked him to relay the effect so good. Besides, the effect is too good. Shiho Miyano, who persisted, had to accompany her on the tram for half an hour in order to get the research report and go to another town. Finally rushed to the ramen shop that Shiho Miyano was thinking of was said to be delicious, and Shinshige was taken aback by the long line in front of the shop. Can't we change the house? Didn't you ask me if I have a good meal? Shiho Miyano looked very energetic. I thought about it, and it is indeed more important to your body. www.readaloud.com. You should eat well, you can't always make do. She happily placed the order at the self-service ordering machine, and asked Shinshigen's opinion, what do you want to eat? There are salt ramen and tonkatsu ramen. Ah! There is also seasonally limited black soy sauce ramen today. Salt ramen, thank you. Miyano Shiho quickly returned to Shinshige with 2 small tickets. This store is amazing. I have been with my sister before. She paused suddenly. Shinyan pretended not to notice, and lowered his head to play with his mobile phone. The taste of ramen is the same in Tokyo, right? How is it possible? Each has its own characteristics. Shiho Miyano laughed at himself, but I like it here, mainly because I have been there before with very important people. Zinfan did not reply. The pixel villain in his game just fell to his death. Mezcal. Shiho Miyano called softly, do you have a very important person in this corner of the world? Yes. Zinfan did not raise his head, and his subordinates manipulated the pixel villain to rush towards the level. I have an older brother, but I haven't lived together since I was a child, so I don't know him well. Miyano Shiho didn't expect Mezcal to have relatives. She couldn't help asking, then I didn't contact him before I joined the organization. I don't know whether he is alive or dead. Xin Fan turned off his phone blankly. Really, I can't pass this level. Shiho Miyano didn't speak anymore, she just looked at the man with complicated expressions. Shinshige met Miyano Shiho's gaze, and calmly said, surely, you know. For people like us, family members will only be a burden. We will only be their burden. Chapter 22, Chaotic One Family. Shinyan crossed out the help Miyano Akemi on the memo in his heart, and the next item was participate in the wedding. Although I don't want to see the scene of the murder, I was involved in a bad case. But as long as the thought of letting Sachiko Matsumoto know how to calculate his fate at the wedding scene, I feel that everything else doesn't matter. S family is very generous. For the heir's wedding, he specially chartered a whole luxury cruise ship. The guests of the wedding will go directly to the island. I am worried that the teacher does not know the specific location, so I specially ask you to walk with us. Ben Shijiang waited by the cruise ship's stairs and said as soon as he saw Zinfan. I really trouble you. Shinshige smiled, speaking of which, I really don't know where the Yanben Island is. Can the piano music be played smoothly? He asked again. Ben Shijiang smiled embarrassedly, a little ashamed. Mr. Asano taught so seriously, and specially extended the class time for me, but until now it is difficult for me to guarantee that there is no error in the middle. It doesn't matter, after all, Miss Xiaozhang has never touched the piano before. Just 2 lessons, you are already very good. I know you are comforting me. Lai Ben Shijiang guided Zinfan to the cabin. This is your room, and the journey back and forth is the same. You can put luggage in the room, and someone on the cruise will be responsible for security. Sorry to bother you. Ben Shijiang shook his head and smiled and said, no, nothing, this is what I should do. Then, Mr. Asano, take a break first, and I will inform you during lunchtime. After Yan Ben Shijiang closed the door, Zinfan took a good look at the environment. The wedding lasts for 3 days, and the journey back and forth takes 2 days, so a lot of preparations have to be carried out on the cruise ship. But these have nothing to do with Xin Fan, he just came to ride a vehicle. However, seeing the cruise ship, he already remembered the plot related to Yan Ben. It's pretty sure that the murder happened when Yan Ben's family carried a Maori group out of good intentions, and then on the return journey. At lunch, Xinfan met Yan Ben Shijiang's groom for the first time, Yan Ben Yu. "Oh, it's you again." Old man Yan Ben unceremoniously showed his disgust. "If you want me to say, the wedding is only enough to invite friends and relatives, and the music teacher is superfluous." Ben Shijiang said to the old man awkwardly, "Grandpa, Asano-sensei is also my friend." "Friend?" Old man Yan Ben stared. "I guess I approached you deliberately with some bad idea." When he said this, he also took a special look at Yan Binyu. Was just Yan Binyu who was sitting with Xiaozhang, and didn't notice. Xinfan realized that he had only met the third side of the old man, and he was already used to this way of getting along. Just lower your head and accept it humbly, and answer 2 sentences humbly when the old man asks questions. Although not appreciated, at least he won't be scolded badly. Take a look at the freckled kid over there. He was reprimanded by his grandfather and he doubted his life. Nobuhiro seriously suspects that Ichiro Kamoto has a mental illness. Otherwise, I wouldn't paint a portrait of Lai Ben Shijiang every day because of my love, it's like a pervert. "Uncle Xiang, did you decide the menu at the wedding?" Ben Shijiang asked quietly while his father was distracted by the eldest daughter's family. Shoji is a middle-aged man with a strong body, who looks like a successful person with a successful career and a gentleman's demeanor. After hearing Shijiang's question, he patiently bowed his head and replied, "Well, and I will personally participate in the production of all dishes." "Thank you so much," Ben Shijiang said thankfully, "your French cuisine is excellent." "Haha, as long as you like it." "But..." Yanmato Takeshi hesitated while listening, "Isn't Grandpa hating Western food?" Shoji waved his hand indifferently, "Even if it's my father, I have to consider the idea of the bride and groom. After all, tomorrow is your wedding, not his banquet. It doesn't matter, you can just like it." Xinfan remembers that in the plot, the old man Yan Ben seemed to be furious because of the inappropriate dishes, making Yan Ben Shijiang's wedding not perfect. But, with such a personality, even if the dishes are completely determined according to his ideas, I am afraid there will be other places that irritate him, right? Xinfan ate his meal silently and decided to let the flow go. Anyway, the old man should not be able to return to Tokyo anyway. "Hey! I heard that you are in music? I'm a guitarist. Are you interested in joining my band?" Xiaojiang's brother-in-law, Yan Ben Ryuo suddenly took Xinfan's shoulder. Xinfan stepped away silently, but it was useless. "Are you an octopus?" He had no choice but to reply, "I'm not a musician, I just prefer bass. As for piano, I'm not really good at it." Oh, Yan Ben Ryuo stretched out, "Music is a money-sucking thing. Because I was so heavily in debt by this stuff, I had to marry that irritable woman over there." You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. I seem to have heard something. Yan Ben Kaihujiang glared at him coldly, "If you don't want to marry me, you can jump off the boat now. A lunch is very exhausting. This kind of big family is really complicated, and the interpersonal relationship is too chaotic. Everyone is obviously relatives, but they blush for money. Looking at it this way, Mr. Yan Ben should be a very sober person. He would give all of his property to Xiaozhang, so he should have taken a fancy to Xiaojiang's gentleness and kindness." While sailing, Shin Shige received a call from Sachiko Matsumoto in addition to eating melons and watching the show. "Did Mr. Asano get up? It's already afternoon." On the phone, Sachiko Matsumoto looked in a good mood. Shin Shige helplessly, "I get up early every day. After all, I can only work with Ms. Matsumoto if I set up the music classroom as soon as possible. That's the same, I have already quit a few jobs. If I were released, I would be sad. Speaking of which, Miss Xiaozhang mentioned you to me before. Mr. Asano seems to have a talent for tutoring. Would you like me to introduce your employer? I am a freelance entrepreneur who spends my family's money. No need, thank you. Zinfan replied calmly and indifferently in someone's own words. Sachiko Matsumoto was not hit at all. I said that you are so eye-catching. Then, why don't you guess where I am now? Miss Xiaozhang told you, I'm going to be a bridesmaid or something. Sachiko Matsumoto was suddenly wary. What about you, will you attend Miss Xiaozhang's wedding? Zinfan lied without changing his face, I'm very busy lately and I don't have time. Chapter 23, Meet Death. The next morning, the luxury liner docked at the port of Yanben Island. From the place of disembarkation to the beach, all are decorated with pink balloons and flowers. Ben Shijiang put on a gorgeous tail wedding dress, and stood on the deck, her veil fluttering by the sea breeze. Beside her, Lai Benyu wears a pure white dress with a gentle gentleman with a smile on his face. Ms. Shijiang, I am afraid you will be separated from Mr. Imoto Takeshi for a while now. Sachiko Matsumoto came on the boat and said with a smile to Imoto Shijiang. Shin Shige was originally standing with Imoto Ryuo, and he couldn't help but look back when he heard this familiar voice. Sachiko Matsumoto is wearing a playful light pink short veil skirt, and the position of the tube top is also decorated with silk flowers studded with pearls. Exquisite makeup is applied to the already beautiful face, making it more white and three-dimensional. You are so handsome today. Xiaozhang looked at Ai Benyu with an expression, then we will see you at the wedding. Sachiko Matsumoto helped the bride carry the skirt and walked towards the gangway to disembark. Then there was a person in her sight who shouldn't be here. The person even showed her a kind smile. What a coincidence, Miss Matsumoto, you are also here to attend Miss Xiaojiang's wedding. You Sachiko Matsumoto subconsciously stepped back, why are you here? Zinfan nodded politely to A Ben Shijiang, and then said, because someone asked me to help take the music theory class, I had the opportunity to get to know Miss Xiaozhang and was invited to the wedding. Sachiko Matsumoto gave an awkward smile, is the main island beautiful? The main family is well prepared for Miss Xiaojiang's wedding, but those who can come to the wedding are relatives or friends who are very close to the main family. Sachiko Matsumoto's ability to change the subject is actually not very good, but Shin Shige still talked about the wedding very cooperatively. After all, today is very important to Miss Xiaozhang, especially on the return trip. Her grandfather and brother-in-law will die, and her husband is even more suspected of being the murderer. At least today, Ai Ben Shijiang still doesn't know anything. She thought she was a happy woman who was about to get married, thought that although her grandfather had a bad temper, she was sincere to every family member, and thought that the family's noisy style all day is considered the style of the family. At least today, in the place of father, the old man who handed Yan Ben Shijiang to Yan Benyu, it is rare that he did not show a fierce face. Instead, there was a little nostalgia and relief in his eyes. At least today, when Lai Ben Xiaozhang suddenly sat at the grand piano and played a song to Alice for her newlywed husband, all the guests present had their blessings in their hearts, and the surprise and happiness on Lai Benyu's face were also so real. Hey! Zinfan heard the old man murmur softly, I've handed over the entire Ian family's property to your son now. The two of them can do well, don't get any moths. This old man may not be that bad. The wedding ran smoothly to the end, and a hearty lunch was delivered to the table. With a happy smile, A Ben Shijiang put a flower that only bloomed on the island of Amoto into his chest pocket. Then, as everyone expected, the old man Yan Ben was furious at the table full of French food. Ai Bengxiang too was so trained that he could only nod his head and say yes. All the guests consciously stayed away from the Lai Ben family, hiding by the side to watch the excitement. It seems that everyone is sympathetic to Emoto Shoji, thinking that the old man is too much. However, Zinfan felt that the old man was still venting more of his unhappiness about the marriage of his precious granddaughter. Everything seems to be normal, even the salty and wet taste brought by the sea breeze is flat. Until out of good intentions, Emoto Kitaro let the Maori family who missed the return ferry board. Mao Island, what a beautiful sunset! I'm so lucky to be able to catch such a luxurious cruise ship. Conan, yes, but it's all thanks to my uncle forgot the time. Moralan, fortunately, this cruise ship happened to pass by the main island, otherwise we would be stuck on the island for 3 or 4 days. Not passing by. The familiar voice that suddenly sounded made Moralan and Conan look back in shock, and then the already familiar figure appeared next to Mori Kogora. Zinfan took a thin blanket and covered the sleeping Uncle Maori. The heir of the Lai family just held a wedding on Lai Island today. You go there to play, don't you know about it? Hey! Asano brother, why are you here? Because Mr. Asano is my music teacher. Seimoto Shijiang, who has changed into a normal skirt, explained with a smile, it is all because of the teacher's teaching that I can play the piano completely at the wedding. However, it turns out that you and Asano the teacher knows it. Zinfan noticed that Ben Shijiang's eye circles were faintly red. Maybe she was still sad alone facing the sunset just now. Mao Lilan was startled slightly, then you got married today. Well, I am Lai Ben Xiajiang. Xiajiang's gaze fell on Lai Benwu who had just walked over. She took her husband's arm and smiled happily. This is my husband, Lai Benwu. We just finished today. Wedding. Hey! Conan suddenly approached Zinfan, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com whispered, is that why you refused to come out with us? Zinfan was pulled aside by him, and said helplessly, I didn't know it, but Ms. Xiajiang invited me to the wedding. There is really no way to refuse. Conan didn't believe it, but while on the phone, Asano's brother asked if we had received a wedding invitation from Emoto, right? At that time, I didn't invite you out to play with us. Really? That might be the case. Xian Fan smiled and narrowed his eyes. Ah, the memory of the Grim Reaper elementary school student is amazing. He remembered everything that he had only mentioned so many days ago. Do most people remember a completely unfamiliar last name? Isn't this ship packaged by our last family? Why are you letting outsiders get on the ship? Old Man Lass roar suddenly attracted the attention of everyone on the deck. Hanbei-ro kept apologizing, yes, I'm sorry, Dad. That's right. Amoto Ryuo was still fanning the flames next to him. Mr. Asano is Xiajiang's teacher after all, so it doesn't matter if you bring it. Who are these guys? Uncle Bilang, are you really self-assertive? At least we should discuss it with us. Just say a few words. Emoto Mariko glared at him. Conan was shocked, grabbing Zinfan's cuff and whispering, this old Mr. Yanben is good and fierce. My grandfather is still reprimanding his uncle, which makes Xiajiang a little embarrassed, sorry, don't care too much. Grandpa has been emotionally unstable since the middle of the wedding. In fact, Xinyan would like to say that there is no time for the father's mood to stabilize. Chapter 24, Zhu Fujing Guang's bottom line. And you? I'm useless, and my son is not getting better. Old man Aben walked in front of Ichiro Aben, and without even looking at the picture book he was holding, he reprimanded, all day long I only know how to smear and smear. It's really useless. I won't say anything to him. No. Give up the dream that may come true soon. After saying these things, the old man called Lai Benwu into his room, and then entered the cabin. Leave an unusually quiet deck. Brother Asano. Conan poked. No one answered him. So Conan poked again, Brother Asano. Still no one responded. Conan continued poking, Brother Asano. Shinjan patted Conan's paw expressionlessly. My suit is custom made and it's very expensive. Then you just pay attention to me soon. Conan vomited. By the way, does Grandpa Li Ben want to let the painting brother over there inherit the family business? No. Hey? But he didn't let that brother do what he liked. Isn't it because he deliberately deprived him of his love for painting to make him focus on the family business? Deliberately deprive the love of painting. Zinfan had a strange expression. He raised his eyebrows. This is not what the old man is referring to. After speaking, he took a step forward and walked towards the cabin. Conan quickly followed, and asked, then what does he mean? Brother Asano, just tell me. For a moment, Zinfan really thought that a 7-year-old child was behind him. Conan followed Xianfan all the way to the restaurant. Even if he never got a response, he did not give up at all. Whiskey, thank you. Shin Shige said to the Suzuki butler, by the way, help this kid prepare a glass of juice. Brother Asano, just tell me why on earth. Conan blinked his large curious eyes, and stared at Zinfan. Zinfan turned his head to look at him. Aren't you a little detective? It's better to investigate this kind of thing by yourself, right? Conan flattened his mouth. I must be able to investigate clearly myself. After speaking, he walked his short legs and slipped out of the restaurant. For a time, only Zinfan was left in the huge restaurant. He silently stared at the flowers on the table. Although I can't hear the sound, I know from time that Emoto should be in the old man's room now, and the murderer is about to appear soon. With his skill, it is not easy to stop the murderer's actions. But, even if he was there this time, the murderer could not succeed. What about next time? He is not the bodyguard invited by Lass family, and it is impossible to protect him by Lass old man anytime and anywhere. But, because he can't completely dispel the murderer's thoughts, can he ignore the murder that is about to happen under his nose? In the face of tragedy, the indifferent bystanders are not innocent. On the contrary, their sins are more profound, representing the sorrow of a nation in an era. Asano Nobuhira? No, it should be said that Zufu Jingguang. Does he really want this name to be contaminated with such indifferent words? Then, at the beginning, he knew that becoming a policeman was the beginning of all the tragedies of Zufu Jingguang, but he still admitted to the police academy without hesitation. Why? Undercover for so many years, after so many things, has he lost his original intention? Zinfan suddenly became vigilant. He realized that the trace of blood he had left was about to be swallowed by the endless darkness. Although since the death of Zufu Jingguang, the undercover task of Asano Nobuhiro has become to hide himself as much as possible, climb to the highest position he can reach, and then destroy the black organization in one fell swoop. But in the process, if Zinfan not only loses the name Zufu Jingguang, but also loses his own mind, then he truly destroys himself. Even if in the end, with his help, the red side eliminated the black side, he would not be the winner. How can you watch the situation turn into the worst? How can you watch the old man Ioban be killed in front of you? Zinfan exhaled silently and stood up from his position. Mr. Asano, you. The Suzuki butler had just walked over with 2 cups, a little surprised. Sorry, I have something to deal with, please put your drink on the table, it's troublesome. Shin Shige passed the butler Suzuki and walked toward the room of the old man. On the road, he saw the Maori father and daughter and Xiaozhang who had just entered the cabin, and in the corridor he met Lai Binyu, who had just come out of the old man's room, and looked very depressed. The sound of knocking the door came from the front. Grandpa, it's dinner time. Ichimoto Ichiro called as he slammed the door. Shin Shige stands on the corner with his arms in arms. This position allows him to shoot in an instant without being noticed. It is a very suitable location for eavesdropping, tracking, and protection. Only. The old man opened the door in a bad tone and walked out. You don't need to remind you before dinner time, it's better to have time. Brother Asano. Stop him! The voice of the Grim Reaper elementary school student suddenly cut through the silent air and penetrated into Shinyan's ears, which also shocked Emoto Ichiro, who was about to commit the murder. Oh no! Benichiro deserves to be someone who can deal with him cruelly. Hearing the movement, the first reaction is not to stop and hide himself. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stabbed the knife towards the old man Lai Ben. Shinyan left Conan 2 or 3 steps away from this corner, rushed to the side of Ichimoto Ichiro, kicked off the kitchen knife. Conan, who arrived a while late, immediately kicked the knife far away again. www.readaloud.com. Grandpa Yan Ben, are you okay? The elementary school student got under the feet of old man Laban and cared about his situation. And Shinshige shot Emoto Ichiro, his voice was extremely indifferent. You have committed a murder to your grandfather, you are already guilty of attempted murder. Honichiro was originally very thin and could not move when he was pressed firmly backhand on the ground by Shinshige, but after hearing this, he was still quibbling, I don't have one. How could I want to kill my grandfather? Then how do you explain the kitchen knife used as a murder weapon? I found it. I was about to ask Grandpa if he knew who the owner of the knife was. Ichimoto Ichiro insisted. Shinyan raised the corners of his mouth, really? Brother Asano, don't believe him. Conan said hurriedly, I found a box of knives in his room, and one of them was empty. You bullshit! Ichiro shouted loudly, closing his eyes, I'm not a cook like Uncle Xiang. So how could I carry a knife? Maybe it belongs to Uncle Xiang. I advise you to be honest. Zinfan increased the strength of his subordinates and said coldly, the kitchen knife may indeed belong to Mr. Xiangji A. Ben, but you are the one who stole it and planned to commit the murder to the old man A. Ben. You are probably. I plan to put the knife back into Yan Bengxiang's room after killing people. Even if the murder weapon is found, it will have nothing to do with you. Where is the evidence? What is the motive for the murder? You didn't have anything to do with me on my cruise ship. Who said we didn't? Because Ichiro was pressed down on the ground, Conan could look at him condescendingly, my brother Nobubamai and Grandpa Ichimoto are all witnesses. And you may not know the motive. I'm here. Not only this box of knives was found in your room. Chapter 25, The Only Murderer. Hearing Conan's words, Ichimoto Ichiro finally changed his face. At this time, the Yanben family also heard the movement and gathered one after another. Mamoto Mariko flushed with anger, and shouted, Hey! Asano Nobuhiro, why did you treat my son like that? You let Ichiro go. She said that she was about to wave her fist up to call Shinmana. Mori Kogora saw the pale-faced old man Ichimoto, who was obviously subdued Ichiro Ichimoto, and the kitchen knife thrown on the ground in the distance, and he immediately understood what had happened. Seeing that Emoto Mariko was about to attack Nobuan, Uncle Mori immediately stopped her, you calm down and listen to Asano's story first. Zinfan took a faint glance at Emoto Mariko, and said, although I am sorry to announce here, I am a little sorry, Miss Xiaozhang, but it's okay to let you parents see your son's thoughts. Conan took advantage of his work just now to bring Emoto Ichiro's drawing board, with a stack of drawing paper sandwiched on it. Conan handed the drawing paper to Emoto Kaihujiang, this is the motive of brother Ichiro's murder against Grandpa Emoto. What are you talking about? How could Ichiro be assaulting Dad? Emoto Mariko was furious. However, on the other side, Emoto Kaihujiang has already unfolded the drawing paper. She opened her eyes in astonishment just after taking a look. Ichiro, do you have such feelings for Xiaozhang? Emoto Kaihujiang pointed to Ichiro, intermittently speaking unclearly. Only then did several other people realize the explosiveness of the news, and they all came together to share with Emoto Ichiro's paintings. Even people who don't know how to paint can see Emoto Ichiro's admiration for the woman in the painting, not to mention that these family members who get along day and night have actually noticed something wrong. But no one would have thought that Amoto Ichiro would actually have thoughts about his cousin that he shouldn't have. Absurd. Yumoto Mariko stepped back in shock. How is this possible? Ichiro, how can you like Xiaozhang? My mother questioned his feelings as treasures. Ichiro read eyes anxiously. Why can't I like Xiaozhang? Obviously you and Dad grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Obviously you are also cousins. Why can you get married? Cannot. Yanben Shijiang looked down at Yanben Ichiro with a complicated expression. She seemed to want to talk, but she didn't know what to say. It is the old man Yanben who heard this. He suddenly sighed quietly and said, Kid Asano, let him go. Mr. Yumoto. Kogoro Mori hurriedly stopped. If he wants to do something to you, even if we are all here, it will be very dangerous. It's okay, let him go. The old man Yanben waved his hand, looking tired. Shin Xianyin let go, but he didn't back away, but kept the distance that he could knock Kazumoto Ichiro at any time. Just kidding, he had some difficulty persuading himself to come and save people. If I finally let Yamato succeed, wouldn't it be laughable? Benichiro was released, but did not get up. He lay on the ground and didn't look at anyone or talk. The old man Ben glared at him, and his voice was still full of anger. Why, I want this old man to help you up. Grandpa is very powerful. Even if he tried to kill the old man before, Ichiro Yanmato was still very afraid of his grandfather. Now that I heard the familiar reprimands, Ichiro Gamoto got up almost as a conditioned reflex while thinking about it. Conan was stunned in this scene. It was the first time he saw the murderer listen to the victim so much. Hey, silly boy! Old man Yanben snorted and said, you compare yourself with your parents, but you don't look at the feelings between them. What is the feeling between you and Xiaozhang? You want to marry Xiaozhang, don't go to her to explain, but turn to me. I'm not the kind of parent of the past. Xiaozhang disagrees, can I force you to marry her? But what about Xiao Wu? Did Xiao Wu treat Xiaozhang sincerely? Yanmato Ichiro retorted loudly, he is the son of Toei Cheng Yuo who was taken away by his grandfather and finally resented suicide. What? Ben Shijiang widened his eyes in disbelief. Yan Benichiro pointed to Yan Benwu said, dare you say that you didn't deliberately approach Xiaozhang for revenge? Yan Benwu's originally depressed face turned pale at the moment. Being questioned like this, he couldn't say anything to refute. Because this is the fact that he feels guilty but cannot escape. You really? Yan Ben Shijiang stared at her husband, the blood on her face faded little by little. Finally, she suddenly covered her tearful face and ran away crying. Shin Shige patted Benwu on the shoulder, and whispered, are you not going to chase? Was stunned, and immediately reacted. He couldn't care about the situation here, and hurriedly chased Xiaozhang away. I saw it. You all saw it, right? Yanmato Ichiro laughed loudly, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. The two of them would not be happy. But you, Grandpa, would rather Shijiang marry the enemy's son. He refused to let her marry me. Why? Snapped. Unexpectedly, the old man Yanben suddenly slapped Ichiro's freckled face with a slap. The old man stretched his face and reprimanded with an unhappy look, because Xiaozhang likes Xiao Wu, not you. Please give me a clearer mind, kid. As long as they love each other sincerely, what about the son of Yangfu Keicheng? Old man Yanben sneered. I didn't kill Yangfu Keicheng. Xiaowu has already put down his hatred for Shijiang. Why can't I make it all together? A young man who is in love? Even, because Xiaowu has the ability to manage the company, I am willing to give all of the Yanben family's property to them and his wife. After the old man Ben slapped, his mood seemed to improve a lot. But Ichiro Yumoto covered his cheeks and stood there blankly without saying a word. Grandpa's slap shattered his long-standing extravagant hopes and fantasies. Yet, what if Grandpa agrees? Xiaozhong doesn't like him. Xiaozhong doesn't like him. As I thought about it, Ichiro's tears couldn't stop falling. He suddenly realized that, in fact, it doesn't matter if Xiaozhong doesn't like him, as long as Xiaozhong can find his own happiness. However, he seems to have done something wrong that cannot be forgiven. Grandpa. Yumoto Ichiro said timidly, Shijiang and Xiaohu, they. The old man glared at him angrily, don't worry, I can't read that kid Xiaohu wrong. This farce that happened on the luxury passenger ship seems to have finally come to an end. Chapter 26, Tolerance of the Elderly. While sighing, Muri Kogora did not forget to fulfill the duties of a former detective and current detective. Then, for safety, we'd better control Yakamoto Ichiro first. When we arrive in Tokyo, the police will take over. Honichiro's face suddenly turned pale, but he also knew that he had made a big mistake, so he did not argue. However, the old man Yanben heard this, but he suddenly became unwilling. Policeman? What policeman? This is my family affair, what does it have to do with you? Ah! Both Kogoro Mori and Conan were stunned. Really, I said I shouldn't let outsiders get on the boat. These guys still want to accuse me of the Yanben family. Old man Yanben angered his son-in-law every day, I blame you. If you don't do business day by day, you know. Advocate and do something that irritates me. Are you going to go to the house to reveal the tiles in the future? Han Beilang was only nonsense, and couldn't understand his father-in-law's thoughts for a while. Walk around, give me a go. I have a headache in front of my eyes. Old man Yanben stretched out his hand and started chasing people away. Mamoto Mariko cautiously asked, then Dad, Ichiro's matter. Boom. The door of the room was closed heavily in front of the crowd. The voice of the old man Ben is still reverberating in the air, as long as he is capable, I want to send the old man away, wait for the next life. Dad, this is, don't plan to hold Ichiro accountable. Mariko and her husband looked at each other, and they didn't feel real. Zinfan looked at this guy with different looks and guilt, and smiled mockingly, the old man actually lives more clearly than any of you, he just doesn't bother to care about it. Let's all go to dinner, dinner is going to be cold. After that, Zinfan took the lead and walked towards the restaurant. Brother Asano. Conan chased him immediately. In the restaurant, except for Mr. Yanben, everyone else arrived one after another. Shinshige sat at the only table with drinks, and said to Conan, go to bed after eating early. I know. Conan took a sip of juice with a straw, so Brother Asano, are we really not going to investigate this matter? He was an attempted murder. This charge is enough to make Amoto Ichiro reflect on himself in prison. At least 5 years. The evidence is not sufficient. Shinshige explained, while secretly lamenting Kudo Shinichi's poor vigilance. He still dared to drink such a drink that had been out of his sight for so long, and it was so natural. It seems that I am completely unaware of the potential danger. No wonder he was able to chase gin and vodka unsuspectingly after the roller coaster homicide at the time, eventually becoming a child and successfully living in his girlfriend's house. How come there is no evidence? Aren't we all on the scene? Conan didn't know what Shinfan was thinking, and he was still talking to himself, although Brother Asano and I didn't see the process of the assault with our own eyes, but the old man grandpa always sees it, right? As long as he... Zinfan didn't need to speak, and Conan reasoned out the reason for himself. Ah, yes, Grandpa Aben is not willing to pursue it now, even if there is other evidence, he may not be sentenced in the end. Conan. Samoto Shijiang's voice sounded, and then the glass of juice in front of Conan was removed. It's been so long, I'll let the butler Suzuki give you a change. Thank you. Xin Fan nodded politely to thank you. Look, it's not that he is sensitive, but Conan is too big. Yanben Shijiang and Yanben Wu sat across from Xin Fan. There were signs of crying on Xiaojiang's face, and his eye circles were still red. But seeing how close she and Amoto Wu held hands, Zinfan knew that the problem between them should have been resolved. "Ah, Conan." Moralan also walked to them. "Really, I can't find you everywhere. I'm sorry to trouble you again, Mr. Asano." "No, it's nothing." Shin Shige gently opened the seat next to him. "Sit down for dinner together." "Okay." Mao Lilan also said with a smile. "Dad went to deliver food to Mr. Lian Ben, he still feels a little worried about letting him stay in the room by himself." Ben Shijiang sighed. "I'm so sorry for what happened today, I haven't even known Ichiro for so long." Ben Yu squeezed his wife's hand tightly. "No matter what, he is there to alert me at any time. I will take care of you, Xiaozhang." Yet, Mr. Ichiro is just a momentary obsession. After he figured it out, he should not go to extremes again. Mao Lilan also said with relief. "Nobuhiro is not as optimistic as they are, it is indeed good to speak up." At least Emoto Ichiro knew that the old man was not completely ignoring him. But the problem still exists, and besides him, Ms. Mariko and Mr. Ryuo should be concerned about the property. There are all opinions on the allocation. "Miss Xiaozhang, in the future, please be careful." Hey. I didn't want to kill anyone." Ryuo Amoto screamed and came over. "Asano, you are too interesting, how can you say that to me?" Speaking badly was discovered, which embarrassed both Mao Lilan and Xiaozhang. Zinfan is still calm. "I'm just stating a fact. www.readaloud.com. Don't you lack money now?" Ryuo was choked. "Speak down. I don't plan to let those guys know about this right now, otherwise, I don't know how Aunt Mariko will guess." Zinfan looked at the Mariko family of 3 sitting in the corner lightly, and said, "Do you think they don't know your situation?" They already know." Xinyan chuckled lightly. "There is nothing that Mizumoto Mariko doesn't know." He said seriously to Lai Ben Ryuo, "Actually, I suggest that you can talk to the old man directly. The money you owe for the band should be nothing to Lai Ben's family, and the old man is not the kind of completely unreasonable person." "What?" Amoto Tatsuo curled his lips. "Do you have any misunderstandings about Grandpa?" Zinfan said nothing more. The old man himself has created a lifelong image, which has been deeply ingrained in the eyes of these younger generations, and he cannot change it with a few words from an outsider. Suddenly, the door of the restaurant was pushed open. Then Mori Kogora appeared at the door, and there seemed to be a person beside him. "Ah ha 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 ha! I told you that Miss Yoko Akino is really good looking." Uncle Maori hooked the man's shoulder with one hand and a wine bottle in the other. "And my daughter? My daughter is too all of Tokyo. No, they are the best girls in all of Japan." "Dad!" Mo Lilan stood up in embarrassment, and was about to Muri Kogora's bottle. However, the figure pulled in by the Maori uncle surprised everyone even more. "Master, Grandpa!" Moto Ryuo was stunned. Chapter 27, People in America, just off the plane. After returning to Tokyo and bidding farewell to Emoto's family, Shin Shige almost immediately emailed Sachiko Matsushita and turned off the rest of the music class this month. But Xiaozhang and Yan Binwu are newly married, and they really have no plans to take music lessons. Even if Xiaozhang is still interested in music, it is still Sachiko Matsumoto's work. As for himself, Xinyan glanced at the bed right in front of him, then quietly packed his luggage, and took a taxi to the airport. This is how busy a man has worked 3 jobs. He suddenly admired Zhang Guling. That Bourbon's job-loving name was already well known in the organization. However, only a few people know that apart from these, he is still working for the Japanese police. Even only that job is considered a real civil servant within the system, and the salary is guaranteed. Didn't these jobs collide? Like Sachiko Matsumoto, who only has the job of tutoring, she is very busy. Sitting in the back seat of the taxi, Xinyan finally remembered that he still had Chianti and Cone useless. These people must use it at least once, otherwise there is no way to explain why he wants to apply for a sniper from the boss. Mezcal, those people on the attachment list, I need all their recent information. Chianti's reply came soon. Chianti, understand. Who are you going to kill? This woman is too violent. Mezcal, no, just keep watching. Chianti, it's boring, but I will summarize the information for you. The taxi arrived at the airport soon. Xinyan, carrying his luggage, obediently lined up to buy a ticket to Los Angeles that day. After confirming the arrival time, Xinfan connected to the deep network with his mobile phone, logged onto the organization's website, and found Belmode's contact information. Although it should be late at night in the US, but, who cares? There was no sleepiness over the phone. Hello. Considering that Belmode should not know his number, he introduced himself in a traditional letter. It's me, Mezcal. I will be in Los Angeles in 13 hours. Will you come to pick it up? So fast. Belmode looked surprised. I thought you won't be able to come here until next week. We shouldn't have any plans yet. It's just to solve a businessman. It is enough to use the time on the plane to finalize the plan. Belmode laughed. You are really confident. Has Jin mentioned that person to you? You mean Akai Shoaki? Shin Shige joined the organization for a few years and has been active in Northern Europe. He has never seen Akai Hideaki's image play well. You guys are very afraid of him. But no matter how powerful he is just a person. That's good. I hope that after this mission, you don't regard Akai Shoaki as a lifelong enemy. Because the people who did this before have suffered in his hands. Do you also include you? Belmode's voice was a little empty. I'm looking forward to it. As for what to expect, Belmode didn't explain. But based on Xinfan's understanding of Belmode in the plot, he always felt that if he wanted to continue, Belmode's next sentence should be, look forward to the moment when the silver bullet pierces the darkness. Think about it, a year ago, because of being hit by Hideo Akai, Belmode met her angel and Golgai. Maybe she is really grateful to that man. At this time, the civil aviation industry still regards the interference of mobile phone signals as one of the factors that seriously endangers flight safety, so Xinfan turned off all electronic equipment very observantly and planned to spend more than 10 hours on the plane with magazines. As a result, as soon as the plane landed, it hadn't stopped steadily. The moment Xinfan turned on his phone, a bunch of missed calls and unread emails were almost maxed out. Is his business so busy? Shinhana put the phone away without even looking at it. With so many news, he has to get off the plane first and read it later when he is free. After completing the immigration formalities as Asano Nobuhiro, he finally had time to carefully review all the missed calls and unread emails. Conan made at least 5 phone calls, and Mao Lilan also called once. But depending on the time, he called when he first got on the plane, and it probably doesn't make sense to go back now. There are still a few missed calls that are a series of unfamiliar numbers, but this number quickly sent him a text message. I am Ryuo Amoto. If you see the text message, please give me a call back. Thank you very much. Nobuhiro looked at the following table. It was 3 o'clock in the morning in Japan. Is Ryuo Amoto sure to call him now? However, Shinyan's hesitation did not last long, because Yanmato Ryuo quickly took the initiative to call. Hey, Mr. Asano, you finally answered the phone. Yanmato Ryuo's voice was filled with excitement. Where are you now? Can I find you? 3 o'clock in the morning, are you sure? Xin Fanqiang suppressed the complaints in his heart about the degree of abnormality of someone. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com said calmly, I'm in the United States, just got off the plane. Hey! The other side was stunned. Why did you go to America? I plan to buy a batch of performance-grade musical instruments for the music classroom. What do you want? This is not a lie. In order to prevent his vest from being easily exposed by Conan, he did contact a musical instrument dealer in the United States. Wow, Mr. Asano is really lavish, and students also need to use performance-grade musical instruments. Yanmato Ryuo exclaimed, is it so profitable to run a music classroom now? Shinyan almost wanted to use the words of Sachiko Matsumoto again, but he was finally held back and put it in another way. The initial investment is indeed a lot, and whether it can be earned back depends on the situation afterwards. Ryuo Moto hesitated for a moment before asking, does Asano still need a music teacher, the kind who knows the guitar? Shinyan finally understood the purpose of his call. Your band disbanded. Ah, I was discovered by you. Yanben Tatsuno sighed, I followed your suggestion and went to my grandpa to discuss the debt issue. The old man reprimanded me and finally agreed to lend me money. Borrow money? That's a full 30 million. How can I pay him back? And he devalued my band for nothing, which is too much. But I have to pay back the money again. I can only owe more and more to continue to form a band, and I may really not be suitable for this business. I heard from Ms. Matsumoto that your music classroom is very well paid, so. Xin understands well, but he is not worse than the salary of this employee, plus someone who can play a band, it must be more than enough to be a teacher. Then said, no problem, we can sign the contract as soon as I return home. Chapter 28, Sister Bai's Plan. Thanks to Yanmato Ryuo repeatedly, Xin Fan finally hung up the phone. Until now, his music classroom finally has a third employee. He is in charge of bass and piano. Sachiko Matsushita teaches violin and Ryuo Amoto teaches guitar. Is beginning to take shape, which is gratifying. Looking at the phone again, the emails in the mailbox are basically from Jin. Jin, has the mission been completed? 2:36, Los Angeles local time. Jin, yes. See the reply. 2:50, Los Angeles local time. Jin, you are not dead, are you, Mezcal? 4:57, Los Angeles local time. Jin, call me. 7:45, Los Angeles local time. Jin, the target person takes the Shinkansen at 12:45 noon on Sundays and departs from Tokyo. Do not forget. 10:00, Los Angeles local time. Jin, you are dead. 11:09, Los Angeles local time. Could it be said that flying by plane can trigger certain attributes? For so long before Ming Ming, Jin never emailed him. Why did he all come as soon as he got on the plane? The latest email in the mailbox is finally a bit realistic, and it was sent by Bell Mode. Vermouth, I'm here, the exit side, the red sports car. Shinyan appeared at the place where he arrived at the mouth, putting on a brown wig and a backpack with a mole on the corner of his left eye. There are many cars parked at the exit of Los Angeles Airport, but the red sports car is very conspicuous. Shinyan walked straight over, opened the door of the co-pilot, and sat in. Chris Wynyard. Xin Fan showed an unexpected expression. I didn't expect that the 1,000 faces which in the organization would be a big star. What about you? Is this your true face? Bell Mode gave Zinfan a charming smile, and his eyes flowed. Shinfan's mouth evokes a shallow arc. You can guess. I guess you are fake. Bell Mode held the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car rushed forward. The scenery outside the window retreated quickly, and they soon left the airport. When the sports car got on the road, Xin Fan took the laptop out of his backpack and opened it. The well-knotted hands tapped on the keyboard quickly, while he still had time to say to Bell Mode, is the hotel where the target person stays determined? Let's go straight. Bell Mode glanced at it while driving, and then said, this scheme is too inefficient and needs to be changed. Zinfan scanned it from the beginning, but didn't see any problem, so he silently tapped a question mark with his expression. Bell Mode's smile widened. What do you think of the idea of seduction? Xin had a complication. and then looked at her with a complicated expression. You go. Of course, do you want to go? Belmode said, it's not impossible, I can make you more attractive than any woman. You know, I have a lot of experience in disguising. Even if it is guaranteed. The fools who don't understand the style will fall under your pomegranate skirt. Xinfan took a deep breath and used the shortcut to delete everything, and then said, I beg you. The plan is decided in this way. As for more details, we can play freely when the time comes. Belmode said unexpectedly, that's all right? What about B? If this plan fails, what shall we do? Xinfan raised his eyebrows. Did you play with Jin before? Jin would be very interesting if you knew that you satirized him like this. That is, your seduction is likely to fail. Is not likely to. Xinfan wondered, then why do we need B? Belmode didn't know what to say, and she suddenly felt that this confidence makes sense. The members of the organization seem to be arrogant, but in the final analysis they are still very frustrated. Undercover agents have their own tasks to complete. Non-undercover agents take the interests and future of the organization as their own responsibility, or at least hope that some of their goals can be achieved. Therefore, regardless of Jin or anyone else, when they have time to make an action plan, they will be very cautious. This is the first time she has worked with someone like Mezcal. You don't need to worry. Xinfan said again, it doesn't matter if the seduction fails. I didn't expect you to, so don't stress yourself. When playing this cat and mouse game, when will it be the cat's turn to worry? That's what it said. Belmode quickly accepted this statement. Then book a room now. I'll call the hotel directly. I have sent a map of the hotel to your mailbox. Which one do you want? It depends on where the target person lives. Xinfan opened the email and thought for a while. B area 1304 to 1307 is fine, preferably 1305. Learn. Belmode quickly dialed a number and switched to English. Hello, book a room. I want to book B1305, and I have already booked it. What about 1304? Okay, 2 people, thank you. Belmode put down his cell phone and explained to Xinfan in Japanese, it's booked, because. I see. Xinfan closed the computer and paid attention to the time again. It's still early, we can investigate the situation of the target person www.readaloud.com and you will reimburse the organization for the room reservation money. Yes, I have forgotten that you were originally the person in charge of the organization in Northern Europe, with the most basic skills in English. Belmode breathed a sigh of relief. Xinyan continues to look at her. Belmode was stunned, before realizing his question just now, so he opened his hands and said, the gentleman in this operation has specifically ordered me to cooperate with your plan. So of course you are in charge of the funding. Rest assured, the organization will be reimbursed after the end. Xinfan was silent for a while strangely. Belmode looked at him, and then slowly showed a strange expression. Shouldn't we be sleeping on the street? Xinfan sighed silently, and said quietly, I'm afraid you don't know that there is such a thing as a bank in the world. So you brought your bank card? Really, showing that expression makes people. No. Xinfan interrupted her indifferently, I mean, we can go grab the bank. Belmode paused, and then laughed, excuse me, this behavior is still very serious in the United States. Especially the organization's operations have been interfered by the FBI, and there is a risk of exposure if you are not careful. The Witch of Thousand Faces doesn't blink at killing people, and is still worried about the crime of robbing the bank. Xinfan sneered, if the FBI dares to come, then let them come. Just so, I also want to see the legendary silver bullet. Haha, there will be a chance. Belmode now feels that Mezcal is getting more and more pleasing to the eye. Regardless of her character, speaking attitude, or behavior, she has a super appetite for her. But the premise is that he has enough strength. Otherwise, it would be stupid. Chapter 29, Shoki Akai 1,200,000. With the mentality of robbing the bank to make a fortune and get rich, you will go to jail. 20 years later, you will be a top killer again. Zinfan and Belmode touched a bank very close to the target hotel. I've stepped on it. The cash transport truck will come at 7 o'clock every day, and it's almost there. Zinfan leaned on the seat and lit a cigarette. Belmode raised his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, you have been in Japan until today, right? Well, it turns out that you have a good memory. Belmode secretly felt that his assessment of Mezcal would change, at least one level higher on the intelligence network. Obviously he is the person in charge of Northern Europe, and he was sent to Japan, but he can still grasp the law of action of any bank's money-carrying truck in the United States. Too terrifying. And this kind of admiration mixed with vigilance suddenly exploded after seeing the two people sitting on the money transport truck. Belmode stared at the two people closely, fingers moving quickly. She called up a document and carefully compared it. It's them, what's the matter? At this moment, she looked at the leisurely man in the co-pilot beside her. Her eyes were no longer vigilant, but fear. The reason why the quality of the goods the target person provided to the organization is getting worse and worse is because he is already in financial trouble. Zinfan explained calmly, so he made the same decision as us before grab the bank. Of course, he has to be more prepared. I don't know if you have heard of an operation in Japan 2 days ago by the organization. Because a peripheral member sneaked into the bank beforehand, he almost grabbed 1 billion yen for the organization. Shinyan raised his chin in the direction of the cash transport truck. This is how the target person planned. You already have the information about the two guys. They are the two most powerful bodyguards around him. Belmode took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Then we just need to stop the robbery, and then let the US police follow the vine to find the target person. Then the bank robbery was still unsuccessful, and he could not be sentenced to heavy penalties. The FBI took the opportunity to take over and learned about the organization's intelligence from the target person. Zinfan paid attention to Belmode's increasingly ugly look and asked, "You want is this the result?" Belmode was taken aback, and then simply gave up and leaned back on his seat. I am really curious about what you are going to do now. Shinshige smiled, I just want to give the US, especially the FBI a little trouble. It's a battle book for Hideo Akai. Regardless of whether it is Mezcal or the undercover agent of the Japanese police, no matter which status they are, Zinfan makes such a decision. The FBI often appears in Japan and interferes in many actions of the public security. This time, let him give him a gift. Ahead, a cash transport truck loaded with a large number of US bills from the bank, left smoothly. Affected by the blind spot, the two people in the driving seat did not even notice that a red sports car was trailing behind them. Sit down. Belmode reminded in a low voice. Then she slammed the steering wheel, overtook the cash transport truck from the left, and forced the opponent to stop on the highway. At the same time, Shinshige directly set up the submachine gun placed on the back seat of the car, and the black hole pointed at the driver's seat. If you don't obediently give up, I'll be unceremonious. 2 bodyguards. Is it so fun to eat black? In front of 2 idiots who didn't even dare to fire a gun, Zinfan even felt that the price of the submachine gun would be a little lower. Even if it was a pistol versus a submachine gun, or even unarmed, he would have a way to get himself out of trouble. Never give up until the last moment. Belmode successfully robbed the cash transport truck. She opened the door and looked at a cart of banknotes with satisfaction. Take them all. Zinfan turned his head and looked over. How much is the hotel you booked for a night? $300. Then take 300. Belmode looked like you were playing with me. Zinfan said impatiently, hurry up, the police should come in a while. You don't want Chris Wynyard to face prosecution for bank robbery, do you? After all, the idea of robbing the bank was made by Mezcal, and the plan was also made by Mezcal, and even the prior information was found by Mezcal. Belmode surrendered with no sign. It took her a long time to open a box full of banknotes, and reluctantly drew 3 more from it, then turned and returned to the car. Reverse, turn, accelerate. Obviously the money was robbed, but I actually had a pain of cutting meat just now. Belmode couldn't help but vomit. That's right. Xin said solemnly, you have to treat the world's money as your own, so that you will be more motivated to make money, and you will not feel bad about spending money. Belmode's worldview has undergone 3 major changes. The first time was when I first joined the organization, the second time was when I met Moriran and Kudo Shinichi, and the third time is today. Shinshige and Belmode didn't go in circles on the road. They changed a car very decisively, pretending that nothing happened, and went to the Target Hotel to check in. So, for $300, a sports car worth no less than $200,000 was scrapped. Belmode smiled softly, the organization was defeated by a guy like you. Nobuhira did not look back. I'm angry with Shoaki Akai. Is Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com worth 200,000? Belmode was choked. Also, abolish the most powerful bodyguard around the target person. Xin added, this is my goal. Just now, he had already called the police as a witness. So you still remember the mission? Belmode wryly smiled. I almost thought you were here for Hidechi Akai this time. Zinfan took the room card, and made a gesture to the beautiful female companion next to him, would you like to play too? The underground of this hotel is the largest casino in Los Angeles. It is definitely a must-visit attraction. Okay, but are you rich? Zinfan took out the smallest weight of a casino, isn't it enough for a game? His expression is very meaningful, and his eyes have calculations. 20 minutes later, the weight in Zinfan's hand doubled 100 times. After half an hour, 10 times more. Belmode was itchy looking beside him, so Zinfan gave her all the weights intimately. An hour later, they only had the little weight left. Ha ha ha. Despite losing, Belmode smiled happily, I like this model, you win yours, I lose mine. Maybe you can keep playing like this. Zinfan also nodded and said, it's good, at least it won't cause us trouble in the casino. If we follow his winning method, it is estimated that it will not be long before someone finds him in the casino. After all, there is a task, so it is better to keep a low profile. Shinyan suddenly caught a figure, and he narrowed his smile, Belmode, it's time to do business. Chapter 30, The Man Who Can Hurt Me. The target person will not stay in Los Angeles for too long. Zinfan knows that if he wants to complete the task, tonight is a great opportunity. So they followed up quietly. The back figure in the front is very similar to the pot-belly in the photo, and he still wears a hat indoors. Perhaps it is to cover oily head and baldness. Shinshige murmured. Belmode didn't hear it clearly, but she subconsciously thought it must not be a good thing. Just reminded, don't worry about other things, we are going to lose it. In this direction, he should be going back to the room. Xin looked at Belmode, I suggest you change your clothes. Too conservative is not conducive to tonight's actions. Belmode curled up the corners of his lips, the real clever seduction does not rely on sexiness. She walked to another elevator and said, leave me alone, do your own business, don't let him run away. 23:30. Shinyan is already in place on the balcony of B1304. At the same time, Belmode also sneaked into the 9th floor of Area A. As a room attendant, he sounded the last unchecked presidential suite. Shinshige put a sniper rifle on the fence of the balcony, and observed the situation of A901 through the scope. However, from his perspective, he can only see the location of the balcony, which means that Belmode must find a way to lead the target person to the balcony. Room service. Belmode's deliberately changed voice sounded outside the A901 door. After a while, the door finally opened. The people behind the door are just wearing a bath towel, and they seem to have just finished taking a shower, and they are still slightly steamed. What's the matter? The target person asked coldly. Belmode's appearance is very simple. At first glance it is the kind of young man who has not experienced too much and has just stepped into society. Faced with such a cold face, she expressed some shivering in a timely manner. This is C901, right? Belmode asked. I'll bring you the meal. You made a mistake, this is Area A. Belmode's eyes gradually became foggy. I'm sorry. I just came here to work, I can't tell the location of ABCD, The target character's stern face couldn't help but relax a little. It's okay, you go over. No, our shop rules, each dish has the most suitable time to taste. Now it is too late to deliver it. Belmode said he was about to cry. Sympathy appeared in the target person's heart. Why not? If you send this meal in, it will be my order and I will pay for it. Zinfan was lying on the balcony, boringly counting the number of tiles on the opposite balcony. Suddenly, he spied a little bit of the situation through the flickering window. Wow, did Sister Bay play like this? Half a minute later, a middle-aged man with a pot belly flied out of the balcony door and hit the fence. How does he feel something is wrong? Belmode glanced in his direction. Xinyan suppressed the swelling curiosity in his heart, and pointed the target person's head with a sight. You, who are you? The target person backed away in horror. Belmode put his index finger in front of his red lips. 3. 2. The target person shrinks. What? 1. Bang! Zinfan pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot into the man's brain instantly, exploding the blood, and staining the balcony tiles red. Belmode turned against the light, and smiled brilliantly at the red scene in front of him. Game over. She whispered softly. Belmode handled all the traces left on the scene proficiently, and ran into Zinfan as soon as he left the house. Mission completed, retreat. She raised her eyebrows strangely. This is over? Don't you still have a duel with Akai Hideo? The only order that gentleman gave me was to solve the guy. Now that the task is complete, I should go back. Shin Shige said with a smile, don't you really think that I came to the United States for Hidechi Akai? It is enough to give him a gift. If you run into it at this time, Zinfan can only regard him as an enemy that must be killed. Not yet in time. Belmode agreed, that's what I said. The person that the gentleman valued, would not act impulsively. Zinfan didn't answer, he turned around to leave. But at this moment, a shuddering feeling filled the whole body. Every cell on his skin sensed the danger and warned him frantically. Zinfan has never had a brain, and relies entirely on the reaction of his body. Almost at the same time he realized the danger, he had already leaned his body to one side. Is the sound of bullets penetrating flesh and blood. There is a sniper. In the building across the corridor. Zinfan quickly said to Belmode. Taking advantage of the gap where the sniper was aiming, he had found a suitable cover and went into hiding. Belmode squatted across from him, both of them looked very serious. Zinfan meditated, our actions were decided temporarily, and it is impossible to disclose them. If we know that we might attack the target here, reading www.yuyugonshu.com only has. FBI. Belmode continued, that building is indeed a suitable sniper site, but the distance is at least 700 yards. It's a Kai Shuaki. Shin Shige sighed, but his eyes were full of warfare. Can you fight back? I heard that your sniper range is comparable to that of the man. Zinfan was a little surprised, that gentleman even told you about this? But no, this distance is too extreme, and he occupies a dominant position. The brain is looking for a way to deal with it quickly, and at the same time, Zinfan has to tear off the cloth strips from his clothes and simply bandage the wound on his left arm. Let's withdraw, I have already contacted me to take care of it. Belmode was very confident, even the FBI can't stop us. Don't worry. Zinfan narrowed his eyes. I don't want to let him go just like that. He took a pistol from the pocket inside his clothes and loaded the bullet. Told Belmode again, he can't snipe anyone, and he will retreat soon. I'm past now, maybe he can still be blocked. You will pick me up there with the respondent in a while. Are you alone? Belmode frowned. That's too dangerous. I really believe in my own strength. After all, Xin didn't care about Belmode's thoughts and retreated slowly with his gun. The shot just now can actually make Nobuan judge a lot of things. For example, there is only Shoaki Akai on the opposite side. As long as someone cooperates, Zinfan may be cold. This is the first time in so many years that he has such a feeling of fear afterwards. Sure enough, it's Shoaki Akai. Chapter 31, a difficult role to deal with. Shinshige quietly left the hotel, and walked towards the building where Shoaki Akai was in the night. It was late at night. The office building near the hotel was empty at this time. The security guard at the door was drowsy, so Zinfan easily sneaked in. There was no movement in the stairwell, but after Shinshige waited patiently for a while, the elevator rang. He doesn't think Akai will be so stupid to take the elevator to retreat. Is there anyone else? Is it the FBI or the staff of the building? Zinfan took a deep breath and hid in the stairwell on the third floor. In this position, whether Shoaki Akai and his colleagues descended from the stairs or the elevator, they could shoot and find shelter in the first place. However, the result was somewhat unexpected. Shinyan heard the sound of the stairs and the opening of the elevator doors at the same time. This is. The sound on the stairs cannot be faked, but the elevator can be a smoke bomb deliberately made by Akai Hideichi. There are no two people at all. Akai Hideichi has been playing mystery from beginning to end. Do not. It is also possible that Shoaki Akai and his companion took the stairs one by one and the other by the elevator. And if it's the latter, his current position is extremely bad, it can be said to be an enemy. No, it can't be like this. He must use offense instead of defense, and find a breakthrough, otherwise he will be attacked on both sides, and he will be seriously injured if he is not dead. Then think carefully about the way Shoaki Akai will get down. The elevator space is small and the situation is clear at a glance. If someone is blocked at the door and shoots, there is basically no room for counterattack. The staircase environment is complicated, it can be attacked and defended, and can be advanced or retreated, which is much better than elevators. But if that person is Shoaki Akai, if he has to use a separate action strategy, will he let his companions take risks? Obviously not. So Hideichi Akai can only get down the elevator. Zinfan thought about it a lot, but it was actually just a momentary effort. He quickly made a decision, intending to take the soft persimmon first. When the elevator door opened and the people inside came out, Zinfan had already turned into a ghostly figure and jumped up the stairs. Crack is the sound of a bullet being loaded. Xin Fanhun's cells felt the threat of death again. But his eyes were empty, there was no one. So that's it, is he caught in a misunderstanding of thinking? While being pointed at with the muzzle of Akai Hideichi, Shinchich's hand has already pointed the gun at Akai Hideichi in a very strange and tricky way. Now two people are fighting against each other, and can't tell who can win. However, Zinfan was injured before after all, and his current position seems to occupy a high position. In fact, for people like them, the first shot will basically be injured but not lethal. At that time, Hideo Akai fights whenever he wants to fight, and retreats when he wants to retreat. And he was wounded, it was difficult to escape from above. Especially, if he is Shoaki Akai, he will definitely aim at his leg and shoot. The situation is extremely bad. You are amazing, Shoaki Akai. When faced with such a dilemma, Shinshige raised a smile instead. He even put the player on the roof of the building, and the sound of footsteps is transmitted here through the metal handrail. Shoaki Akai did not speak, and his expression did not change at all. However, his hand holding the gun tightened slightly. It's just such a slight movement, even he himself hasn't noticed. I'm not procrastinating, but I want to hear your thoughts anyway before shooting. Shingetsu looked at Akai Shuaki provocatively. Is the bank robbery fun? Shuaki Akai's pupils constricted suddenly. He is not a person who is easily irritated, on the contrary, the more arrogant the enemy, the calmer his mood. But after the guy opposite said this seemingly provocative remark, he immediately took advantage of his momentary stunner and threw a smoke bomb between the two of them. The white smoke quickly rose up in front of his eyes, completely flooding the entire stairwell. Akai Hidichi silently stared at the front, as if his eyes had condensed on that guy through the white smoke. I'm really stunned, he whispered to himself, before I thought that the man appeared in front of me again. This cunning approach is in line with the organization's style of doing things, but it is different from that person after all. What's more, how could it be possible that he is a deceased who has been dead for many years? It should have been a newcomer in the organization during the time he left. Still seems to be a difficult character to deal with. Shuaki Akai put away the pistol calmly and left the building through the front entrance. The night outside is rich and deep. Los Angeles was silent in the middle of the night, and the wind passed by, rolling up the gravel on the ground and making noise. Just like that night 4 years ago. As an undercover agent dispatched by the FBI to the organization, Akai Hidichi had a lot of blood in his hands, but only the fact that he could not save him has been remembered by Akai Hidichi until now. Hey! He answered the phone. I'm already out, right? Boom! The sound of the gunshot, which was not silenced at all, rudely tore through the night. The bullet directly penetrated his shoulder www.readwound.com and printed a shallow pit on the ground. Akai snorted when he had a pain, and then quickly hid under the flower bed next to him. On the phone, Judy's eager voice came out, Sue. What happened? I seem to hear gunshots, are you okay? Hidichi Akai was paying close attention to the surrounding situation, especially the direction from which the bullet came, and at the same time he said to the phone, It's okay, I just underestimated the cunning level of an opponent. That's why I said that you should at least let me know what plans you have. It is too dangerous to run in a hurry like today. Listening to the chattering voice on the phone, the corners of Akai Shuaki's mouth raised an arc. Although this is the case, I ran into a very interesting guy today. If he was not very sure that Scotland was dead, Akai would almost think that the person who shot him at the gun and pitted him was Scotch. Whether it was the battle of wits about the stairs and elevators, or the sneer shot at the end, the members of that organization really resembled Scotland. So, even though he knew that the opponent was an enemy, Akai was also happy that such a person appeared on his opposite side. The fighting spirit has never been higher. After retreating smoothly with his injuries, Akai Hideo and Judy, who came to pick him up, said, I plan to transfer to Japan by myself in the near future. Judy was taken aback for a moment, and her hand holding the steering wheel tightened. Is it because of Ms. Akimi Miyano? She was liquidated by the organization because I was involved. Shuaki Akai's expression was a little lost, not to mention the elimination of that organization is our common goal. Okay. Judy nodded vigorously with determination, then I will go with you. Chapter 32, Desperate Guy. After escaping from the window of the stairwell under the cover of smoke bombs, Shinyan did not immediately retreat, but hung in an ambush in a corner that was not easily noticed. The confrontation with that guy would be too ugly if he ended up with an injury. With Nobahira's understanding of Akai Hidichi, he probably never thought that he would keep one hand. As long as you try to suppress the killing intent that rises up around you, reduce your sense of existence, don't deliberately look at Akai Shuaki, let alone direct your gun at him, you can avoid triggering the alertness of an excellent sniper. The sniper's perception of danger is often strong enough to pervert. Shinshige was able to dodge bullets that hit the vital part before, thanks to this sixth sense. He didn't want to stumble in this regard. Successfully attacked Shuaki Akai, and after forcibly pulled back around, Nobuhira was not in love with him, so he went straight into the back alley and got into the car that the organization came to meet. The driver was a member of an organization whom Xinfan did not know. Belmode was sitting in the co-pilot, and seeing him in the car, the woman smiled mysteriously. I heard gunshots, so Hideo Akai got a shot in the shoulder, and he won't be able to raise any storms in a short time. Xinfan put away the gun, leaned on his seat, and said in a deep voice. At that time, Akai Hidechi was unprepared. According to Nobuhira's idea, he actually wanted to shoot Akai Hidechi in the same position as his left arm. But that would be a bit too deliberate. It's easy for Belmode to suspect that he did this on purpose. After all, since you can aim at the arm, why not just kill Shoaki Akai directly? Shoulder is a more suitable choice. Because this is often the place where the opponent can get hurt after subconsciously avoiding. Belmode didn't doubt it, she just showed an expression that she didn't know whether it was gratified or regrettable. I thought that if it were you, maybe that person could tell me here. She reminded me similarly, the medical kit is under the seat. Xinfan took off the strips of cloth on his arms that had been broken away, revealing the blood-sparkling wound. He poured some alcohol on it for disinfection, and then wrapped it up with a clean medical bandage. Then said, "Send me to the airport." Belmode raised his eyes unexpectedly and looked at Xinfan, who was sitting behind from the rear mirror. The wound on your arm needs further treatment. It is a penetrating injury, there is no need to take out the bullet, and there is no problem with the security check. Xinfan explained, took out his mobile phone and made a call. Belmode smiled softly, really a desperate guy. And Xinfan's call has been connected, and the cold and deep voice of Jin Wine can be heard over there. So you are still alive, Mezcal? Xinyan's tone is very brisk. The mission on the American side has been completed smoothly, and I am preparing to return to Japan. I called you to ask, do I still need to go for the 400 million yen? No. Jin said in a bad tone, I will be with vodka. Xinfan raised his eyebrows, with a smile in his eyes. Well, you didn't let me go, but I was not lazy. Jinjiu didn't answer, but he was obviously in a bad mood, and he unilaterally cut off the call. Really, hang up his phone again. Is it Jin? Yeah. Xinfan nodded, and said indifferently, on the plane before, he sent me a lot of emails and didn't receive a reply. I guess he was angry. Belmode smiled, it is dangerous not to reply to the Jin's news. If you are not careful, you will be suspected of being a traitor. What about doubt? Xinfan leaned against the car door, in a nonchalant tone, I belong to that gentleman directly, and I'm not in his control. Even if Jin gets evidence of the so-called traitor, he has to ask that gentleman first. To do it. That said, is this the source of your confidence? Xinfan did not reply. He dialed another number. This time it was to the instrument dealer who had arranged, well, it's me. Could you please send someone to bring the purchase agreement to Los Angeles World Airport? After talking about all the things and details that need to be resolved in the United States, Xinfan put away his phone, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes slightly. The pain of being pierced by the bullet on his left arm is numb, and I basically don't feel it at all now. The previous calculations about the location of the gunshot wounds may not be hidden from Akai Hidechi. But to be honest, even if he really aimed at that guy's head or heart at the time, he might be spotted by the other party instead. If you can't steal the chicken, but Hideaki seizes the opportunity to fight back, then, it's very interesting. As for whether Akai Hidechi will doubt his intentions, there is no need to worry. If Hidechi Akai suspects that he is an undercover agent, or a member with an ambiguous attitude towards the organization, that guy will never reveal anything. Everyone is a red party after all. As we all know, in Conan's world, the identity between the red parties is not a secret. But the problem is that this kind of openness is really fine. Jinwine is really difficult. Xinfan thought all the way, but fell asleep in the car. Although the vigilance that has been maintained can make him wake up before danger comes, but to fall asleep is to fall asleep. This behavior of falling asleep in a strange vehicle in a strange country is still strange. Belmode almost stared at him all the way through the rear-view mirror. "We're here, can I put mezcal here?" The member who was the driver lowered his voice somehow. "You reading www.uyugonshu.com." Belmode made a silent gesture. She got off the car lightly and walked around to Zinfan's side. "Reach out and squeeze it to his cheek." Shin Shige opened his eyes. Belmode stopped. The two looked at each other for 5 seconds. "Belmode." Zinfan smiled. Those smiling eyes were extremely deep, like a pool of rotten and smelly stagnant water but rippled. He took Belmode's half-stretched hand, held it and stroked his face. The corners of his mouth seemed to be smiling but not smiling, touch it as you want, sneaking and twisting like an underage girl. The palm of the hand feels warm and soft, real skin. So this face turned out to be Mezcal's true face? Belmode's expression was a little tranced, and those aqua-green eyes were as beautiful as amber, reflecting the face of the man in front of him. Yes, Mezcal, she remembered him. Few people can make such a deep impression on Belmode at the first meeting. Not only did that guy not get molested, but he came to tease her instead. "I'm leaving." Zinfan let go of Belmode's hand, and left the car without hesitation, and walked towards the departure level of the airport. Belmode straightened up, looked at the man's leaving back, and suddenly said to himself, "It seems that Japan has a lot of interesting people, shouldn't it be time to go there to join in the fun?" She quickly shook her head and denied, "Shirley is now being reused, at least wait for her." The curvature of Belmode's mouth deepened, and his eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, the figure she had been paying attention to also disappeared into the crowd. Chapter 33, Kudoshin One's Sense of Crisis. The huge wide-body passenger plane passed through the clouds, over the jungle and buildings, facing the morning sun, and slowly landed at the front of the runway of the airport. With the gentle voice of the flight attendant, Zinfan didn't even have any luggage, so he set foot on the land of Tokyo alone. It was also at this time that he remembered the missed calls from Conan. Zinfan dialed the Mori Detective Agency, and it was Moraround who picked it up. "Ah, Mr. Asano, are you okay? We haven't been able to get in touch before, and we are all worried." "It's okay, I just went to the United States to talk about musical instruments in the music classroom, and I couldn't answer the phone on the plane." Zinfan went out of the airport and called a taxi casually. Then, "Are you still in America?" "I'm back. Do you and Conan have anything to do with me?" Xin Fanyan faintly felt that a new case appeared around the protagonist about the 2 days after he left. It will be the Shinkansen bombing incident soon. What plot was before this? Mao Lilan has already clarified for him. Before my father encountered a special commission. Someone sent a lot of gifts to the client, some of which were toy musical instruments for children. Because it is strange that there is no trademark, we thought I ask you. Oh, it's a gift event every month. Zinfan heard this and already remembered all the subsequent plots. But he still pretended not to know, and asked, "What happened later?" "I think Conan didn't contact me after making a few calls. Because of a misunderstanding, the client's child was almost killed." Mao Lilan sighed, "Fortunately, we still prevented the tragedy from happening in the end." After being silent for a while, he said again, "Yes, Mr. Asano. My father and I are going to a wedding this weekend. Can Conan ask you to take care of it?" Shinyan's eyelids twitched and he almost forgot. At this time, Kogoro Mori was still very upset about eating for nothing, the kid Conan who lives in his house. But if Conan is not on the train, he is really worried that the train will explode directly with Uncle Maori's level of reasoning and keenness. Regardless of the innocent passengers who were killed, no matter which one of Moraran and Mori Kogoro is affected, the following plot will not be able to proceed. What will happen to the world of Detective Conan? Is it about to collapse and disappear? Or, at least it will make the plot go in a direction that Xinfan couldn't predict at all. That would be too bad. This weekend. Xinfan frowned. I'm sorry, I might have something wrong this weekend. Ah, that's it. Mao Lilan's voice was filled with disappointment. Then there is no way, it seems we can only send Conan to Dr. Aha. Isn't that the same result? Xinfan hurriedly added, actually, it doesn't matter. I am a freelance entrepreneur, so I can bring Conan with me even if I have anything. Will you delay your business? No, Conan is still very good. Just kidding, even if you delay things, you can't let Conan miss such an important plot. That was the life of a whole train of passengers on the Shinkansen. Mao Lilan breathed a sigh of relief, and said happily, then I will trouble you too much. After hanging up, Shin Shige asked the driver to park the car at the JR station and bought 2 tickets for himself and Conan from Tokyo to Osaka on the weekend. Although I don't know which train Moor Island took, Xinfan remembers that the target person is a ticket at 12:45 noon on Sundays, so I only need to buy a ticket according to this. Xinfan took advantage of the time before the weekend to visit the organization's base and asked the organization's own doctor to help treat the wound. Putting on long-sleeved clothing, there is basically no visible injury on his arm. On the weekend, Xinfan came to the Maori detective office at the agreed time. Mao Lilan opened the door, and under her, a little bit with a black face and a backpack appeared in front of Xinfan. Good morning, Brother Asano. Conan greeted in a long voice, very unwilling. After all, I can travel with my girlfriend, but now I have to spend the weekend with a big man. This feeling is really terrible. It's really troublesome for you. Moorlan handed 2 lunch boxes to Xinfan, and said, this is the lunch I prepared for Mr. Asano, you and Conan, although they are all crude things. No. Xinfan exclaimed sincerely, Miss Maori made a bento with her own hands. This is more meaningful than the Kaisuke cuisine in the center of Jyotanja. No one doesn't like hearing other people's compliments. Even Mo Lilan smiled embarrassedly, because it's too much trouble to take care of Conan. Conan watched the communication between the 2 people in front of him, and immediately raised his ears vigilantly. Why does this guy speak so nicely? Do you have any thoughts about Xiolan? Really, it is obvious that Shinichi Kudo is Xiolan's childhood sweetheart, but now it turns out that it is other men who can talk and laugh with Xiolan in a fair manner. Just when Conan was depressed alone, a warm and powerful palm patted his head. Conan looked down his arm. www.readaloud.com. Xinfan was lowering his head and smiling at him. No problem, Conan will leave it to me. He is not very white, he has that healthy, wheat-colored skin, and even the smile on his face exudes a smell of the sun. He was so calm, so gentle, so enthusiastic, but he made his unspeakable mind even more ugly. Conan is very ashamed, and his expression has dropped a lot, and he doesn't even dare to look at Xinfan. Just bowed his head and followed the man's footsteps and left the Maori detective office, and got into the car obediently. Conan sighed in his heart. He had never had this kind of crisis of gains and losses before, because Xiolan was beside him, and he could smash the telegraph pole next to him out of the big hole with one punch. Since childhood, Shinichi Kudo spent almost every day with Moran. He never thought that this would happen. Obviously close at hand, but it seems to be separated by thousands of mountains and rivers. However, it is really difficult for Asano Nobuhiro not to make him feel crisis. A rich second generation who seems to have a deep family background came to Tokyo alone to start a business. For the quality of the music classroom, he did not hesitate to spend huge sums of money to buy professional musical instruments for the students. Not much weaker than Kudo Shinichi, usually smiles gently, has a good personality, and is easy to get along with. After listing them one by one, Conan suddenly found out sadly that if he were a girl, he might be tempted by Asano Nobuhiro. And he still doesn't know when he will be able to regain his status as a high school student. If there is no news for 2 or 3 years or more, can Xiaolan keep her original mentality waiting for him? My God, the more I think about it, the more panic I get. Chapter 34, Misunderstood Mr. Asano? Conan. Fan suddenly called out, children don't always think too much. Conan shook his whole body and turned his head in amazement to look at the man sitting in the driver's seat. This age is the most carefree time, right? Although Mr. Mori can't take you to the wedding together, it should be nice to have fun with me, right? Xinyan watched Conan's eyes and said the above while paying attention to the road conditions. His eyes are serious, and his tone of voice is slow and gentle. Conan was enveloped in such a breath, and soon surrendered. The depression instantly dissipated from his face, and it turned into a standard childlike smirk, yet. But where is Brother Asano taking me? Hey, here it is. Shin Shige parked his car in the parking lot and helped Conan open the door. With the warm sunshine, what enters Conan's eyes is a familiar building, Tokyo Station. A bad premonition took hold, and Conan asked stiffly, shall we take the Shinkansen? If you are taking a regular JR line, there is no need to drive to Tokyo Station, so. Is that true? Yet. Xinyan smiled casually and said, I was going to Osaka this weekend to investigate the business model of music classrooms. If this is the case, I will take you to have a fun. Osaka has a lot of delicious food. Conan glanced at him contemptuously. Only believe in ghosts. Who would take a child to work? Sure enough, it was correct to be wary of Asano Nobuhiro before. This guy is interesting to Xiaolan. However, even if Conan is full of fear for Xinyan, now, as a child, he has no way to deal with adults. He can only follow Zinfan into the station. On the train. Xinyan. Conan. Uncle Maori. Ah. It's Mr. Asano. Mao Lilan said hello unexpectedly. I didn't expect you to take Conan on the same train with us. Mori Kogora stretched his face, yet, he happened to be sitting with us. Conan's face was dark enough to drip ink. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Nobuhiro Asano must have done it deliberately. It's definitely intentional. Zinfan said that he was innocent, too innocent. He originally thought that Kogoro Mori would buy a free seat, and he would never meet them with reserved seat tickets. After all, it is to solve something as dangerous as a bomb, and it is best not to involve others. Miscalculation, miscalculation. But this way, gin and vodka should also sit in this carriage. Where do you get off? Mao Lilan didn't notice the uncomfortableness of the two men, one big and one small, but she was very happy. It's Osaka. Conan was taken aback as he said. If Nobuhiro Asano is really interested in Xiaolan, then he shouldn't get off in Osaka, but should get off from Kyoto along with him. Conan sneaked up next to Fan, trying to see the ticket in his hand. What's the matter? Zinfan asked with a puzzled face, do you want to hold the ticket by yourself? Let's give it to you. Xinyan calmly put Conan's child ticket into Conan's hand. Conan took a closer look, and the arrival station written on it was indeed Osaka. That. Did he misunderstand Mr. Asano? But it seems to be the same. If Mr. Asano really wants to get along with Xia Rando, he can definitely propose to go to the wedding together. Conan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but his guilt for Fan deepened a lot. The train moved slowly. Although it was the weekend, there were not many passengers on the train. Everyone got together and had lunch with a bento made by Mao Lilan. Because he is not sure when the gin and vodka will get on the bus, Shin Shige has been facing the door of the bus, always paying attention to the passengers who come up. As a result, before he finished his meal, Uncle Maori began to shave. Morilan glared at his father immediately. Really, Mr. Asano and Conan are still eating. Also, it's too rude to shave on the way to a friend's wedding. Hey. Isn't it because I had 2 long discussions with my client last night and I didn't have time? It's so nice, I don't know who fell drunk to sleep at the gate. Mao Lilan reached out and pulled Uncle Maori's tie to help tidy it. Uncle scratched his head. Oh, this is how adults communicate. If you don't believe me, ask Asano, he usually needs to drink when he sees customers and other things. Mr. Asano started his own business and doesn't need to meet any customers. Moraround said helplessly, but I really look forward to Kyoto, I have never been to it before. Right, Conan, are you looking forward to it too? Dang, of course. Conan had no resistance to Moraland's smile. But let's talk about it. Kogoro Mori glanced at Conan. This child's parents haven't had a phone call until now. It's really irresponsible. Ahaha. Conan pretended to be a fool, and jumped out of his seat, still yelling, Brother Asano, I'll go to the bathroom first. Zinfan helped a certain kid put away the lunch after he finished eating, and then followed him forward. Then he saw the gin and vodka in the car earlier than Conan. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.cm. Zinfan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quietly shifted his gaze to the seat next to the gin to prevent anyone from being caught peeping. Conan looked extremely shocked when he saw the 2 men who forced himself to take poison and turned into children. He stood there blankly, his legs were as if he was filled with lead, unable to move. Jin frowned, vodka immediately threw Conan aside, get out of the way. A good dog is not in the way. Ah, Conan. Mao Lilan noticed the movement there and was about to get up. Xinyan stopped her, and said with relief, I'll go and see. After that, he walked to Conan. Conan fell to the ground, his glasses fell to one side, and his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Even since he became younger, he has been looking for these 2 people. Wanting to get the antidote that can restore him. But when he really stood in front of the 2 men in black, he realized how small he was. Is terrible, the evil spirits on those 2 people are terrible. Jinwine walked by Conan's side with a cold face. Suddenly, he stopped and looked back. Big brother. Vodka wondered. Jin stared at Conan, and whispered, this kid is a little familiar. He wanted to check further, but a person suddenly came over and blocked his sight. I'm really sorry, the kid ran around. Zinfan's gentle voice miraculously injected a wave of strength into Conan. He patted Conan's messy hair, helped him up, and helped him pick up the fallen glasses and put them on. It's too disobedient to run around when I go out. Zinfan reprimanded a few words in a low voice, and then bowed to Qinju to apologize. I'm very sorry, we will educate the children well when we go back. Chapter 35, Call Mezcal. Jinjiu glanced at Conan coldly, and the familiar feeling seemed to disappear. Could it be that it was his illusion? Is not impossible. But now, he started to feel that the young man in front of him was a bit familiar. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. He stopped thinking about it, and withdrew his biting gaze, and walked to his seat. Shin Shige kept smiling, but he was relieved. It seems that in the setting of Aoyama's Ho, as long as Conan wears glasses, no one will think that he is very similar to Kudo Shinichi. However, things have passed so long, does Jin remember Kudo Shinichi? This is not very similar to the legendary Jin that never remembers the name of the dead person. Of course, it's more likely that Jinjiu just thought that Kudo Shinichi's face had been seen before, but he couldn't remember that he had killed a person called Kudo Shinichi. Shin Shige took Conan back to his seat. Mao Lilan immediately asked with concern, why is Conan running around again? He went to the bathroom. Xin Fanwei explained to Conan, I just ran into 2 men who were not very patient. However, it is okay to let the children suffer setbacks, otherwise he would be mischievous all day long. Hey. How can he be naughty? Conan watched Mao Lilan nodding his head in agreement, feeling so tired, it was so hard to be a child. Next, Gin and vodka are like passengers who are really just traveling on the Shinkansen, staying in their seats. When the train was about to reach Mount Fuji, the two people finally got up from their seats and walked toward the back of the car. What are they going to do? Conan looked over alertly, then he slipped away from his seat while the adults ignored him, and followed the Jin to the second floor. Zinfan was closing his eyes and rested, feeling the movement next to him. He raised his eyes and took a look, then closed his eyes again without saying a word. It was Mao Lilan who quickly noticed that Conan was missing. Ah, this kid, where did he run around again? It looks like I went to the dining car on the second floor. Xin Fan reminded, maybe I'm hungry. I was hungry just after lunch. Mao Lilan had a headache, then I will get him off. I also brought some biscuits. After a while, Conan looked embarrassed and was taken down by Mao Lilan. His eyes were erratic, and he had been hovering near the original location of the gin and vodka. Zinfan sat not far away, watching Conan take out a piece of gum, chewed it, and then wrapped a small metal disc and stuck it under the gin seat. Miss Maori. Shinyan unceremoniously exposed Conan's uncivilized behavior. Conan just seems to have stuck something under someone's seat. Ah, is that so? Maor Island scowled and reprimanded, what the are you doing? It's chewing gum. You have to wrap this kind of thing in tissues and throw it in the trash can. Just throw it in first. In the ashtray. Mao Lilan didn't give Conan another chance to make trouble this time. She pulled Conan's arm and pulled back to the seat. Shinhana said in a serious manner, Conan, you can't throw away your trash. You throw it in that place, and the cleaning union feels very embarrassed. I got it. Conan nodded reluctantly. Really, he is a 17-year-old high school student, and in the end he has to be reprimanded for such trivial matters. Shin Shige knew that a high school student detective didn't realize the seriousness of the problem at all. He wanted to stick the bug under the seat. Did he really think that the Jin would not notice it? Rather than staying in that kind of place, it is better to just throw it into the ashtray openly and honestly, as Mao Lilan did, so that it is not easy to be suspected. Soon, gin and vodka came back. Conan also pretended to adjust his glasses and turned the temples of his glasses. Hey, I can finally smoke. Vodka sighed and leaned contentedly on the back of the chair with a cigarette in his hand. But he soon discovered something was wrong. Hey? There seems to be something in it. Vodka lowered his head and looked at it. Ah, it's chewing gum, probably the previous passenger left. However, it is really easy to get the 400 million yuan, brother. Jin frowned and reprimanded softly, you keep your voice down, vodka. Ah, you are really cautious, Jin boss. But even if someone hears it, they don't understand it. Zinfan did not wear a wiretapping device. Of course, he didn't know what the specific conversation between the two people was, but just by observing Conan's facial expressions, he could get a lot of information. So by now, Conan should have noticed that the briefcase has become a suitcase. Zinfan opened the book and read in the soft and bright sunshine outside the window. At this time, I felt that it would be nice to have a little detective around me who was actively solving the case, and I could worry less about it. Otherwise, in his capacity, when he learned that Jin was going to detonate a bomb on the Shinkansen, he might have started to solve his headaches. However, no sniper is troublesome, brother. Vodka sighed suddenly, otherwise, after we get the money, we can just find a chance to snipe on the road. Jin Wine pondered for a few seconds. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com unexpectedly nodded and said, then I will call Mezcal to ask. Mezcal. Conan keenly noticed the name mentioned in the Jin talk. This is also a member of that organization. So, do they all use the name of the wine as the code name? While Jin made a call, Conan suddenly heard a ringing tone. He was stunned, then looked back. It was Asano Nobuhiro. Shin Shige glanced at Conan, who was clearly in a state of something wrong, and then took out his phone. On the screen was a string of numbers without notes, but he remembered that it was a phone number for Jin. Why would those two guys call him here? Isn't this troublesome? Xin Fan held up his phone without changing his face, and put it to his ear. Hello? It's me, yes, I'm already on the Shinkansen, and I can be there at about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Ah, is it really possible? Thank you so much. Are you talking to the person who is scheduled to meet today? Conan turned his attention back and listened carefully to the movement on the buggy side. Jin was silent for a long time, and then said in a gloomy tone, not only did Mezcal not answer emails. He doesn't even answer the phone now. He is really arrogant. Vodka slapped his eldest brother. I should find a chance to sue him. Don't do unnecessary things. Jin warned, he is not someone you can target. Conan listened to the exchange of Jin and Vodka, and listened to Zinfan's call. He was finally relieved. Is he too vigilant? It feels a little bit of grass and trees. This is not good news. When facing the man in black, he must be absolutely calm. Chapter 36, Conan seems to be running around again. Jinjiu put down his phone and said coldly, that person would never think that it is time to say goodbye to the world when he gets information. Hey, Big Brother installed that kind of bomb after all. Vodka grinned, as long as it encounters a violent vibration, it will explode, even if the babe goes all the way, at 3:10:10, he will detonate the bomb by himself. Switch. In just 10 seconds, that guy will be ashes with the Shinkansen. Conan's pupils shrank violently, and exclaimed, Ash! His voice is so loud that it even attracted the attention of Jin and Vodka. Conan hurriedly concealed, Papa Mud. Papa Mud. Mori Kogora glared at him, it's a mud doll, not a mud dad. Oh, hee, that's it. Conan smiled awkwardly. But it was finally fooled. Jin did not focus on the children. Is really a powerful bomb. Thinking of this, Xin Fan had a headache, so he could only reach out and rub his temples. The organization really didn't shame the name of a transnational criminal group in the slightest. It used high explosives just to kill a trading partner. Nagaya Station is here, Nagaya Station is here. The radio began to broadcast the arrival reminder. Jin and Vodka stood up with the sound, and both got out of the car. Conan was still immersed in shock and unable to extricate himself, but when he saw this scene, he jumped up and rushed over to stop him. Xinyan's Yu Guang, who read the book, noticed Conan's movements, so he reminded him softly, Miss Maori, Conan seems to be running around again. Hey? Really? Moor Island suddenly stood up angrily, and with a few steps of karate champion's physique, he caught up with short-legged Conan. You will come back to me. I just ran around without looking at you for a while. If this happens again, I will never take you out next time. Conan slipped into his clothes, staring blankly at the train door slowly closing in front of him, blocking the figure of the man in black leaving. Oh no! Less than 40 minutes left. The bomb must be found. Conan's figure disappeared in a hurry, and it was useless for Mao Lilan to shout from behind. But, soon, maybe not even 5 minutes, Conan returned. Brother Asano. He called Shinyana's name in his mouth and stumbled over, Brother Asano, I have something very important to tell you. Can you go to the dining car with me? Shin Shige raised his eyes from the book. Conan is planning to tell him about the bomb directly? This is also good, he can remind quietly. After all, he remembered that the trade partner seemed to be a woman sitting in a non-smoking car on the second floor. Following Conan into the dining car, the child's expression was already very nervous. Brother Asano, I just overheard someone saying that there is a bomb on this Shinkansen. It's the kind of bomb that will explode as long as it collides. Zinfan nodded, where? Hey! Conan was stunned, do you believe what I said? Believe? Conan was so moved that he wanted to pat Zinfan's shoulder hard. When he told the police just now, he was completely treated as a kid's joke. So on the way back, he thought of a lot of explanations, and even considered telling Asano his true identity. However, that person actually believed that way. "Tell me about the clues you have gotten," Zinfan reminded calmly. Still lost in a daze. Does Conan know how tight time is? It has been delayed for almost 10 minutes, and they may have to discuss the clues on the open face, quickly find the bomb, and then deal with it safely. The Emperor is really not too anxious. Well, it's too much anyway. However, Conan was stunned. Shall we go to the police and explain the situation? The police didn't believe the children, but should always believe the words of adults. Look for the policeman. Zinfan frowned. Children don't go to the police whenever they encounter problems. They must learn to take the initiative to take responsibility and solve crises through their own efforts. Conan began to wonder if he had found the wrong person. Does this guy think he is joking? But after thinking about it carefully, he also agreed with Zinfan's words. There is no suitable place for the evacuation of passengers on the Shinkansen nearby. If you tell the police, it may cause panic. Okay. Conan cleared his throat and said, there were 2 people who made a deal with someone who is still sitting on the Shinkansen and put the briefcase with the bomb in his place. The bomber said he could finally smoke, so I think the bomber should sit in the non-smoking car. Bomb, I feel dizzy. However, he is still willing to play a supporting role. If the smoking is banned, it will be the 2nd floor of car No. 7. Hey! Conan was a little dazed. Aren't there 8 non-smoking cars? How did Brother Asano lock the 2nd floor of car 7? How does he know why it is car number 7? Isn't that the reasoning that Conan should do? It stands to reason that after hearing his reminder, Conan should be able to reflect the logical relationship immediately. But he can't tell the truth. Didn't you say that they were doing business? If that's the case, then he should be quite rich. In the special class car on the 2nd floor, only car number 7 is non-smoking. Ah, it turned out to be like this. Conan showed a suddenly enlightened expression. Yes. Why didn't I think about it? www.readaloud.com. The guy who can pay 400 million yen must be sitting in the special class car. You are amazing, Brother Asano. Is this really the reason? Zinfan was very skeptical, but at present, at least Conan got the correct result. As to whether the process conforms to the plot, it is beyond his control. It's just that gin and vodka won't be fanned by his butterfly fan. You can't even finish the original conversation, right? Those conversations are so informative that every sentence cannot be missed. With deep concern, Xin Fan followed Conan to the 7th car next to the dining car. The first person with a briefcase was found. It was the guy who looked like a gangster. Conan watched the surrounding environment while whispering to Zinfan. Zinfan looked at the man for a while, and ruled it out. It is very rude to describe others as a rascal. Conan can't do this. Conan rolled his eyes in his heart. I see. The second, it's the burly old man. I always feel that being burly is not a particularly good adjective, especially at this time. It seems to be alluding to the suspected identity of the elderly. But there has been a lot of progress. Excluded again. The third one is the smart and capable woman sitting over there. Her black briefcase is on the seat next to her. Listening to Conan's words, Shinfan nodded secretly. Is her. Knowing that the special seats are not sold out, he should buy the seats here for himself and Conan. In this way, maybe Conan could find out when a woman was trading with Jin. The fourth and last one, that seems to be a very talented office worker. Chapter 37, Call the Police. Exclude. To save time, Zinfan said directly. Conan looked over and expressed his doubts with his eyes. Shinshige explained in a serious manner, you said it, office worker, he has been busy working on the computer, and he just answered the customer's phone. This kind of social animal can't afford 400 million yen. Social animal. Xin ignored Conan's question and continued to explain, neither is that old grandfather. Although he has been holding the briefcase and seems to cherish it, his posture is actually very unstable. The bag hit the front seat or fell to the ground. You mentioned before that the bomb will explode when it is hit, right? The person who provided the bomb is sitting on the train. They must be sure that the counterparty will not treat the briefcase in this way. Actually, the guy who provided the bomb got off the bus at Nagaya Station. Conan thought for a while and agreed, but they stayed in the car for a while after the transaction was completed. Brother Asano's consideration should be correct. Shinshige turned his gaze on the gentle-looking woman, so we can now consider how to dismantle the bomb. That woman should not easily admit what she did. Conan was stunned again. Wait. Why is Brother Asano locked on the target again? Isn't there someone more suspicious? Ah, you said that guy. Zinfan glanced at the middle-aged man sitting in the back of the car, who was the one Conan said gangsters before. Don't you know? They often look like bad guys, and they are pretty good. For example, many members of the underworld, in fact, they are very righteous and will take the initiative to maintain social order. This is too rigorous. That's a bomb. Bomb. If you are not careful, all the passengers will bury the bomb here. Anyway, let's ask the lady if she has met someone. When Zinfan said this, he had already crossed Conan and walked towards the goal. No matter how skeptical Conan is, he is willing to make contact with these people. Shinyan walked to the woman's side and whispered, "Madam, there is a bomb in your briefcase." Conan's eyes widened. And many more. What is Asano Nobushi doing? Why did he say so directly? The woman really showed a confused look. What are you talking about? It contains the information of our unit. Someone gave you the briefcase, right? Zinfan squinted and smiled. Those guys probably didn't plan to let you leave with what you want, so they installed a bomb in it. The woman's face suddenly turned pale, but she still insisted, "No, it's impossible. There is really information in there, I have read it all. And it was not given to me by anyone." Zinfan shrugged and didn't mind, but just said, "Then could you please open the briefcase and show it to us?" How can this work? Those are all secrets, it would be too much to show to others at random. The woman subconsciously wanted to protect the briefcase, and that action made Conan cold her hands and feet. Zinfan grabbed the woman's shoulder first, and his voice became colder. "You can't open it at all, right? Am I right, ma'am? I advise you to believe us. After all, there are bombs that can blow up the entire Shinkansen line. You and I have never known each other. There is no reason to deceive you, right?" The woman pressed her lips tightly and said nothing. It's just that her shoulders began to tremble slightly, and her eyes also revealed struggle and fear. When Conan saw this, he understood that Nobuhiro Asano's guess was correct, and the bomb was in the briefcase next to this woman. He added anxiously, "Those guys said that you would press the switch to detonate the bomb at 3:10. Do you know what's going on?" This time, the woman's face was completely broken. She stood up abruptly, and subconsciously moved away from the briefcase. "It's a cell phone!" The woman cried tremblingly. "They asked me to call them at 3:10, and then they were willing to tell me how to open the briefcase. I didn't expect it to be a bomb. Those guys actually thought kill me." "Hey! What are you talking about, what bomb?" The social animal sitting in front of the woman turned his head and asked with a bad face. The woman just wanted to explain, she was interrupted by Xin, "Sorry, we are from a drama group, I was just talking to her about tonight's performance." "Did you bother you?" The social animal glared at him, then put his gaze on the computer. "Don't be noisy on the train, this is a public place, do you know it?" "I'm very sorry." Shin Shige bowed sincerely and apologized. Then he gently lifted the briefcase and said to the woman, "Let's go to the junction of the carriages and have a talk." The woman's soul nodded her head, but she refused to get too close to the briefcase anyway. Conan followed them to the junction of the number 7 car and the dining car. This time is not a meal, there are almost no people in the dining car, reading www.yunsha.com, and there are very few passengers on the second floor of the number 7 car, and their conversations will basically not be heard. I talk about everything, the content of the transaction, the object of the transaction, and everything. But please hurry up and throw the bomb out. The woman was so anxious that she almost cried. What are you keeping it for? You can't throw it. To prevent the woman from being too excited and doing irrational things, Zinfan took the briefcase and moved away from her. The Shinkansen track is very close to the ground. If it is thrown out, the bomb will be powerful enough to derail the train. Very much danger. What should I do? Did you watch it explode? Don't worry for now. Zinfan asked Conan, lowering his head, did you hear that person describe a bomb? Is it a time bomb or something else? Conan thought about it carefully, they didn't make it clear. They only said that at 3:10 the target will press the switch to detonate the bomb. After 10 seconds, the bomb will explode. Then it should not be a time bomb. Zinfan reassured, this may be a bomb equipped with an information receiving device. As long as you don't make the scheduled call at 3 o'clock, it won't explode. He added, but in case the other party has a remote control device, my suggestion is to call the police as soon as possible. At least stop the Shinkansen and evacuate the passengers. Okay. Conan immediately ran to the policeman. Don't count on the police, even if they know this kind of thing, they have to report it to the Metropolitan Police Department. Xin Fan said, call the Metropolitan Police Department directly. Give me the phone. He said to Conan. Conan was stupefied for the nth time today, but he still handed over his mobile phone obediently. This is weird. How did Asano Nobuhiro know that a 7-year-old kid had a mobile phone? Chapter 38, 4 plus 6 equals 10. But Xin Fan himself is really helpless. After received a phone call from Jin, he turned it off in order to get it off once and for all. Now if you turn on the phone in front of Conan, someone who is as sensitive as Conan will definitely realize that something is wrong. Even if this question does not indicate anything, as long as it can threaten the tightness of your waistcoat, you must stop it. After all, I still have to blame the Jin, I have said so many times, send an email if something happens. Why is he disobedient? After all, the people who carried the bomb have already admitted, and it is the police who reported to the adult in the name of Kogoro Muri, Shin Shige. The police took this matter very seriously and immediately ordered the Shinkansen to stop on the track. After calling the police, all passengers on the train were evacuated to a safe place in just 10 minutes. At 3:10, the woman did not make a phone call and the bomb did not explode. At 3:30, the police's explosion-proof department arrived at the scene fully armed. After 15 minutes, the bomb was removed successfully. Conan is really amazing, and the observation is very meticulous. While Moralan was afraid, she was also very pleased. But how can Mr. Asano believe in Conan so much? Most people would treat it as a joke when they heard children say such things. The two frightened police officers over there with weak legs are typical examples. Conan also looked up curiously, this is where he was strange all the way. Xin Fan smiled embarrassedly, and explained, in fact, I started to help Conan by playing games like police tracking criminals with Conan. I didn't realize until the lady showed a terrifying expression. What Conan said may be true. To be honest, I was also taken aback at the time. Conan. Haha, ahaha. Sure enough, no one would believe a child, it really made him unhappy. That's it. Mao Lilan said admiringly, no matter if it is an adult, an old man or a child, Mr. Asano always seems to be very patient. Mr. Asano is really a very gentle person. Conan looked up at Zinfan with his eyes were full of vigilance. Although he also thinks Xialan's words are very reasonable, but it is suspicious, really suspicious. Boom! Mori Kogora, who had just been complimented by a group of police for a long time, hit Conan's head with a punch. Smelly boy! Why don't you tell me about such an important thing? Asano is not a detective, so tell him there what's the use. This feeling of being praised for the credit of others is really awkward. Hee. Conan temporarily let go of his vigilance against Shinfan, and smiled awkwardly. Then he was successfully rescued by Mao Lilan. Please, uncle, Mr. Asano helped him solve this crisis. Tell Uncle Maori, I guess we can only make this punch come earlier. Because there was too much time on the road, Kogoro Mori was late for his friend's wedding several hours in the end. Zinfan also took Conan to the wedding with the excuse that he had missed the agreed time. This makes Conan even more opinionated about him. Of course, Zinfan didn't know that someone had regarded him as his greatest love rival. Late that night, Nobuhiro finally returned to his home in 5 Chome 11, Yanihuako. He leaned tiredly on the sofa and turned on the phone. The interface with the brand logo flashed by, and then a series of missed calls appeared on the phone screen, all from Jin. Zinfan frowned, thinking that he should have a good talk with someone about sending an email. Scroll to the latest missed call, press call back, the call is answered by the other party after a while. The Jinwine's voice overflowed the earpiece. I'm thinking about whether I should just refuse it next time, just like you. Zinfan said helplessly, I remember that I said, send an email if something happens, right? It's really inconvenient for me to answer your call today. I don't know that I can read the mail in time even after I turn it off. Jin's tone was cold, like the snow of the 12th lunar month, the last time, mezcal. Don't refuse to answer my call again, unless you are next to policeman. Zinfan's expression remained unchanged, but his voice became colder. Don't test me with such naive words, Jin. Jin's tone is more indifferent than him, then don't do naive things. This person is good everywhere, but he is too obsessed with undercover matters. Zinfan decided not to bother with the model worker. Say, what do you want me to do? Hearing this question, the other side fell into a weird silence. 2 seconds later, the 400 million target was caught by the police. Zinfan guessed that it was because of this, but knowing it a long time ago did not affect him to tease the model worker. Your Jin boss will get someone caught by the police? Is it because of the quality of the bomb? I first declare, although the previous munitions bell mode and I solved the business, but the quality of the bomb has nothing to do with me. There was a detective on that train, and the bomb the target was carrying was found. Jin was obviously also stuck in a sigh of relief. The target once met me in vodka. It is impossible to guarantee that he will not find any important information. If she is asked to explain to the police in this way, the organization will suffer a lot. Jin and vodka are still afraid of being discovered? Haven't they been blacklisted by the police a long time ago, and have not been arrested yet? So you want me to deal with that person? That's right. Jinjiu said, the target is now being interrogated at the police station. She will be taken to the Metropolitan Police Department early tomorrow morning. www.readaloud.com is a good opportunity for you to do it. Shinyan's gaze fell on the charming night of Tokyo City outside the window. The neon lights dazzled his eyes, but his voice was calm and indifferent. Chianti and Cohen's mission is over. Let them kill the target. If the situation permits, Shin Shige actually doesn't like the feeling of killing. The kind of shot down, the opposite side is like a doll without bones limp to the ground. The feeling of red blood exploding in front of you is really terrible. That blood color will continue to invade his dreams until late at night. Jinjiu didn't know Zinfan's idea. In his eyes, Mezcal, who can be the leader of the organization in the Nordic region, should be the same in essence even if his personality is different. Indifferent to life is the basic condition for a member to obtain a code name in the organization. If you hesitate even to kill, how can you strive for greater benefits for the organization? They are not a charity. So after a brief thought, Jin immediately agreed, it's okay. But do you know Tino Cabana? Xinyan felt that the name was very familiar, and after thinking about it, he asked tentatively, the leader of the bandit group who snatched 15,000 maple leaf gold coins from the Bank of Italy. Jin groaned, those gold coins are worth 600 million yen, which is exactly 1 billion yen in total with the previous ones. So you are upset that Mayano Akimi robbed the bank of the billion yen that he got? Jinjiu continued, snatch the gold coins, and his accomplices had better get rid of them. If they didn't agree, they shouted and screamed, Naki Auntie and Koan lend me another night. Jinjiu thought for a while, and felt that it is indeed difficult for a person to both steal money and kill, so he said, yes, count them working overtime at night. Chapter 39, Yuya Kazumi Brand Tool Man. I was arrested in a building near Tokyo Tower last night. Xinyan turned off the TV. Dino Cabana has been caught, so today is the time for Conan and the others to get the paper with the gold coin hiding place by mistake. And his task is to help the Jin Black eat the 5,000 maple leaf gold coins. Different from the rescue of Akimi Mayano last time, Shin Shige is solely responsible for the 600 million yen this time. With his ability to show in the organization in the past, it would be too easy to be suspected if such a simple thing could fail. So, I can already congratulate the Jin Wine for earning 1 billion. The most urgent task now is to figure out where Conan and the others are, pretend to meet by chance, interfere with their investigation, and finally swallow the gold coins alone. Shin Shige remembers that the maple leaf gold coin was finally stored in a building near Tokyo Tower. From the window, you can see the bridge and the reflection of the fish outside. He quickly locked a location on the map, and then drove to the neighborhood, squatting. The neighborhood of Tokyo Tower is very bustling, and the shops facing the street are crowded. Get out, you kids! Ah! Help! Suddenly the children's screams came out from the shop next to, and Zinfan immediately looked at it sensitively. Well, it takes no effort at all. Conan was picked up and slipped away, and his body was thrown outside. He closed his eyes subconsciously, but the next second he ran into a warm figure. Yes, I'm sorry. Conan quickly stood firm with the help of the man, blushing and bowing his head to apologize. It's okay, but why are you thrown out by the manager? Hey? This voice is so familiar. Conan looked up, and then a familiar face with a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. Brother Asano. He greeted unexpectedly, why are you here? I buy the things I need for the music classroom nearby. Zinfan squatted down and greeted each child kindly, you are all Conan's classmates. Does this child always look serious, but in fact it is very serious? Naughty? Ah, really, it seems I did not read it wrong. Hey. What the is Asano doing? Conan rolled his eyes and was tired. That's right. Brother Asano might be able to understand the treasure map. Ayami excitedly handed a piece of paper to Zinfan. Brother, please help us take a look. What do these patterns mean? We thought we were painting before. It's clothes, so I came to the clothing store to look for it. So, this is the secret code that Dino Cabana left to his accomplices? When Zinfan finally saw the treasure map with his own eyes, he discovered how naive Dino Cabana was. To be honest, anyone who reads that piece of paper would think it was a kid's prank. Who would have thought that it came from a thief who robbed the bank? Xinyan's gaze fell on the letter next to the penultimate Japanese character, and he whispered softly, Oro, gold. Conan did not hear clearly, so he asked, Brother Asano, have you found anything? No, I just think these patterns are very interesting. Zinfan shook his head, and whispered to the children, even if you want to hunt for treasure, you can't be hungry? May I invite you to dinner? yet. Then I want to eat a hamburger. I want to eat ice cream. The children are very happy. At this time, Conan still regarded the treasure hunt as a game to accompany the elementary school students, and did not really take it in his heart, so he readily agreed. Under Zinfan's deliberate guidance, they sat opposite a shop where a billboard looked like the pattern on the drawing, and they could see the outside clearly through the glass. Although it is a game, Conan still writes and draws on paper very seriously, trying to find clues. Shinyan gave him a serious look. Conan. Hey! Conan looked up in confusion. If you use your brain like this since childhood, your hair will fall out very quickly when you grow up. Conan. Ah, look at it! Bume suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the billboard outside the window. Could it be that? The children followed her gaze, all showing surprise. They suddenly felt that the burgers in their hands were not fragrant, and hurriedly ran out of the fast food restaurant one by one, planning to look for billboards with peculiar patterns like the drawings on the road. Zinfan deliberately fell behind by throwing away garbage. He took out his cell phone and called Feng Jianyu also. Mr. Asano, why did you suddenly contact me? Is there something important? Because of the last contact, Zinfan directly asked the police to help rescue a member of the organization outside the organization, and also received 1 billion yen. So he subconsciously thought it was another important task. However, Shin Shige said in a serious tone, well, please prepare a set of Masked Rider Anniversary Limited Edition peripherals and put it at the entrance of the aquarium on the Tokyo Tower side. Hey! Feng Jianyu also thought he had heard it wrong. You need to set up a mechanism to install the surrounding boxes. Zinfan told the other party the size of the treasure map, the kind that can be opened only by putting paper of this size in. Please hurry up, I'm in a hurry. you.yukansha.com. Okay, I will prepare now. Although he didn't understand what Mr. Asano was going to do, since he said he was urgent, Kazaki was very dedicated and competent and acted immediately. And Zinfan, not only is not ashamed of using Japanese public security resources to make money for the organization, but also feels very convenient, caring, and comfortable. Although it is not impossible to find members of the peripheral organization under his hands for this kind of thing, if conditions permit, Zinfan does not want the organization to know that he is with Conan. In addition, Feng Jianyuya brand tool man is really easy to use, you deserve it. After hung up, Zinfan caught up with the children. They have found the way to the moon represented by the moon. Ah! I have found it. Mitsuhiko pointed to the billboard in front and said excitedly, the sign of the inverse triangle. Then the last fish is. Conan's gaze swept to the billboard next to the aquarium, a touch of aura appeared in his mind. Ah! I see. This is the map from Tokyo Tower to the aquarium. Conan was immersed in the joy of finding clues and couldn't help himself, but Zinfan noticed that in the dark box behind him, 3 people were quietly staring at this side. That should be Dino Cabana's accomplice. Zinfan glanced at them unconsciously, and soon turned his attention to the children again. He covered his mouth and yawned. After pretending to be boring to play on the phone, he sent an email to Chianti. Mezcal, I am ambushed at E6 in Muidako, preparing to attack a car, 3 people. The license plate will then be issued to you. Chianti, received. My gun has long been faintly hot. Chapter 40, Charge to the Treasure. The people in the organization action group are lunatics, and Chianti is definitely one of the best. Zinfan could feel the hostility and madness faintly revealed in Chianti's words through her mobile phone. This kind of woman is beautiful and dangerous. He quickly deleted the email, switched to the interface of the pixel game, and started to play the level where he was stuck before. On the other side, the treasure-hunting children finally walked to the aquarium. They looked at the billboard with the aquarium written in front of them panting, but couldn't get happy. Strange, we have already arrived at the aquarium. Ayami's voice couldn't hide her disappointment, is the fifth pattern still missing? Could it be that we guessed wrong? Genta panted, holding on to his thigh. But Mitsuhiko's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, what do you think it is? What? Where? It's right in front of the aquarium. Don't you think that box is a bit strange? Really? Ah, slow down, I want to go too. The children disappeared. While Conan was still frowning tightly on the spot, he saw Shinfan, who had been playing on his mobile phone, from the corner of his eye, so he leaned over. Brother Asano, are you looking at the map? I think there is a place that I still don't understand. Well, what did you say? Zinfan looked away from the phone screen in confusion. Conan has a bad feeling. Brother Asano, what are you doing? Zinfan handed the phone over. It's a new mobile game in heaven. It's difficult. I can't get through the 9th level. Conan has an inexplicable feeling of teammates are very strong, but I just can't lead them. He took the phone without complaint and pressed it to start again. Under the control of Conan, the pixel villain ran, jumped, attacked, and dodged, and occasionally ran to the corner of the phone screen to eat a diamond or fruit, and later had to crack the mechanism to get the key. Conan! Brother Asano! Ayami's voice suddenly crossed a distance of tens of meters and rang in their ears. We seem to have really found the treasure. Conan was so scared that his whole body was agitated. With a shake of his hand, the pixel villain was stabbed to death by the thorns rising from below. Zinfan Tanshao, look, I said it's difficult. I was only interrupted. Do it again, I will definitely be able to pass the level again. Conan retorted righteously. And Ayami, Mitsuhiko, and Genta already called his name anxiously. Conan! Bring the treasure map here, this box seems to need that piece of paper to open. Found it! Conan was stunned, and ran over in disbelief. Mitsuhiko took the treasure map, just right. Just can plug in. As the treasure map was inserted into the gap on the side of the box like a bank card, the box made a click, and then the lock that they couldn't open anyway was opened. Long live! The children cheered. We actually found it. This is, wow, it's an anniversary limited edition item of Masked Rider. I didn't get it in line before. Hey! What's going on around Masked Rider? Conan looked over and saw the limited edition set of toys in the box, still a little bit incredulous in his heart. Is this over? Where's the treasure? Hidden so concealed, and specially encrypted the map, turned out to be just Masked Superman? It seems that it should be an activity done by a nearby store. Fan smiled and took out the treasure map from the box and put it in his chest pocket. Isn't it? Ayami stroked Superman's face in amazement, and said, tomorrow is Saturday, and we are not in class. Saturday? Shinyan froze. Isn't it the weekend today? If today is not the weekend, why can these children spend a whole day playing some treasure hunt? This chaotic timeline, as an aboriginal, pseudo, he no longer wants to complain. It took the children a day to finally get their favorite treasure, and all of them were filled with contented smiles. Well, even if you don't have class tomorrow, you have to go home early. Otherwise, your family will be worried. Zinfan said, my car is parked nearby, and I will take you home. Thank you, Brother Fan, Xin Fan. Instead of sitting with the excited children, Conan climbed into the position of the co-pilot. As soon as the seat belt was fastened, a mobile phone was handed over. Conan! Didn't you say that you can pass the level again? Shin Shige smiled, then please, Conan-kun. How can anyone encourage children to play with mobile phones in the car? Isn't this hurting your eyes? What to do about motion sickness? Thinking like this in his heart, Conan still took the phone without complaint, and started playing obediently. Although this is forced to play the game, I can't feel the fun of the game at all. When Xin Fan sent the other children home, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com parked the car downstairs at the Maori detective office, and Conan was finally able to manipulate the villain to pass the level. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's cleared. This game is still very simple, but it requires patience and analysis step by step. Really? Zinfan was in a good mood when he saw that the 9th level that had troubled him for a long time was left behind. So after sending Conan upstairs, Shin Shige smiled and said to Maori Ran, who opened the door, "Does this kid Conan play games often at home? I think his game level is very good." The hateful Asano Nobuhiro. Ah. Sure enough, Mao Lilan, who was still using his cell phone to make a call, immediately put down his cell phone when he heard these words and said seriously, "Conan, did you secretly play games again at night? Brother Asano, you should go home soon, it's already past 9 o'clock. Conan said, pushing Zinfan out, "We'll see you tomorrow." Asano has to come to the first floor to supervise the work every day, or he will stay at the office tomorrow. So don't go out. After waited for Shinfan's figure to disappear at the entrance of the corridor, Mao Lilan glared at Conan, who was obviously a diversion, and held the phone to his ear again. Suzuki Sanako was on the opposite side of the phone, and the eldest lady was asking excitedly, "Xiaolan, who is the person talking to you just now? The voice is so good. It's Mr. Asano who rented our first floor to run a music classroom. Is he handsome? Is he handsome?" Of course. Mo Lilan thought of Shinyan's smile and said sincerely, "Mr. Asano is really a very nice and gentle person." Conan. Suzuki Sanako was immediately happier when he heard it. Then, "Xiaolan, you can bring him over for the party this weekend." Chapter 41, Oro, Gold. Zinfan didn't know that he had attracted the attention of a certain lady. After he left the Maori detective office, he pretended to glance at the black car parked not far away, then opened the door and got into the driving seat of his car. "Follow up well, pray." Zinfan stepped on the accelerator, and the car flew out like an arrow from the string. He drove the car galloping on the road, enjoying the fast rewinding night of Tokyo. And the black business car behind has been following him closely. Well, it's not in vain that he deliberately slowed down before, just to allow Dino Cabana's accomplices to keep up with him. While waiting for the red light at the intersection, Zinfan turned on the phone by the way and sent an email to Chianti, telling her the license plate number of the car behind. Then, he led the 3 robbers all the way to the highway near E6 in Mujidoka. On the way, the robbers seemed to finally lose the patience they had been following. Perhaps they finally discovered that Zinfan's route didn't seem to be looking for treasure, and they planned to stop his car and ask directly. But, in the organization, how can you lack a supercar skill? Don't compare with someone who drives a car into a plane, at least on this kind of road where the traffic volume is not very large. Zinfan is still very confident. Even those guys behind him want to stop him? Dream it. As E6 got closer and closer, Zinfan's mouth evoked a hint of ridicule. "It's time to say goodbye, robbers." Shin Shige rolled down the car window and threw the treasure map out of the window. Immediately speed up the car, passing through Chianti's scope. Then, boom! The violent heat wave of the explosion of the fuel tank of the rear car hit Zinfan. Even if he had deliberately increased the speed and opened the distance between the two sides, it is still unavoidable to be affected. Not to mention the 3 robbers at the center of the explosion. Zinfan remembered the woman he had met in the United States before, and based on what he knew about her, he learned to mutter, "Game over." Meanwhile, the Maori detective office is upstairs. Conan, who repeatedly stressed that he would go to bed early to persuade Mao Lilan to leave, did not lie in bed as obediently as Mao Lilan thought. Conan suddenly remembered that before being fooled into playing a mobile game, he actually wanted Zinfan to help check Oro. Although the treasure seemed to be found later, Conan always felt that there was a problem. After all, there are no matching patterns, and the most important doubt is indeed Oro. The word doesn't look like English, so what would it be? Conan took the cell phone and called Dr. Ari. "Hello? It's me, Kudo. I would like to ask you to check the meaning of Oro, which country may be written in. Well, I am very anxious, thank you. 5 minutes later, Dr. Ali sent him a message with only a few words written on it. Oro Italian, gold. Gold. Conan's eyes widened. A whisper suddenly appeared in Conan's mind. That was what Zinfan murmured subconsciously when he saw the treasure map at the first glance. Now he finally figured it out. At that time Nobuhiro Asano was talking about gold. Seeing that it was in Italian again, he suddenly thought of the Italian bank robbery that has attracted much attention in the news these days. It wouldn't be so coincidental, and if so, what happened to the surroundings of Masked Rider? Fortunately, he remembered all the patterns before giving the treasure map to Ayami. Conan found the pen and paper, and drew the hidden treasure drawing stroke by stroke as he remembered. No, if the person who drew this picture is an Italian, he would not be able to use the moon to represent the moon in Japanese. He jumped up and rushed out the door quickly. Maurolan's voice sounded from behind. Conan. What are you going to do? Where are you going so late? But Conan is not in the mood to take care of his childhood sweetheart. He is now focused on those 15,000 maple leaf gold coins. Absolutely, those bandits must not be allowed to succeed. With this idea, Conan faced Mao Lilan's call, but just said in a perfunctory sentence, I just dropped things on Brother Asano. Then rushed out the door and ran towards the station. The neon lights at night are gorgeous and charming, and Tokyo is beautifully decorated. And there is a huge secret hidden in these neon lights. Shinshige stood on a building near the Tokyo Tower, his eyes falling to the river outside the window. The red lights of bridge formed the shape of a fish under the reflection of the water, and the street lights just gave it smart eyes. It should be here. Along with a wheezing, Conan's shadow appeared at the top of the stairs. At the same time, he also saw the figure standing under the neon sign. Conan stopped and said calmly, It really is you, Nobuhiro Asano. Zinfan tilted his head slightly, but did not look at him, still failed to hide the clever detective. Are you here to wait for me? Conan asked. Zinfan turned around www.readaloud.com and raised his phone. The screen is on, and the caller ID on it is Mao Lilan. Conan's pupils suddenly condensed, his fists clenched subconsciously. However, the man just pressed the answer button and hands-free, and held the phone in the air. Like every previous call, the tone was calm. Hello, Miss Maori. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Moore Island sounded a little embarrassed. Conan said before that he left something on your side, so he went to find you. But I thought about it and I was still very worried about him. The children run around at night, so I want to call you to confirm. Don't worry, Miss Maori. Xin Fan glanced at the nervous Conan, and said gently, Conan is indeed with me now, and I will send him back later. Maor Island, who was on the opposite side, breathed a sigh of relief. That's too much trouble for you. Waiting for Zinfan to hang up, Conan asked calmly, what the is going on? At that moment, he suddenly returned to the day when he first met Zinfan. At that time, he thought of Asano Nobuhiro as a criminal or an accomplice of criminals. That's how he feels now. Is vigilant and feels cold all over. But after so many getting along with each other, Conan gradually let go of his guard, especially the side that Zinfan showed was obviously a good, righteous person. Just like Mao Lilan thought, Conan also thought Zinfan was gentle and kind. He really doesn't want to doubt such a person. Zinfan raised his eyebrows slightly, and the smile on his face made those who were in contact with him feel like a spring breeze. Since you can find this place, you have solved the mystery on that treasure map. The owner of the treasure map is the captured Dino Cabana. Chapter 42, Cases are always endless. Shinchich's peaceful voice echoed in the dark night. Not only that, when I was in a fast food restaurant, I also noticed 3 men wearing sunglasses following. Is Dino Cabana's accomplice? Conan's eyes widened. He claims to be Holmes of Heisei, but he didn't even notice that he was being followed. Xinfan nodded. After all, they are robbers and wicked men. I am an adult with 4 children, and I am absolutely vulnerable. If you are a little careless, it would be bad if something happens to you. Conan dumbly, so that masked Superman. I asked my friend to put Superman there. Xinyan smiled, because I know you are smart and the other 3 children are also very stubborn. If you can't find the treasure, you can't stop it. You did so much to prevent the junior detectives from continuing to investigate. Yes. Xinfan continued, the reason why those bandits have been following you without any intention of attacking means that they actually don't understand the treasure map and want to rely on your strength to find gold coins. Then I just let the children of the juvenile detective group returned home contentedly, and the crisis could be resolved. So I arranged for a treasure to be given to you, and then secretly discarded the treasure map on the road. In this way, the robbers will leave naturally. Conan was stunned. He opened his mouth to say something, but his throat was a little dry. So, did he misunderstand Mr. Asano again? Mr. Akira Asano is so caring for the children, but it is too much for him to think of others as criminals who want to make huge sums of money. Right. Gold. Conan exclaimed suddenly, where are the maple leaf gold coins? We have to call the police as soon as possible and let the police take over these gold coins. However, Xinfan shook his head with a heavy expression, and said, I delivered you all, and when I rushed over, this place was already what it is now. The maple leaf gold coin should have been found by Dino Cabana's accomplices first. Gone. Conan looked up at the empty roof and the ropes scattered on the ground, silent. This is the end of the matter. Although he thinks he has the ability to protect himself even in the face of 3 robbers, he also knows that if Xinfan interfered, he might be able to hand over the gold coins to the police. But in the face of Asano's kind help, Conan swallowed all the words. That's it, at least the children are safe and sound, and even excited to find the treasure. This seems pretty good, right? Okay, the police should solve the remaining problems. Xinfan walked over and took Conan's hand. Let's go, I'll take you home. Conan raised his head and looked at the handsome face of the man carefully, revealing a childlike smile. Thank you, Brother Asano. Xinyan looked at him somewhat unexpectedly, as long as you don't always run around and make adults worry. He didn't run around. Is that obviously to assist Kogoro Mori and the police? Conan followed Xinfan and left the building and got in the car. He feels that there is a strange energy in Xinfan, which can make people feel at ease. But looking back at himself, it seems that both Kudo Shinichi and Edogawa Conan have always been causing trouble to others. He also wants to be the existence that can make Xylan feel at ease, but the cases are always endless, which is really a headache. On the way back to send Conan, Xinfan received an email from Jin. The first time I saw the mail, Xinfan wanted to cry. Did Jin finally know that he can't make random calls? The second glance at the email, he really wanted to cry. Jin, I have received the gold coins, and I'm doing a good job. In addition, I asked Shirley to confirm the death of the APTX 4869 test item, but I don't trust her very much, so please go with Shirley. Just contact her directly at the specific time. Tell the truth, it's better to call. At least if it's a phone call, Xinfan can find an excuse to refuse. Now he seriously suspects that Jin is used as a model worker, and always wants to pull others into the water. Does he think everyone is a workaholic? Moraran was waiting at the stairway of the Mori detective office. Seeing Conan and Shinshige getting off the car, she greeted him immediately. It's almost 12 o'clock, I really trouble you tonight. Mao Lilan thanked. Did Conan thank Mr. Asano? Conan nodded obediently. Moralan said again, by the way, Mr. Asano, do you have time this weekend? A friend of mine had a party at a villa in the suburbs on the weekend and would like to invite you to join him. There will be no more homicides, Right, I should have time, but is it convenient for me to get together with friends of Miss Maori? Of course, Shinichi doesn't know where to handle the case anyway, and it's embarrassing for me to go alone. Then I will trouble you. After Shinyan said this, he felt an unkind gaze on him. He followed his gaze and Conan was staring at him with his lips pressed. What happened to him? What kind of nerves is this kid making? Sister Xia-lan. Conan said gruffly, www.readaloud.com. I also want to go to your party. Nobuhiro wanted to ask, does Conan want to regain Kudo Shinichi's identity? With his current performance, won't he feel ashamed after he is determined to regain his identity? Also, it is normal for him to have some close contact with Mao Lilan as a child. After regaining his identity, he suddenly has to maintain a certain distance, and I don't know if Kudo Shinichi will have a psychological gap. However, it is obvious that Conan is a short-sighted person, and he does not hesitate to act cute and act like a baby in order to achieve his goals. And Mao Lilan really likes this set. It's really awkward for Conan, plus leaving him alone at home with the irresponsible guardian like Kogoro Muri, Mao Lilan is actually not at ease. So she quickly relaxed and said, okay, but Conan must stay by my side. Yuan's villa is very large, and the surrounding environment is said to be a bit remote. If you accidentally get lost, it will be bad. Conan nodded hurriedly and agreed. Shin Shige sighed helplessly in his heart. It's okay. The party that wasn't sure if there would be an accident, now it is basically possible to determine at least one victim place. I just don't know whether to choose one of the three or one of the four this time, but without Maori's rule of exclusion, is it really more likely to choose one of the three? Shinyan bid farewell to Morilan and Conan, and drove the car back to the underground garage of the apartment building. Before the car stopped, the radio with music suddenly sounded the anchor's voice. Now we are interrupting a breaking news. At 2200 hours tonight, a car exploded in Mujito town. The accident caused a total of on board the car 3 people died. The cause of the accident is under investigation by the police. Chapter 43, Suzuki's villas are so many. The injuries caused by the explosion of the car's fuel tank caused great trouble to the identification of the corpse. The police did not determine the identity of the deceased until the next morning. The accomplice of the robber who was most likely to carry the maple leaf gold coins, who had been tracking down, died in this way, which made the police a little dazed. However, the prisoner was apprehended and brought to justice, and yes, there was no clue about the stolen property. They only found a half-burned drawing on the scene of the car explosion, with strange patterns painted on it. The police at the scene didn't even know if this thing should be counted as a clue. In the end, Kogoro Mori learned about it through his own relationship, and Conan also determined from this that Asano Nobuhiro's words last night should be true. As for the whereabouts of the 15,000 maple leaf gold coins, it may be Dino Cabana and other accomplices, or be hacked, or even, maybe it was done by that organization. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Conan himself or Asano Nobuhiro. What is even more bizarre is that the same explosion happened in the morning when the police escorted the woman who carried the bomb to the Metropolitan Police Department. Just before the explosion, the police car had a puncture. The policeman sitting in front got out of the car and checked. He escaped and suffered only minor injuries. The criminals who were handcuffed to the car at the back were not so lucky and were bombed beyond recognition on the spot. Early in the morning, I drove to the Maori detective office to pick up a letter from Maori Lan and Conan, and I also received an email related to the bombing. Chianti, so why do you have to force the police car to stop? Wouldn't it be better to shoot the fuel tank directly like yesterday? Is really a grumpy woman. Zinfan murmured in his heart, and his subordinates typed. Mezcal, 2 consecutive actions are too eye-catching. If the police are killed, they will draw the attention of the police to the organization. Very troublesome. In fact, he didn't need to explain to Chianta specifically. For this woman's question, it is enough to say it has nothing to do with you. So Xinyan is actually talking about Jin. After all, the action this morning was planned by Jin, and Xin Fan has already returned Qianta to Jin. In theory, he does not have the authority to command. Such hastily interfered with someone's plan of action. If he couldn't give a proper reason, Xin Fan felt that he might be smashed by Jin to death. There are so many vests in the organization, and there are so many kinds of undercover agents. Who is it not good for him to offend? He must want to offend Jin. Xinyan arrived downstairs at the Maori detective office, and Conan and Maor Island were already waiting by the side of the road with their backpacks on their backs. Seeing him coming over, Mo Island smiled. I didn't expect to invite Mr. Asano to the party together, and I will bother you to drive us there. It's okay. Zinfan helped them open the car door. But I don't know the road conditions at the destination, does Ms. Maori know? There are many villas in Yuan's family. This party was held by her sister Ayako Suzuki. I don't know where it is. Mao Lilan wanted to sigh as she spoke. Nobuhiro expressed understanding. However, when he drove the car to the mountain road near the destination, Xin Fan realized what it meant by a lot. So why did the Suzuki family build a villa in such a remote place? Since all the money is spent on building the villa, why can't the road be repaired by the way? He even thinks that the Suzuki family might have done this to match the plot designed by Aoyama Okasha. I feel more and more that there will be death in today's itinerary. It seems that there is no way to continue driving on the road ahead. Shinshige looked at the increasingly muddy road ahead, but it should not be far from Miss Suzuki's villa. We can walk there. Then let's get off the car. Mao Lilan took out the paper with the address on it and said, well, let me see. It seems that we should turn right and go up the hill in front. Conan jumped to Shinyana's side and whispered, Brother Asano, how do I feel that this place is gloomy, will Suzuki's villa really be built near here? So you are embarrassed to say that this place is gloomy? I don't want to think about why there is a breath of life here. Xinyan still maintains a gentle and polite smile on the surface, probably because the air around here is very fresh. People who have lived in big cities for a long time just like to return to nature. But I always feel that this road gets more and more weird. Conan murmured, and then asked Mao Lilan, Sister Xiaolan, shouldn't we go the wrong way? Why? Mao Lilan was very firm, it should be nearby, but why can't I see it? Ah, maybe we just took a detour. It doesn't matter, we will be there soon. Conan heard this explanation, and suddenly sighed helplessly, it seems that he is really lost. He complained to Zinfan again, you should hold the address, but it turns out that I don't understand something. Sister Xiaolan doesn't know how to go. Conan's voice is actually very small, but in this silent environment, even the sound of footsteps can be heard clearly. UU reading www. Although Mao Lilan walked ahead, she still heard Conan's complaint clearly. Thinking that Conan is still a child after all, she didn't use her karate skills to shatter telegraph poles, but the eerie expression still betrayed her unhappy heart. Conan couldn't help but shudder, and subconsciously hid behind Zinfan. Zinfan handed him a helpless expression, but his eyes fell on a wooden suspension bridge in the distance. The building over the bridge should be Miss Suzuki's villa, right? Shinshige asked. Ah, it's really we're here. The gorgeous three-story villa is hidden among the pine forests, and a shabby suspension bridge connects the two sides of the cliff and becomes the only passage. Zinfan frowned, he felt that the scene before him was a bit familiar. It seems that this is the case, in which case. And Brother Asano, what's the matter? Conan raised his head and asked innocently. Shinshige pointed to the suspension bridge and said, this road shouldn't be the only way to the villa, right? Mao Lilan looked at the paper with the address written on it and drew the map, and replied, the guide map that the garden gave me is like this. Only by crossing the suspension bridge can I get to the villa. Isn't that unusual? Zinfan said, A villa of this size cannot be transported through a suspension bridge when it is built? Even if the building materials are all local materials, tools, and workers? And after the construction is completed, you also need to buy ingredients during the living process. Only the suspension bridge is really inconvenient. I think there must be a road behind the villa, maybe you have to go over the top of the mountain. That. Conan never considered this question. Maybe it was pulled up from the bottom of the cliff through a rope. Chapter 44, Conan Novice Village. However, Conan is complaining in his heart, how can anyone build a villa in such a place, it is really abnormal. Suzuki will build a villa here. The idea is really peculiar. Zinfan's voice is almost in sync with Conan's voice, maybe they have some way to solve the road problem. Hey! There seems to be someone over there. Mao Lilan exclaimed, that person seems to be heading towards the villa too. Following the direction of Moralan's fingers, Shin Shige also saw the figure covering himself in black on the suspension bridge. Maybe it's the guests who went to the Suzuki's villa for a party together. Let's follow along. Although the other party is dressed in weird clothes, this is also their freedom. After they stepped onto the swaying suspension bridge, Xin Fan felt even more strange. There must be other roads leading to the opposite side. With such a dilapidated suspension bridge, he really didn't think it was enough to cover the daily needs of such a large villa. It's so tall. Conan poked his head out and looked under the suspension bridge, then said with emotion, but it seems that Brother Asano's doubts seem to make sense. He is a detective, and he is also a well-known high school detective. Even if you didn't pay attention to these weird places at the beginning, you can quickly find the problem after hearing Zinfan's reminder. At this moment, the dark man in front seemed to suddenly hear the movement behind him. He turned his head and glanced here. Malilan's heart slammed, with a frightened expression, then, that person's face. Shinyan stared at the bandage-wrapped face of the man in front, and gradually remembered the relevant plot. Isn't this a bandage-weird murder in the villa? Even tied himself into a mummy, this guy is really, isn't it just a murder? This will leave more clues and evidence. You must know that Conan's famous title is not only Reaper Elementary School. In the face of detectives, it is easier to get confused by killing people as simple as possible. Is like taking the opportunity to push the target down the cliff. It had only rained nearby, and the ground was slippery. Moreover, the topography of the cliff is more complicated. Even if the police rush over, it is difficult to judge suicide and homicide based on the posture and distance of the deceased's fall. Even if you might be suspected by detectives, as long as you are more determined, don't Conan kneel down and confess to crying as soon as you identify the murderer. You should be able to get rid of the crime smoothly. It is necessary to know that the annual number of suicides in Japan is scary. In addition to social pressure, part of it is due to criminal cases. I don't know how many innocent victims can only come to a suicide conclusion, and how many arrogant criminals get away with it. Think about it this way, the criminals who appeared in Detective Conan seem to be clever, but in fact they are so stupid. Moralan and Conan finally recovered from the fright of the bandage weird, and found that they were in the center of the most severe shaking of the suspension bridge, and their faces became pale again. Shinyan looked at him, his eyes gradually became interested. Is very interesting. Either Conan and Mao Island have experienced battles. They shuttled around the crime scene all day, battling criminals and terrorists, and now they are still afraid of a suspension bridge? Still speaking, after all, the bandage weird case happened in the early stage of the plot. At this time, Conan and Mao Lilan did not have such a strong psychological quality. Is also right, just look at Kogoro Mori. The same was the case when Conan's anesthesia needle hit the back of the neck. The original uncle needed Conan's help to organize his posture. After that, the uncle fell very cooperatively when he fell. Maybe too many anesthesia has made Kogoro Mori form a muscle memory. After passing the suspension bridge safely, Shin Shige paid special attention to the ropes that fixed the suspension bridge. Those ropes should be replaced frequently, they look new, and they don't look like the ones that are easily worn off. The firmness should have at least 4 stars. It's so slow, Xiaolan, where have you been? Suzuki Yuanzi stood in front of the gate of the villa, with his hands on his hips complaining, "It is rare for me to ask you to come out to play, but I have been waiting for so long. Why are you late again, Xiaolan?" Sorry, the road in this place is too complicated, we have walked for a long time." Mao Lilan apologized repeatedly. But Sanako Suzuki seemed to be used to her friend's lateness and didn't pay much attention to it. Her sight was quickly attracted by Xinyan standing behind. "This is Mr. Asano mentioned by Xiaolan, right?" Yuanzi's eyes were shining. "Wow, I look more handsome than I thought." Shin Shige smiled politely at Sanako Suzuki, and said, "Hello, Miss Suzuki, I'm Mrs. Mori's friend Nobuhiro Asano." Yuanzi held his hand, but did not release it quickly. "Although there are many handsome guys here today, no matter how you look at it, Mr. Asano is better." "I'm so wise, I ask Xiaolan to invite you." "Handsome guy?" Mao Lilan asked suspiciously. "That's right." Yuanzi said solemnly, "Aren't we here to meet the handsome guy? This way." "Of course." Yuanzi clasped his hands together to do intoxication www.readaloud.com and then compose a love song with the destined Prince Charming. Conan was speechless, and suddenly felt a little sorry. "Mr. Asano, what should I do? In other words, did they forget something?" "Ah!" Conan exclaimed suddenly, "Brother Asano, have you noticed where the bandaged man went?" Xinfan thought for a while, maybe he has come in. With so many bandages on his face, he seems to have suffered a very serious injury. Maybe it will be a large area burn. Is that right? That kind of dress wrapped in bandages like a mummy is actually meant to bandage the wound? Yuanzi was taken aback for a moment, the bandaged person, but the guests who came to the villa today are not like that. Are you mistaken? Mao Lilan's face paled again. Isn't it a guest here? Then, maybe it's not the residents around. It always feels weird to see such strange people near such villas in the wilderness, just like what the protagonists in the horror film first discovered is unusual, and in the later stage they will become monsters or other ghosts. Okay. Don't talk about those things. Yuanzi pointed to the stairs and said, "My sister's friends have already returned to the room with their luggage. Go to the second floor and choose a room you like." "Yes." Conan responded sweetly and followed Mao Lilan upstairs. Shin Shige followed them, and Yuanzi grabbed his left arm. "Xinyan." If it weren't the case, he almost forgot that he still had a gunshot wound on his arm. Although the wound has recovered more than half in just a few days, it still hurts so much when being dragged by Miss Suzuki. Chapter 45, Angry Shiho Kitten. Yuanzi did not notice the abnormal expression of the male god. She was satisfied that she had found the opportunity to wrap Xinfan's arm. "I specially prepared a room for Mr. Asano." Yuanzi dragged Xinchij upstairs. The view of the whole forest from the window is superb. Xinyan, while responding to the garden, looked at the situation of the villa. As a result, as soon as he arrived on the second floor, he saw Mao Lilan reaching out to open the door of the guest room. "Miss Maori!" Xinfan called out, successfully interrupting Mao Lilan's movements. Seeing the other person look over, he smiled and said, "What if there are people in the room? It would be rude if you don't knock on the door to confirm it. For example, if you happen to see someone changing clothes or something." Mao Lilan's face flushed. "Sorry, I didn't even think about it." She took a deep breath and knocked on the door of the first room. "I'm changing my clothes, may I have something to do?" A man's voice came from the room. "Ah! There are really people." After the door was closed, Mao Lilan couldn't help but bow and apologize. "I'm sorry to disturb you, there is nothing wrong." While Yuanzi was amused by his friend's reaction, she also led Xinfan to the door of the second house and said, this is the guest room I prepared specially for Mr. Asano. You will be satisfied. Conan's eyes immediately turned into a half-moon shape, and he reluctantly argued, Hey, why is there a room specially prepared for that guy? Isn't Xiolan your good friend? Shinshige smiled and thank you so much, Miss Suzuki. Oh, just call me the garden. Miss Suzuki, people who don't know think you are calling my sister. Miss Yuanzi. Shinshige changed his name following Yuanzi's words, and at the same time reached out and pushed open the wooden door of the guest room. In the room, there was a slender man who was changing his clothes. He was taken aback by the movement behind him, and he quickly turned his head and looked over. Zinfan's palms clutching the doorknob tightly, feeling helpless. What's wrong, Mr. Asano? Sanako probed over curiously. Zinfan closed the door with a serious face when she was about to see the situation in the room. Then said calmly, this room is already occupied. And depending on the size of that person, he might be the murderer. Zinfan felt that he was really out of luck. Could it be that he had been in contact with Conan too much and was infected? Those who are close to Zhu are red, those who are close to Ink are black, and those who are close to Conan there is a disaster of blood and light. The other side of the garden has already laughed, so, Mr. Asano, don't you just see other people changing clothes? No. Zinfan tried his best to disassociate himself. He knew that the murderer must be listening to him. As soon as I saw someone, I immediately diverted my eyes and didn't see anything. Ha. Yuanzi smiled more happily, I'm really sorry, Mr. Asano, my sister may not have made it clear when the guests came before. But the guest rooms on the second floor are in good condition, you can pick one. Okay. Zinfan nodded and said, but I'll take no one as the highest goal. Now even Mao Lilan smiled, and sighed, Mr. Asano was still reminding me just now, but I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. They knocked on another room with people, and then opened 2 spare guest rooms. All right, pack your bags quickly and get ready to go downstairs for tea and snacks. Yuanzi greeted Zinfan specifically, I promise the desserts are awesome. Then I will trouble you. With the closing of the door of the room and the sound of Suzuki Sanako going down the stairs, the corridor on the second floor gradually returned to its initial quietness. Inside the door of the room that Shinshige accidentally opened just now, Takahashi crouched and hid behind the door, listening carefully to the movement outside. The guy called Mr. Asano must have seen something. He saw the opponent's face very clearly because of fear, and Asano's eyes clearly fell on him. But what did that guy tell Sanako Suzuki and didn't see? This is a cover-up. Naked cover-up. Maybe Asano not only saw his figure, but even the props he used to pretend to be fat. This is too bad, he must find a way to solve any hidden dangers that may arise. And in the room separated by several walls from Takahashi Ryoichi, Shinshige is still ignorant of the danger. He thought there was nothing wrong with the explanation just now, and in fact he really didn't see anything at the time. Only perverts can look at you when you know someone is changing clothes, right? However, the thinking of the murderer is usually different from that of normal people, and there is no guarantee that there will be no accidents. Thinking of this, Shinfan sighed weakly. I feel once again that my luck is really bad. He remembered that in the original plot, it was Mao Lilan who saw the murderer's body, and then she was attacked. I hope that the murderer will not use him this time, otherwise he will release the water? Or release water? So distressed. Thinking about this, Zinfan's cell phone that specializes in contacting organizational affairs suddenly rang. He took out his phone and took a look at www.readaloud.com. It was actually Shihoma Yano. Saying that this genius researcher who stays in the laboratory all day long does not go anywhere, why would he specifically look for his contact information and call? Hey, is it Mescal? Shihoma Yano's unique voice came from the earpiece. I plan to confirm Kudo Shinichi's death. Do you want to come with me? Oh. It turned out to be this. Shinshige remembered the task assigned to him by Jin. It turns out that the test product of APTX 4869 referred to by Jin refers to Shinichi Kudo. I don't know what Conan would think if he knew that Jin, which he regarded as his greatest enemy, would call him that. Suddenly I want to see. Jin has already told me about this, when are you going to go? Zinfan asked. There was a moment of silence on the other side, so Jin asked you to go with me. Surveillance? Or something else? Why do you think that? I just make sure you are safe. Zinfan sat on the bedside, his eyes fell on the pine tree outside the window, but didn't Jin tell you that we would act together? No. Shihomayano's voice was cold, he just found something unclear on the test record sheet, so let me, the creator of APTX 4869, check it out. Xin Fanvinian smiled, then why would you call me? When I spoke again, Shihomayano's voice was stained with some different emotions, a bit like an angry kitten, because you are also hosting the APTX 4869 project, aren't you? You asked me so much information that I was going to leave. Obviously, I know a lot about this medicine. Was it weird that I asked you to go together? Chapter 46, The Murderer is Unprofessional. Hanging up the call with Shihomayano, Shinchich's mood improved a lot strangely. Although he didn't feel much depressed before. Maybe it's because it's interesting to tease such a serious iceberg beauty? Because of the delay on the phone, everyone was already sitting at the table when Zinfan went downstairs. Seeing that he was late, Takahashi's expression couldn't help being even more weird. He even guiltily suspected that Zinfan had inferred something from the disguise materials, so he directly called the police. Ahaha! Thanks to Hiraki at that time, his photography skills are superb. So that's the case. Mao Lilan put down the lemon tea and said, you used to be in the same society. That's it. Yuanzi explained to Zinfan to sit down and eat dessert. Everyone is a classmate of my sister's university, and they are all members of the film research club. The 5 of them have a very good relationship, and there are parties every year. This time, because I chose the location in my villa, I specially invited you to visit. Yuanzi pointed to a few guests and introduced, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Masaru Oda, who has been the leading actor. Is he handsome? But I still think Mr. Asano is the most handsome. The man with long hair couldn't help laughing helplessly when he heard Yuanzi's words like this. Then Hiraki Kakutani, who specializes in photography. Sanako turned his gaze to Takahashi Ryoichi, who had been sitting here without saying a word from the beginning. This is Takahashi Ryo's eldest brother who is in charge of props. Takahashi Ryo smiled at Mao Lilan melancholy, and stretched out his hand to scratch the back of his head, looking harmless. However, Zinfan, who was sitting next to Mao Lilan, still felt a touch of malice from that person, and he still came to him. So I'm still going to kill someone? Why is this person so persistent? Then next is my sister Ayako Suzuki, who is in charge of the makeup and costume work of the actors, and is looking for a marriage partner, and Ms. Chiyoko Ikeda, who is the director, script and the director of the film agency next to her. Wow! Mao Lilan's eyes lit up. Could you be the screenwriter of the Cyan Kingdom that is currently on TV, Miss Ikeda? Nobuhiro's attention also fell on Shikako Ikeda, but his reason was completely different from Morilan. Ah, this is the victim of this incident. That Cyan Kingdom, said Ayako Suzuki, that is a work from Shikako's college days, and it is also a masterpiece of her debut in the literary world. Yes, the response in the literary world is very good, Shikako. Oda said on the side. Is that Cyan Kingdom really that good? Conan tugged at Fanji's sleeve and asked, Brother Asano, have you seen the Cyan Kingdom? Zinfan shook his head and said, No, I don't usually have time to watch TV, and I rarely read novels of this type. But since the response is so good, there must be something wonderful about this book. If Conan is interested, you can go back. Buy a copy and have a look. Shikako Ikeda smiled and said, don't be so troublesome. In fact, I came to the party this time and brought a few books, not only Cyan Kingdom, but also the script of my next movie to be published. You can take a look. It would be better if you could give me advice. She took out 2 books, put them on the table, and handed them to Zinfan. Yuanzi took the opportunity to introduce Shinshige to everyone. The last thing I want to talk about is Mr. Asano's friend, Mr. Asano. Mr. Asano is a freelance entrepreneur who runs a music classroom. Musician. Hiraki Kakutani held the camera at Shinhana. Then you must be great singing. Shinhiro smiled at the camera. I only run a music classroom, not a musician. I can only speak ordinary when I sing. Oh, Kakutani, your hobby of photography hasn't changed. Katsura Oda put his head in his left hand, with a smile in his eyes, said to Hiraki Kakutani. Kakutani Hiraki sighed, I mean this hasn't changed. By the way. His camera turned to Takahashi Ryoichi, speaking of which, are you fatter again? Shinshige also looked at Takahashi Ryoichi incidentally. I haven't found out just now that this person is indeed very fat, too fat. And judging from his professional disguise skills, Takahashi Ryoichi's deliberately created image of a pregnant belly actually has many problems. At least if Zinfan kills with his plan, he can be more cautious. Even if it can't be called seamless, it should be no problem to deceive the people present provided that Conan's protagonist's aura does not explode too exaggerated. Noting Shinshige's gaze, Takahashi shook his consciousness for a while, and quickly tried to calm down, and smiled awkwardly at the camera. Yes, it's almost 100 kilograms. Speaking. Conan pulled Shinyana's sleeve and asked softly, Brother Asano, which brother did you secretly see changing clothes before? It's Mr. Takahashi. Nobuhiro lowered his head, and Mr. Takahashi is fatter than I thought, maybe it's a clothes problem. That's it. Conan habitually wrote down this message, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, it seemed a bit impolite to say that people were fat. And Zinfan's voice was put very low, if it weren't very close, he couldn't hear it at all. Takahashi did not hear it, but this did not prevent a murderer with a guilty conscience. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Why did this guy suddenly lower his voice and talk to the kid next to him? Did he really see something? The thought of waiting filled Takahashi's mind, making him unable to calm down and participate in the conversation with his friends in the club. Other people's topics don't know when they turn to another member who was not here. Suzuki Ayako said with emotion, it feels like going back to the past, but it's a pity Atsuko, if that didn't happen, Ayako Suzuki would be sitting here with us now. In an instant, the old classmates of the film club changed their faces. Shikako Ikeda patted the table even more and stood up, please, can you not mention her? Hug, sorry. Ayako Suzuki's expression was a little lonely. Shikako Ikeda also seemed to realize his gaffe, and sat back a little embarrassedly, but his face was still very bad. I took time out of my busy schedule to come here to relax. I don't want to mention a person who died 2 years ago. People. Oda Katsushika said sarcastically, people are not the same when they are famous, even the tone of speech has changed. Conan's keen antennae felt an unusual smell, and immediately stood up. He couldn't help poking the man next to him in the arm again. Brother Asano, these people's reactions to the man named Atsuko are so strange. Although it is a person who has passed away, most people think of their friends who have passed away. Shouldn't they all be missed like Miss Ayako? Why shouldn't they be angry or? Conan said that he didn't get a response, and he looked up. Passed. Hey, Brother Asano. Did you listen to me? Chapter 47, East Asian Little Vinegar King. Hearing Conan's question, Shinyan lifted his gaze from the book and looked at him puzzledly. I'm listening. But instead of asking me about this kind of thing, it's better to listen to Ms. Ikeda's conversation with her friend. I can get the answer. That's what I said, but what are you looking at, Brother Asano? Conan was limited by his height and couldn't see the book on the table even if he was sitting on a chair. It's Ms. Ikeda's Cyan Kingdom. I heard it's pretty good, I want to read it. Conan nodded and said, I also feel that since I know Miss Ikeda, it is rude not to read a book. It's just that the series she focuses on are not the kind that I am interested in. Look at it to know if you like it or not. Xinyan smiled and pushed a book in front of Conan. This is a new script that Miss Ikeda hasn't published yet. Let me show you first. Okay. Conan accepted the book kindly, opened it and read it. Suzuki Ayako just stopped the dispute between Chikiko Ikeda and Masaru Oda. Now she stood up and said to everyone, I should go to prepare dinner too. Please take a break before dinner starts. Then I will just go out to repair the broken roof. Takahashi also got up and said, I heard it will rain soon. Excuse me, Takahashi, be careful. Kakutani Hiraki smiled and said, this kind of thing really can only be done by Takahashi, then the rest of us will come to play poker. However, Shikako Ikeda walked outside without saying a word. No matter how much Hiraki Kakutani persuaded behind her, she left without looking back, and left indifferently. Hiraki Kakutani chased after him anxiously. The person who originally proposed to play poker is not there, so of course everyone can't play. Shinshige and Conan held a book and read with gusto. When the others saw it, they scattered in the villa lobby, doing their own things. After a while, it really started to rain outside. Ah, Xiaolan. Yuanzi approached Mo Lilan, who was standing in front of the window and enjoying the rain view. Mr. Asano looks really handsome when he reads the book seriously. It's very handsome, but isn't the type you like that handsome and cold, just like Mr. Oda? That's right, but don't you think Mr. Asano is more reliable? Yuanzi gazed at Xinyan intoxicatedly. If you get married, you still have to find someone who is good to you. Mao Lilan smiled helplessly, how big the garden is, why are you thinking about getting married? That's right, that's right. Yuanzi suddenly said to Mao Lilan, you already have your new one. No wonder you look down on other men. But it's a pity that this guy didn't come with you. Hearing his name, Conan immediately looked back. Then I saw that Oda Katsu, who seemed to be very likable to girls, walked towards the person he liked, with a disgusting smile on his face. Conan, who knows nothing about dating but is very sensitive to rivals, immediately becomes alert. How about let's go for a walk outside together? Oda was tall, he bowed slightly and asked. Mao Lilan was pulled so close by the opposite to speak, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. She said embarrassingly, but it's raining outside. Oda Katsushi walked forward 2 steps, forcing Mo Lilan to lean against the wall, and he logically slammed the other side, walking in the rain makes you feel romantic. Conan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with flames. Conan? Have you finished reading the script? Zinfan's clear voice suddenly rang in Conan's ears. He was stunned, and subconsciously replied, no, I think her writing style is good, and the details are also very professional, but the overall feeling is not refreshing or arouses readers' interest in reading, which is a bit boring. Don't be so anxious to draw conclusions. Xinyan put together the half of the book he had read and handed it to Conan. After reading this book, let's talk about it. The Cyan Kingdom is indeed a sensational work, it is very beautiful. Really? Conan accepted the book suspiciously. Can a person's work have a great qualitative change? Especially this is her earliest work. I'll know after reading it. Zinfan smiled and blinked. Conan always felt that Zinfan's expression was hiding some information, but he really couldn't understand the other party, so he had to do what Zinfan said. Mr. Asano. Yuanzi's face restricted by the hairband appeared in front of Zinfan's eyes. Let's go out for a walk, too. What? What? Zinfan was stunned. Xiao Lan and Mr. Oda are out on a date, let's go together too. What? Conan exclaimed in exclamation. Damn, he just talked to Asano, forgetting that Xiao Lan was still being accosted by that guy. Zinfan thinks that Xiaolan was attacked by the murderer outside in the plot. This time the person who saw the murderer change his clothes was replaced by him. Xiaolan will probably be safe. Then, should he give the murderer a chance? Actually, there is no absolutely innocent person in this case. Neither the murderer nor the victim are good people. Therefore, Zinfan does not intend to take the risk of affecting the development of the subsequent plot to intervene and save the Ikeda Tomoko who plagiarized his friend's work. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. But it was really uncomfortable to let him just watch the murderer do nothing. In this case, it is better to give the murderer a chance, or to pick yourself out of the whole thing. In this way, he can live both rationally and emotionally. Thinking of this, Shin Shige stood up following the strength of the garden, and at the same time grabbed Conan who was running outside, and threw it onto his seat. Stay inside the villa, it's dangerous outside. But Xiaolan, are you worried about Miss Maori? Zinfan said, I'll go see her. Conan began to hesitate. Yuanzi certainly didn't want his light bulb to disturb her date, and if he was alone, no one would be allowed to run out of here, especially the guardian Mao Lilan. Shinhana did not give Conan too much time to think, so he left the villa with Yuanzi. They held an umbrella, and Yuanzi stood on Zinfan's left side again, his entire body leaning against him as if there were no bones, pressing on the wound. Although this pain is nothing compared to the time of injury, but, is it annoying to keep hurting like this? Mr. Asano, if you open a music classroom, you must be a musician yourself. Yuanko showed a look of yearning. Does the guitar, piano, or violin play like Shinichi Kudo? Sorry, my favorite musical instrument is bass. Nothing in Shinchi's heart is disturbed, but on the surface he maintains the politeness of a gentleman. Yuanzi was stunned for a moment, and then smiled again. The bass is so good, can you teach me? If I can learn bass, I should be able to join the girls' high school orchestra. Think about it, it feels great. Chapter 48, Happiness Comes Too Suddenly. Zinfan looked down at the garden and found that the lady's eyes were all serious. An unpleasant premonition suddenly arises in his heart. What will Kyogoku really do? Can he beat Kyogokushin? Is survival important or sister paper important? Of course, survival is more important. Zinfan kept a little distance from the garden in silence. If you want to learn bass, 1-to-1 courses are 150,000, a total of 48 class hours, divided into 24 classes. Seeing that Yuanzi did not respond, he added, of course, if you want to supervise and learn with other people, the Lufeng music classroom also provides small and large classes. The fee for small classes is 100,000 yuan, and large classes are cheaper, and new students are discounted. The price is only 70,000 yen, for a total of 48 class hours. By the way, this is my business card, welcome to register. Yuanzi took the exquisitely designed business card with a bewildered look, and stammered, okay. What the hell, why did it become a music interest class consultation? The garden behind was a little quieter, and Zinfan and the others quickly caught up with Malilan and Oda Masaru. Oda Katsumasa looked at Morilan affectionately, would you like me to teach you, what is adult love? Morilan was stunned, and Oda took the opportunity to slowly approach her. The delicate red lips attracted his eyes and made him want to take a bite. Miss Mori. Shinchian confuses Oda's pick-up plan without changing his face. Oh, and Mr. Oda, you are here too. Mr. Asano, Sanako. Moriran breathed a sigh of relief, and then took 2 steps back without hesitation, away from Oda Masaru. Oda Masaru's expression is a bit ugly, but he is not gloomy. Why are you guys out too? Are you going for a walk? Yes, yet. Yuanzi was still in a daze. Did they really come out for a walk? It seems that she really thought so at the beginning. But why did it eventually evolve into coarse sales? Xinfan paid attention to the figure hidden behind the woods in the distance, and decided to give the opponent a chance to attack alone. There is no way, the murderer is too steady, he, the victim, can only create the chance of being killed. So Xinfan said to Mao Lilan, I left my mobile phone in the villa, and I need to go back to pick it up. Could you please take care of Miss Yuanzi? Moran didn't really want to go for a walk with Oda Masaru, especially when he said something like that just now. Hearing Xinfan's request, she nodded immediately and said, Okay, we and Yuanzi will be around for a while. You can come here to find us directly in a while. Yuanzi wanted to say something, but was grabbed by her good girlfriend. Seeing the pleading in Mao Lilan's eyes, Yuanzi still didn't say that she wanted to go back with Xinfan. Shin Shige disappeared into the sight of the three of them. And where they hadn't noticed, there was a black shadow trailing away with Xinfan. The rain keeps on pattering. Because of leaving the umbrella to the garden, Xinfan's clothes were gradually wetted by the rain. But he didn't seem to mind, he still walked slowly and leisurely. Takahashi Ryoichi followed for a while, and after making sure to stay away from the group of people just now, he finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind to kill. He picked up the axe whose handle was covered with heat, and slashed it towards Xinfan's seemingly defenseless back neck. Is here. Xinfan's pupils shrink slightly. In the next instant, his whole person has already avoided with extremely strange reaction speed and body style. Takahashi Ryoichi is not a master of martial arts, even a sneak attack can be avoided by Moran, not to mention the letter fan who walks on the tip of a knife all day. Without a hit, Takahashi Ryoichi, who was dressed as a bandage-weared man, was obviously panicked. He raised the axe again, without aiming it, and slashed it straight down. Xinfan escaped easily as usual. Is a bit troublesome. Takahashi Ryoichi realizes that he is not the opponent of the other party, and if caught, his seamless revenge plan would have to fall through. Can't let that woman succeed. After quickly thinking about the profit-to-loss ratio, Takahashi decided to flee sensibly. Asano Nobuhiro can take it for a while, Shikako Ikeda must die. However, just when Takahashi was about to flee, the light-hearted Asano Nobuhiro suddenly turned pale and covered his chest uncomfortably. He is. Xinfan's expression was extremely painful, his facial features were distorted, and they were grouped together. He tightly grasped the shirt on his chest with his hands, his legs were soft, and he fell directly to the ground. When his left arm hit the ground, because of the squeezing, the old wound was directly torn apart, and Xinfan's sleeve was dyed red with blood and rain. He curled up on the ground and struggled painfully for dozens of seconds, his face getting paler and paler, and later he even turned blue. Xinfan's voice made two hoarse monosyllables, and he couldn't hear what he was saying, or he might just subconsciously call for help. After another 5 or 6 seconds, the struggle gradually stopped, and the man who fell on the ground lost all movement. Quiet like a dead man. The happiness came so suddenly that Takahashi was caught off guard. He stayed on alert, and tremblingly stretched out his hands to sniff the opponent. There was no airflow. He wants to explore Fan's carotid artery again. However, a huge thunder suddenly sounded from the sky. www.readaloud.com, Takahashi was taken aback. He hurriedly closed his hand, still with a secret joy on his face. That guy had an old wound on his arm, and he was frightened by himself just now. If he had a heart disease, he would die suddenly. It seems that even God is helping him get revenge. Because the location where Nobuhiro Asano fell is not far from the villa, if someone goes out, it's easy to find out. In order to delay the time when the body was found, Takahashi dragged Xinfan's leg and walked towards a blind spot behind the villa without a window. Shinyan. Why does he have to choose such a dignified way of death for himself? His super expensive custom shirt. His face. His hair. Just pretend to fall off the cliff directly, doesn't it smell good? Or just throw the murderer off the cliff. How can he pretend to have a heart attack? Takahashi Ryoichi opened the vent to the basement of the villa and stuffed Shinzumi in. Before, he also checked the electronic equipment on Xin Fan's body and destroyed the mobile phone in his trouser pocket. But he probably didn't expect that Xinfan had a cell phone used to contact the organization hidden elsewhere. The basement was damp and dark, exuding a unique scent of a mixture of actinomycetes and molds, which made Xinfan subconsciously hold his breath. When Takahashi's footsteps faded away, he finally opened his eyes and looked at the surroundings. It seems. No matter how rich the Suzuki family is, the basement is still a basement, so I can't expect how good its environment is. Do you really want to stay in a place like this for one night? Suddenly I didn't want to pretend to be dead. Chapter 49, Mr. Asano is missing. Yuanzi, Mao Lilan and Oda Masaru have been around in the woods for a long time, and they have not waited for a letter. Ah, Mr. Asano, like Xiaolan, do you like being late? Yuanzi complained. The date she was thinking of was going to fall apart. More around helplessly, Mr. Asano may be delayed by something, or he could not find us when he went out. Yes. Then let's go back to the villa. It's time to have dinner at this time. Yuanzi quickly chose to compromise. Anyway, after I go back, I can see Nobuhira Asano, and I will sit and eat together. You are finally back, dinner is ready. Suzuki Ayako waited at the entrance of the villa, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the garden. Yuanzi rushed up the steps and ran to her sister. Mr. Asano has indeed returned. But I didn't expect Ayako. Suzuki frowned after hearing her words. Isn't Mr. Asano with you? Hey! Yuanzi was taken aback. Has he not come back yet? Morilan looked at the sky and worried. It's already so late. Will Mr. Asano still look for us in the woods? Then call Mr. Asano. Masaru Oda reminded him, tell him we are all back, and let him go back to the villa for dinner. Yes. Mao Lilan took out the phone, but his face suddenly became very bad. No, the phone has no signal. There is still a signal in the afternoon. Ah. Is it because of the thunder just now? Ayako Suzuki picked up the receiver of the landline. Sure enough, the landline can't make calls. Yuanzi said worriedly, it's raining so hard outside, and the sky is so dark, what if Mr. Asano gets lost? No, no. Morilan comforted, Mr. Asano is very smart. He drove me and Conan when he came. It should and shouldn't be so easy to get lost. Although he said so, Morilan himself is not sure. After all, if you lose your way in the woods, it's really hard to get out. It's no way to be anxious here. Ayako Suzuki said, let's go to dinner first. If Mr. Asano hasn't come back, we can go out and search together. That's safer. Mao Lilan they had to go to the restaurant to wait for someone. Conan was sitting by the window holding a glass of juice and biting through a straw. The Asian kingdom was placed on the table in front of him. Looking at the open position, he knew that a fake kid had read more than half of it in one breath. He knew that Morilan had returned to the villa, but it was not until she sat next to him that Conan reacted, Sister Xiaolan, where is Brother Asano? I think he was right. This Asian kingdom is really beautiful. N.S. Morilan sighed, Mr. Asano has not returned yet. He may still be looking for us in the woods. Hey! Conan was taken aback, are you separated? That's right. I ran into him and Sanako in the middle of the trip. Mr. Asano said that he was going back to the villa to get the phone, so he separated from us. But now that so long has passed, I still haven't seen him. Go back to the villa to get the phone. Conan's face changed suddenly, but Brother Asano hasn't come back since he went out. Yuanzi glanced at him, Mr. Asano won't lie to us. Are you too fascinated to read and see nothing? My position is facing the door. If someone comes in, you can see it at a glance. I won't miss it. That. Moorland thought of a terrible possibility. Did Mr. Asano get lost on the way back to the villa? Could it be that someone was attacked? Oda leaned back on the chair and said jokingly. His words immediately attracted the attention of several other people. Assault, assault. Who was attacked? It's the Mr. Asano who came with Miss Xylan. He has been missing for almost 2 hours. Nonsense. Yuanzi stood up and retorted, there are only a few of us here, who would attack Mr. Asano? Ah! Mao Lilan's face suddenly faded, and she tremblingly said, could it be the bandaged weird we saw when we came here? Yuanzi was taken aback for a while, and then smiled, it's the bandage weird you mentioned, how could it be possible? Are you wrong? There are only 1 or 2 unoccupied villas near my villa. If you want to see to reach other residents, you have to climb the mountain behind. At this time, Conan was still in the mood to sigh secretly. Mr. Asano was really right, there is a way to the outside behind the villa. Wait. Takahashi Ryoichi suddenly asked, is the bandage weird you talking about, the guy who covered himself in a black cloak with the only exposed face covered in bandages? Mao Lilan, yes, Conan also saw www.readaloud.com right? As soon as Conan nodded, Oda Katsushika said, if this is the case, I saw him on the way here. Because the behavior is so weird, I took a second look. Hiraki Kakutani also immediately added, I saw it too. At the time I thought it was a nearby resident, but since Ms. Sanako said so, then, is it here specifically for us? While shouting, he ran outside the villa regardless. Hiraki Kakutani chased him immediately. Conan and the others also followed up anxiously. Takahashi Ryoichi ran all the way to the suspension bridge, but could not go further. His eyes were full of horror. The bridge is broken. This was deliberately vandalized. Conan pointed out sharply, look at the pillars tied with the ropes, all on them are knife marks. Really, really? Mao Lilan winced backwards. In such a place, she was a little scared to encounter such a weird situation. It must be a bandage weirdo. Takahashi tried his best to draw everyone's attention to a non-existent character. But because Shinchi's disappearance has not been finalized, his unusual remarks were immediately refuted by Shikako Ikeda. What are you talking about? How can there be a bandage weird? The guy who does this kind of thing must be hiding by our side, maybe it is. Asano Nobuhiro himself was playing mystery. Why is this? Sanako complained in a low voice, Mr. Asano is missing, and now his life is unknown. Miss Ikeda even slandered him. Chapter 50, Murderer, Haunted in the Villa. Ikeda Shikako didn't hear Yuenko's words clearly. She said to herself, I have no interest in playing this kind of boring suspense game with you. Really, I was out to relax, but in the end I encountered such an unpleasant thing. Sorry, I'm not in the mood anymore. You guys have dinner, I want to go directly to my room and rest. After that, she left near the suspension bridge without looking back. Suzuki Ayako, as the host, hurriedly followed. Let's go, too. Mao Lilan sighed, it's so dark now and the road is broken again. We can only wait for tomorrow morning to find a way to go down. On the way back, you can also find Mr. Asano. Yuanzi paused for a long time, until Mao Lilan looked over in confusion. She slammed her hands and said, Mr. Asano must be in danger. Very good, now is the time for the beauty to save the hero. Conan. Hey, expecting you to save Asano, it is better to rely on him to save himself. Even though they had searched very carefully on the way back, they even rummaged through the bushes where the body could be hidden, but there was still no sign of Asano Shinshige. After all, no one thought of going through the basement or something. As time goes by, Mao Lilan's worries are getting deeper and deeper. Conan also frowned tightly and began to analyze what happened today. Something's wrong, something very wrong. Where is the problem? Even if the bandage weirdo actually attacked Mr. Asano, it didn't make sense, because he was obviously someone who hadn't appeared on the guest list before. Is that randomly hurting people? Just saw that Mr. Asano was alone and attacked? This party really failed. Ayako Suzuki said as she tidied the table. There was loss and melancholy in her expression. Yuanzi was also helpless when he saw this. Blame sister, you mentioned that before. Do you mean Miss Itsuko? Conan raised his head and asked, it's the one who died 2 years ago. Yuanzi showed a look of astonishment, while Mao Lilan quickly stopped Conan, don't talk too much. Ayako Suzuki watched Conan's child, and sighed after a long time. Itsuko was also a member of the Film Research Society, but committed suicide 2 years ago. The relationship between everyone was so good before, and it turned out. Takahashi Ryoichi's figure appeared on the second floor. He just got off the roof and was about to take off his raincoat. Suzuki Ayako saw him greet him and said, it's just that you haven't had dinner yet. Come down and eat. Oda Katsushika, Ikeda hasn't come down, right? Well, Shikako is resting in the room. She doesn't seem to want dinner. Takahashi Ryoichi walked downstairs and said, she has been like this since she was a student. Who? Takahashi Ryoichi suddenly turned his head back, and a black shadow flashed behind him. Mao Lilan exclaimed, that's Miss Ikeda. Takahashi Ryoichi's face suddenly became pale and pale. He opened the window and looked at it, but there was nothing left. How do I feel? Miss Ikeda's state is not right. How can a normal person float outside on the second floor? And Miss Ikeda seemed to have only heads. Everyone's expressions were extremely horrified. Against this background, Takahashi's reaction turned out to be quite normal. Kakutani Hiraki was the first to rush out of the villa, and then everyone else followed. Takahashi Ryoichi put away the piano cord, his expression still in a trance. What happened? Why is there a problem with his elaborate mechanism? Why is the dummy in the bandaged weird clothes that was fixed with Shikako Ikeda disappeared? Now, the only thing he has held in his hands is the deadly head of Shikako Ikeda. Things seem to have exceeded his expectations. What should he do? Seeing everyone rushed out of the villa, Takahashi knew that he should have aroused suspicion if he continued to linger. He hurriedly stuffed the head of Shikako Ikeda into the cotton stuffed in his stomach, and then ran out. Everyone chased all the way to the woods, and then Mao Lilan suddenly screamed, ah! In the grass in front of her, a severed leg appeared, still bleeding. Conan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he stepped forward to check, this is a woman's left leg. I'm afraid Ms. Shikako Ikeda has been killed. And that murderer also carried out a brutal and inhumane act of dismembering the corpse, which is too much. And as they continued to move forward, more and more blood clots from severed limbs appeared in front of everyone. In the end, Hiraki Kakutani discovered the upper body of Shikako Ikeda, who had been abandoned on one side, and there was a deep scar on her neck. Just as Hiraki Kakutani screamed and picked her up, Shikako Ikeda's head was severed. Chihikako Ayako Suzuki subconsciously covered her eyes, her heart beating non-stop. Although Conan is a high school student detective, UU reading www.yunsha.com has detected many homicides. But it was the first time he saw a scene as tragic as this time. Not good. Conan said suddenly, if there is a murder, Asano's brother might be too bad for it. Why don't you suspect that Ikeda was killed by Asano Nobushige? Takahashi said in horror, isn't Ikeda still suspecting that the bandage weird was Asano Nobushige? Now she is dead, it's very obviously Nobuhiro Asano was ashamed and angry when he was discovered, right? Who would kill and divide the body because of a prank? Suzuki Sunko yelled at Takahashi Ryo. Moreover, Mr. Asano and Xiolan saw the bandage weird together when they came. How could it be him? That's the bandage weirdo. He has been creating fear around the villa, and he killed Shikako Ikeda. Takahashi was shaking with cold sweat. Either this villa is a haunted house, haunted. That bandage weird is a ghost. The latter sentence is very true, because he really suspects that the villa is haunted. Otherwise, when everyone is staying in the villa, how could there be problems with the mechanism he made? Ghost, haunted. Mao Lilan's face changed drastically. No way. Conan suddenly felt that things that he hadn't understood before were all connected together. Sister Yuanzi, you said before that brother Asano separated from you just to come back and get the phone, right? Yeah. Yuanzi was a little bit confused. Hey, don't you kid doubt Asano too? No. Conan said solemnly, I just remembered that when brother Asano was going out with you, I saw him put his phone in his pocket. Chapter 51, One Wrong Step, Wrong Step. Yuan Ko said angrily, Stop talking nonsense, how could Mr. Asano hold the phone and say he wants to go back and get it? Conan fell silent. He knows what kind of person Mr. Asano is. He is very clever and has a sharper observation ability than most people. There is only one explanation for this situation, that is, Mr. Asano has discovered some information about the murderer and intends to take the phone back to investigate under the pretext of an excuse. Even, maybe the murderer was following them at the time, and he deliberately stayed away from them in order to prevent Yuanzi and Xiolan from being harmed. Then in the process of confronting the murderer, he was attacked by the murderer who turned into anger. The more Conan thinks about it, the more he feels that Xinfan may have been killed. And the death Xinfan has just returned to the basement from the outside of the villa at this moment. With him secretly sabotaging, with Conan's head, he will definitely be able to solve the case soon, and he will also be prepared to continue to pretend to be dizzy, waiting for the rescue of others. Conan kept thinking on the way back to the villa. What on earth did Mr. Asano discover to suspect the murderer? The murderer probably hadn't started killing at that time. What kind of information could make the murderer unable to help him? Did Mr. Asano mention anything? Conan carefully recalled every conversation he had with Xinfan, and then found that someone seemed to be paying attention to strange points all the time. For example, he mentioned that Takahashi Ryoichi seemed to be fatter than he thought. Mr. Asano once saw Takahashi changing clothes in the room, so he must have a basis for doubts like this. There is also the Blue Kingdom by Shikako Ikeda that Mr. Asano specifically emphasized. What is hidden in this book? Conan stared closely at Ryoichi Takahashi, who was walking ahead. In his mind, a crime model gradually formed. The most critical evidence is now missing. The people who attacked Mr. Asano and killed Shikako Ikeda, including their motives, have already had mature guesses about these things. It's just that if the murderer really committed the crime the way he wanted, there is a place that shouldn't be handled like this. Was it the murderer's fault, or was there something wrong with his reasoning? Ah! What is that? Is it Mr. Asano? Mao Lilan suddenly exclaimed. Conan immediately looked in the direction of her fingers, and a figure wrapped in black cloth was lying on the open space outside the villa, the size of which was extremely human. No, it's not. Hiraki Kakutani retorted, Mr. Asano wears a white shirt, not a black jacket. And this look, don't you think it looks like a bandage weirdo? Ah, you really look alike when you say that. Could it be that we finally found the bandage weird? Oda walked over quickly, he took a deep breath, or mustered the courage to push the body. However, it's so light. The body turned to the front. Now everyone can see clearly, it is indeed the dress of a bandaged weird person. But the state of the body is a bit strange. This looks like a dummy. The bandage weird that has always created fear is actually just a prop. Everyone turned their suspicion on Takahashi Ryoichi. After all, in the film research community at that time, Takahashi Ryoichi was the best at making props. Conan took advantage of this opportunity to quickly rush into the villa. He was going to find evidence to prove his thoughts. What do you all watch me do? Although he was panicked the moment he saw the bandage weird, Takahashi still had to remain calm. How could I do such a boring prank? Who else could you be? Kakutani's eyes flushed with anger. Say. Did you kill Shikako too? No. How could you think that? Takahashi was completely panicked. Why should I kill Ikeda? We are obviously friends. What the is going on? How could his seamless plan be destroyed in this way? Why is everyone looking at him with the same look at the murderer now? What is going wrong? No, it shouldn't be like this. All right. In the end, Ayako Suzuki stood up and said, let's go in first. In this situation where the murderer is unknown, it will be safer for everyone to stay together. When the police call tomorrow morning, everything will be clear. NS. Hey, I don't want to go with the murderer. Takahashi Ryo followed with a sullen face and head down. In the villa, Conan has also found what he wants. That's right. This time, the level of the murderer was so bad that he would show such a horse's feet, so don't blame him for being rude. Xylan. Conan muttered silently, and raised the dial to Mao Lilan. Sorry, Xylan. Mao Lilan just lowered his head, and the anesthesia needle was shot into the neck of the garden. Yuanzi. I'm really sorry. Yuanzi's voice resounded in the restaurant. I already know who the murderer is, and I know exactly how he killed Ms. Shikako Ikeda. Gone, Sonoko? Oda asked, who is the murderer? Is it really Takahashi? In fact, except for Hiraki Kakutani, who secretly loves Shikako Ikeda, everyone else is very susceptible to Takahashi, and even they don't want to believe that Takahashi will kill Shikako Ikeda. Sonoko did not answer Oda Masaru's question directly, but whispered, we all saw Miss Ikeda flashing past the window. We also saw the bandage weird props falling outside the villa just now. I think, the murderer's initial plan was to use the piano wire to tie the bandage weird and Miss Ikeda together and sweep through the window, so that everyone thought that the murderer was a bandage weird who had been in the woods. But the murderer didn't expect that his carefully planned method would cause an accident. The bandage weird fell off, so we only saw the head of Ms. Shikako Ikeda in the villa. He was wrong. At this time, he wanted to continue according to the original plan. He took his head to the forest and pretended that Ms. Shikako Ikeda was killed in the forest. And there is only one person who can do the above things, and that is Mr. Takahashi Ryoichi, who was on the second floor at the time. Hiraki Kakutani immediately wanted to punch Takahashi Ryoichi angrily. It really is you. Don't be kidding. Takahashi retorted, this is just your guess. The dummy may also be a prop deliberately made by the bandage weirdo to confuse the line of sight, right? Chapter 52, One Read Angel, One Read Devil. Yes. Yuanzi said coldly, but I just asked Conan to find 2 traces printed by the piano wire on the wooden railing on the second floor, and also found the necklace dropped by Ms. Shikako Ikeda. These are all. It can prove that Ms. Shikako Ikeda was not taken away, but was taken out of the villa with a head in the form of a head. I think even the broken suspension bridge that you first discovered before, as well as the signal lines of mobile phones and landlines, etc. were destroyed by you? After all, you can do all this, Mr. Takahashi. Ryoichi Takahashi was sweating coldly, and he retorted, why do I have to kill Shikako Ikeda? And, didn't the murderer also attack Mr. Asano? What reason do I have for attacking someone I just met? And again. And his face suddenly changed. What else? Yuanzi asked, why don't you dare to say it? You are afraid that once you ask, I am completely different from the person who pretends to be a bandage weirdo. I will ask you, you are really are you fat? Right. What? Ayako Suzuki asked in astonishment. Sanako's voice was calm and confident, let me answer your questions one by one. First, you killed Ms. Shikako Ikeda. I am afraid that it was for Miss Itsuko who committed suicide 2 years ago? Because you doubt Ms. Shikako Ikeda's. This Cyan Kingdom is a copy of Miss Itsuko's work. Takahashi said nothing, his eyes were full of horror. It was the other people who looked extremely shocked. Yuanzi continued, second, you may have attacked Mr. Asano because he accidentally saw you changing your clothes when he was choosing a room in the afternoon. You feel that your real figure was seen by him, so you decided to stop talking. Bar. Just now, Conan-kun told me that Mr. Asano specifically suggested that he compare Shikako Ikeda's new work with Cyan Kingdom. Perhaps Mr. Asano had already guessed what you want to do at that time. That's why he deliberately stayed away from me and Xiaolan, lead you away. Mr. Asano may be trying to persuade you not to go astray. Conan, who spoke with the garden's voice, sank, you were afraid that the plot would be discovered, so, you attacked him. The restaurant suddenly fell into a strange silence. Then, after a few seconds, Takahashi Ryoichi suddenly let out a terrifying laugh, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. No doubt. Ikeda Shikako is plagiarizing. No, it should be said that she changed the name of Itsuko's Sky Color Kingdom and published it. She won the Best Newcomer award for this book, but Itsuko was second. God chose to commit suicide. Before committing suicide, she called me and said that she would never trust anyone again. Ikeda Tomoko took the blame for all this. I just wiped out her as a messenger of justice. Takahashi drew a dagger and pointed it at his chin, ha 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 ha. I'm leaving to accompany Itsuko. Revenge for her. I am the righteous. Everyone was taken aback by Takahashi, who suddenly became stunned. Conan said coldly with the voice of the garden, don't be kidding. You are not a messenger of justice at all. Takahashi Ryoichi widened his eyes and looked over. Perhaps as you said, you did kill Tomoko Ikeda for Miss Itsuko, but, Conan Yoshimasa pointed out, the attack has nothing to do with this incident, and even Mr. Asano who wanted to persuade you with good intentions, are you also doing this for Miss Itsuko? You are doing it all for yourself. Takahashi's thoughts that had been hidden for a long time were exposed by Conan. He stepped back in shock, with tears in his eyes, and kept saying, I just want to avenge Itsuko. I didn't expect to be seen by that person. If he knows that I am not fat at all, he will call the police and send me to jail. I'm just revenge. Conan's hand holding the bow changer was motionless. Although the murderer has admitted, his heart seems to be blocked by a big stone. The Dragon Slayer, he will eventually become an evil dragon. When Takahashi's emotions subsided a bit, Conan immediately asked, where is Mr. Asano? Where is he now? What happened to you? 3 questions in a row are enough to show his nervousness and anxiety. Takahashi was stunned when he heard the words, then suddenly burst into tears and laughed, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The way he cried and laughed for a while terrified his friends. But Conan and Mao Lilan are all cold because of this sentence. Conan, what happened to Mr. Asano? Takahashi said, Mr. Asano is dead. I hid him in the basement of the villa. He is dead. Ha 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 ha. Conan's expression changed drastically in an instant. He even didn't care about the garden that he was posing as he crawled out from under the table. Lan. Go look for it. Good. Mao Lilan ran outside in a panic. Ayako Suzuki hurried to help her lead the way. And Ryoichi Takahashi was controlled by Oda and Hiraki Kakutani in the restaurant, still yelling, I didn't kill him. Nobuhiro Asano died suddenly by himself. He probably knew that he couldn't stop me from taking revenge, right? Then why do your carefully planned props go wrong? Conan stood in front of him www.readaloud.com and whispered, "This is the murderer who is punishing you, the evil spirit and sin." After finishing talking, he didn't look back and ran away after Mao Lilan. Takahashi Ryo stared at the front in a dazed manner, and finally narrowed his smile. Is he, really a demon? Atsuko, can he really get Atsuko's love and forgiveness like this? On the other side, Moraran found the entrance to the basement under the leadership of Ayako Suzuki. As soon as he opened the door, a smell of mud, moss, mold, and blood came out. The young man, who always dressed well and capable, just lay on the ground lifelessly. Although facing outside, his eyes were tightly closed. "Mr. Asano!" Mao Lilan whispered in fear, "Mr. Asano! Brother Asano!" Conan yelled Zinfan's name and got in. He was a bit more calm than Mao Lilan. He didn't panic when he saw this, but lay down beside Zinfan and reached out to touch his neck. "Heartbeat!" Conan exclaimed excitedly, "Brother Asano is still alive! Quick! Go get a doctor!" He suddenly stopped. Awful! The only way down the mountain has been broken, and now it is impossible to find a doctor in the middle of the night. Even if he crosses the mountain to be someone else, Yi Zinfan's current situation is simply unrealistic. What should I do? What should he do? Conan! Conan-kun! Just when Conan was so anxious to grab his hair, Shinfan, who was unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes with great effort. "Mr. Asano!" Mao Lilan covered her mouth excitedly, with tears in her eyes. "Great, it's great that you are fine." Chapter 53, Your speed is a bit fast. When the dawn finally shone into this villa full of darkness and sorrow, Miss Shikako Ikeda's soul should have finally been released. However, what awaits Takahashi Ryoichi is the cold handcuffs of the police, and the days when there is no light in the future. "Mr. Asano!" Mao Lilan stood beside Zinfan, with worry in her eyes. "You really don't need to go to the hospital to see it." Conan looked up too. The state of Asano Nobuhiro last night was really bad, but as he said, it seems that his sudden fainting has nothing to do with Takahashi Ryoichi. Shinyan gave a weak smile and said gently, "It's okay, I have an old problem, but I didn't expect it to happen suddenly yesterday. After I returned to the room, I took the medicine and I felt much better." "That's good." Hearing that Xian Fan seemed to know his body well, Mao Lilan was able to breathe a sigh of relief. "Mr. Asano." Yuanzi escorted off the police with her sister, and then returned to them. "Are you going back to Tokyo in a while? Can I go with you? Where is Ms. Ayako?" Shinshige asked Ayako Suzuki, who was looking down at the door of the villa. Yuanzi followed his gaze and sighed helplessly. "My sister said she would like to be alone for a while, and someone will come to pick it up in the afternoon." Moralan nodded, and said very understandingly, "It was originally a party organized by the club with great difficulty, but now something like this has happened. It's no wonder that Miss Ayako is in a bad mood. Brother Asano can still drive in this situation." Conan thought of a very serious question. Sister Xiaolan and Sister Yuanzi are also underage. Only Brother Asano has a driver's license here. Shinyan smiled at everyone's worried eyes. "I'm fine, just driving." Conan didn't let go, but didn't Asano's left arm be injured by Takahashi? It should be very inconvenient to drive. Because Nobuhiro awakened by himself, he did not give anyone the opportunity to touch his wounds, and Takahashi Ryoichi did not make it clear either. There were no lights in the basement at the time, and no one could see what was going on with the injury on his arm. Until now, Conan and others thought it was done by Takahashi Ryoichi. Of course, Shinyan himself did not intend to explain. Is it necessary to tell him that it was not a wound caused by an axe at all, but a gunshot wound? Even if Japan is allowed to hold guns legally, the granting of gun licenses can be said to be strict, and ordinary people basically have no chance to get in touch with such things. He is an honest music classroom operator who was shot inexplicably, which is really suspicious. Whether it is possible or not, you will know if you try it. Xinyan said that they had already bypassed the hillside, reached the other side of the cliff, and found the car parked on the side of the road. Yuanzi trusts him very much. It's okay, Mr. Asano is so powerful, just a little injury, it's definitely not a problem. Seeing Xinfan sitting in the driving seat, she consciously occupied the position of the co-pilot and drove Conan to Mo Lilan's side. Conan! Cut! This woman! Yuanzi turned on the chattering mode as soon as he got on the bus. Mr. Asano, you said before that I can also sign up for the bass course? Is that you the teacher who teaches bass? Well, I am the only bass teacher at the moment. Xinfan explained, but I have other things to be busy, and I may not be able to attend every class on time. It's okay. I will go to class whenever Mr. Asano has time. Yuanzi showed a look of yearning. If you don't dislike it, I can still go to you. Xinfan is stunned. Suzuki's second lady, what does this mean? Seeing that Xinfan didn't say anything, Yuanzi simply said, give me the bank account, and I have to pay the tuition. First, pay for the one-to-one course twice a year. I remember it is 300,000 yen, and now I can pay it in one lump sum. Shinchich's hand holding the steering wheel shook sharply, and the car almost hit the rocks next to him. Fortunately, he has good driving skills and is calm enough to avoid a traffic accident. Conan was shaken. He firmly grasped the seat belt, but his face was gossiped. Why do I have the illusion that I have to be taken care of by the eldest lady? Xinfan racked his brains to refuse. My bass is actually not very good, and the price of the music classroom is set too high. 300,000, you can definitely find a better bass teacher. Nurturing? Why didn't I think about it? Yuanzi's eyes lit up. A good and handsome man like Mr. Asano should be brought to the house every day. The music classroom can be regarded as a hobby without much effort. That's it. Ah! Conan was thrown onto the door of the car. Brother Asano. Are you really okay to drive? Xinfan didn't change his face, and his tone was extremely insincere. Sorry, I will pay attention. Said this, but he stepped on the accelerator silently. The car is speeding at a terrifying speed on the winding road, and the expressionless driver will not even slow down a little when turning. Mao Lilan, who was sitting in the back row, clutched Conan's hand tightly, her face gradually pale. The garden on the co-pilot opened the window excitedly. Wow, I haven't been out for a drag racing in a long time. So cool. Conan gritted his teeth and said, Brother Asano. You are speeding. We are on the winding road. Although it's great to be able to hold hands with Xiaolan, but, the two guys in front are crazy, right? 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 Drag racing all the way back to downtown Tokyo, reading www. When Xinfan sent the garden home from yuyuganshu.com, it was an hour earlier than expected. Yuanzi hugged his arm. This time I remembered to change to the right arm, and said for a long time, Mr. Asano really refuses to teach me bass? Then it's okay to have a piano or not. I heard Miss Xiaozhang talk about your piano. It's also very good. I will pay the tuition. If you think that the 150,000 term is not enough, it would be nice to increase to 300,000. I really want to learn music with you. Mr. Asano, think about it again. Xinfan stayed away from the garden in silence, and said perfunctorily, I will consider it seriously. Then, bye, I have to send Miss Maori home. Oh, it's okay. Yuanzi leaned over again. If Mr. Asano is willing to stay for a potluck, I can ask the driver to send Xiaolan and the others back. Conan half-moon eye. Shouldn't the average person invite everyone to stay for dinner at this time? Especially Xiaolan is her best friend, right? Is really a woman who has forgotten her friends. Moralan was used to seeing the scene before her. She realized Zinfan's helplessness, so she took the initiative to speak. Yuanzi, didn't you say you were going to Matsumoto-sensei's wedding to meet a handsome guy last time? Yuanzi was actually changed the subject. Yes, I heard that many outstanding young people will be invited, but I am already choosing dresses for that day. Ms. Matsumoto's wedding, we should wear school uniforms, right? After all, we are not yet an adult. Oh, Xiaolan, you really are. Taking advantage of the time the garden was talking to Mao Lilan, Zinfan quickly slipped back into the car and closed the door, leaving only half of the window. Chapter 54, Curiosity Killed the Cat. After experiencing the bandage weird incident in the villa from Yuanzi's villa, Xinyan is fully aware of how tight the time in Conan's world is. Take a look at the schedule he has in his head. Next, he will accompany Shiho Miyano to determine the situation of Kudo Shinichi. Conan will soon be responsible for Ms. Matsumoto's wedding. It is estimated that there are at least 7 or 8 incidents in between. However, he shouldn't encounter every incident related to Conan, right? Xinyan sighed for his future for the third time while driving to Qinggang Biotechnology Co., Ltd. In those days when I was mixing with the pupils of the of death, every day was filled with death and repentance. Over time, people's mentality would have problems. His current life is already negative enough. Zinfan doesn't want him to be driven mad by the constantly emerging cases around him one day. Long time no see, Mezcal. At the gate of Aoka Club, Shiho Miyano unexpectedly greeted Shin Shige. Although it was a little surprised that Miss Bingshan suddenly changed his sex, Zinfan didn't show his emotions on his face. He just replied politely, "Long time no see, Shirley." Shiho Miyano got in the car and looked in a good mood. "You are from the intelligence team, do you know the home address of Shinichi Kudo?" Yanihuako 2 Chome 21. Shin Shige glanced at her and asked, "Why do you think I belong to the intelligence team?" Miyano Shiho raised his eyebrows, "Then I guessed wrong." "You guessed it wrong." Zinfan started the car and drove toward Miwako. "I don't belong to any group, it's the kind of free action." "Then you went to investigate Shinichi Kudo specifically. Is Kudo Shinichi's residence still subject to investigation? Shouldn't this kind of thing be basic common sense for an old fan who has read all of Conan's comics and learns the new through retrospection every year?" Zinfan sighed silently, then asked, "If I didn't investigate, what are you going to do?" "Me?" Shiho Miyano's gaze fell to the fast rewinding streetscape outside the window. "Because I thought you were a member of the intelligence team and would consciously investigate all the conditions of the target. So I don't worry about this at all." "Really? I'm obviously the top of the organization, but I don't even know who I am." "You are really unique, Shirley." Hearing the irony in the letter, Shiho Miyano did not have any obvious reaction, just saying, "I am a researcher, as long as I am responsible for the project I am doing. Other things in the organization have nothing to do with me, I'm not interested in understanding either." "This seems to be fine at first glance." Zinfan smiled, "It's just that you have been in the organization for so long. Have you ever seen a researcher with a code name other than you?" Miyano Shiho was silent. Of course she knows her particularity. After the death of her parents, she was forced to separate from her only sister and was sent to the United States to study in the organization. During her studies, both the school and the place where she lived were guarded, and she had almost no life and space of her own since she was a child. The abilities and talents she possesses, praised by almost all the members of the organization that she has seen, have become the invisible shackles bound to her. If you can choose, Shiho Miyano would rather be a fool and mentally retarded than continue this life. "I remember you mentioned that you have an older brother." Shiho Miyano said suddenly, "Do you know where he is?" Zinfan glanced at her with indifferent eyes. Suddenly, the air in the sports car suddenly dropped below freezing. Shiho Miyano went stiff. And the man moved his gaze to the front again, as if he was concentrating on driving. Although there was almost no change in the expression on his face, Shihomiyano could still feel a chill spreading upward from the solace of his feet. The hostility and coldness on the man's body were almost condensed into substance, and the murderous aura cut Miyano Shiho's skin inch by inch like a knife. She was firmly fixed on the seat by this sense of oppression, and she didn't dare to blink her eyes. Was soaked in winter river water, cold and stiff. Reaper tends to favor those who are curious. Zinfan's voice is indifferent and cold, and he seems to be telling a truth normally. However, with his voice, the breathtaking atmosphere in the air disappeared slightly. Shihomiyano can finally breathe. Hug, sorry. Even though his face was ugly, Shihomiyano forced himself to apologize. The huge pressure at that moment was several times more serious than the darkness she had felt in the organization before, making her still feel terrified. I don't want to do it again, I don't even want to stay with this man again. Want to escape the organization, escape Mezcal. Shinshige knew that he seemed to scare Shihomiyano just now. But this is also good. He may not hurt her. Jin or other guys in the organization don't need to install a bug in his car at the moment, but let Shihomiyano stay vigilant. I've only seen men on 3 sides show their fragile side, which is great. After the itinerary, Shihomiyano didn't say a word. She just sat quietly in the co-pilot's seat, her eyes falling out of the window with confusion, and said nothing. Here. Shinshige stopped his car at the intersection in front of Kudo's house. After hesitating for a moment, he still helped Shihomiyano open the car. I will help you sneak into Kudo Shinichi's house. We have about 30 minutes. Miyano Shiho nodded slightly. She looked at the house where the word Kudo was written not far away, and some emotions that she couldn't even tell herself arose in her heart. Hope that guy has better luck, he is the only victim in APTX 4869's test list whose status is unknown. It's easy to pry open the Kudo's lock. Zinfan can even make it so that there are no traces of being pried. Miyano Shiho walked into this exquisitely decorated house, and his eyes scanned the surrounding furniture and decorations. The house is very clean, it doesn't look like someone is inhabited. Zinfan opened the refrigerator and took a look. There are only drinks in the refrigerator, and the expiration date. They were all produced last year. No one has come back recently. Yet. Shihomiyano replied softly, then turned and walked towards the Kudo's study. The huge circular study is located at the back of the Kudo house, and you can reach it through the corridor. Shinshige noticed some messy footprints at the entrance of the study, and Shihomiyano quickly found them. This is. It seems that my previous judgment was wrong. Shinshige gave an inexplicable smile. These footprints are very new. It should be within this month that someone has appeared at Kudo House. Chapter 55, Do you want to report to the organization? Miyano Shiho nodded in agreement, but she still asked, Do you want to report to the organization? It's not necessary. Shinshige stood up and walked into the study. All we have to do is to confirm Kudo Shinichi's death. As for whether there are any guests or stolen in his house, it has nothing to do with the organization. He looked at the books that filled the entire circular wall, and couldn't help but sigh, Kudo Shinichi is really rich. Miyano Shiho was originally carefully observing the things on the table. Hearing this sentence, he couldn't help but look over, Are you short of money? That's not true. Zinfan shrugged and leaned against the bookcase, looking indifferent, It's just that the money I make is different from the good environment provided by my parents after all. Miyano Shiho's eyes darkened, she thought of her parents. Even though they are scientists and their family background is not wealthy, and the root of all her suffering is the fact that her parents joined the organization at that time, but even so, Shihomiyano still loves his family deeply. I don't know what's going on with my sister, she hasn't received her sister's email or phone for a long time. It is precisely because Kudo Shinichi has such a worry-free living environment, and has parents who can provide him with protection, that he can be active at the crime scene and become what? Zinfan thought for a while, Heisei's Holmes, the role of the savior of the Metropolitan Police Department. Miyano Shiho sneered and said, I didn't expect you to know this too. Investigating the target person, of course, we must understand everything about him. Nobuan flipped through the books on the shelf casually. Kudo Yusaku deserves to be a well-known mystery novelist. Almost all that is displayed here is mystery novel. His gaze fell on Sherlock Holmes and the complete works of Edogawa Ranbu next to it, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Shiho Miyano accidentally ran into this smile that could even be called a warm smile. His mind shook slightly, almost lost consciousness. What's wrong? Zinfan asked coldly. Shiho Miyano looked again, only to find that Mezcal's face was cold and there was no warmth at all. Really, she actually used those words to describe Mezcal just now. This guy is exactly the same as the guys in the organization, indifferent, cruel, and ruthless. It seems that since Mezcal heard something similar to her sister last time, and ran far away on the tram together to line up for ramen, she could no longer be wary of the man. Kin put a good meal in front of the organization's tasks. How can such a person be the Mezcal she knows in front of her? I just see how you seem to pay attention to these books. Shiho Miyano suppressed the thoughts in his heart and walked over. Is there any problem with these books? Shinhana looked away. No. Is it so concise? But she can't question anything yet. Then I will go to the bedroom on the second floor. Shiho Miyano sighed and climbed the stairs resigningly. There was a thick layer of ash on the ground, and even the top of the box with clothes hidden by the cabinet was covered with dust and looked very dirty. It seems that Shinichi Kudo hasn't come back for a long time. Shiho Miyano opened it drawer by drawer. Do we still need to go to his school to investigate? Zinfan lowered his eyebrows and thought. Shiho Miyano couldn't help looking up. Who didn't get a reply? Mezcal. Shinshige replied softly, no, Shinichi Kudo has indeed missed classes for a long time. This has been confirmed. He was just thinking about how long the Kudo family has not lived to get such a thick layer of dust. Obviously Kudo Shinichi should have lived well at home before becoming Conan. Japan is close to the sea, the climate is humid and pleasant, and there is very little dust in the air. To accumulate to this level, it will definitely not work without a year. So does the strange timeline of Conan world also affect these objective factors? If he found a food that had expired for a week in September, and then jumped to March 2 days later, wouldn't it be able to restore freshness? In theory, it seems feasible, but based on his personal experience, this phenomenon does not seem to exist. Is really complicated. Mezcal. Shiho Miyano's voice was stained with helplessness. Did you listen to me? Zinfan then realized that he unexpectedly lost his mind again. Sorry, what did you just say? I mean the investigation has been completed here and we can change the room. Shinshige raised his eyebrows, but he remembered that Shiho Miyano had found something in Shinichi Kudo's bedroom. Looking around for a week, I saw that Shiho Miyano had closed all the closets, and beside her, there was a cabinet door that looked very special. Nobuhira ignored the slightly nervous expression of Shiho Miyano, and stretched out his hand to open the cabinet. Inside is a transparent storage box with a note on it that says new clothes from my childhood www.readaloud.com empty. Yet. Shiho Miyano took a deep breath, trying to keep himself calm. Maybe the old clothes have been taken away and thrown away. Zinfan didn't speak, he just opened the cabinet next to him again, this time showing a sticky note with new baby clothes. Then open the cabinet on the other side, and the storage box says new 1 junior high school clothes, school uniforms. I kept the baby and junior high school clothes, but I just threw away the 6 or 7-year-old. Shinshige glanced at Shiho Miyano with interest. Don't you think this is interesting? Shiho Miyano was expressionless, but his heart felt bitter. When she saw that Shinichi Kudo was missing her childhood clothes alone, she almost immediately thought of the larvae that occasionally appeared in the experiment. Although this idea is absurd, she is still willing to guard a possibility. What if Shinichi Kudo is not dead, he just became a child? But now, when Zinfan pointed out the problem sharply, she seemed to disappear even this extravagant hope. Yes, how could she forget that Mezcal is also a guy who knows aptX? He discovered the phenomenon of human hemoglobin accelerating aging and death when he first met. If he thinks a little more, if he thinks a little deeper, if he has read the research papers on animal cell dedifferentiation in the tissue, can he guess the magical effect of aptX 4869? Are you going to report this abnormal situation to the organization? Shihome Yano pretended to be calm and looked up into the person's eyes with a stubborn expression. Shinyan asked strangely, "Why do you always report everything to the organization?" "The organization is not a garbage station." Chapter 56, Thick-Skinned Jin. Shihome Yano was choked. She looked at Shinyan in a daze, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. It seems that Mezcal did not realize the hidden meaning behind this anomaly. Just, garbage dump. What kind of magical description is this? I don't think it is necessary for Kudo House to continue the investigation. Zinfan closed all the drawers and cabinets and stood up and said. Shihome Yano reminded, then we still have to contact the American side to investigate the situation of the Kudo couple. Need not. She nodded and said nothing. Although this result is what she most wants to see, it is easy to be suspicious by Mezcal if she didn't remind her just now. Zinfan carefully dealt with the traces of their visit, and saw someone in a daze, so he said, "Let's go, I'll send you back to the institute." Shihome Yano hesitated for a moment, as if he had something to say. She finally swallowed it back. Shinwano gave her a look at this action, but he didn't react at all, leaving Kudo's house blankly as usual. The sun outside the house was shining brightly, and there was a sound like a house demolition coming from the next door. Mayano Shiho just followed Nobuhira's footsteps and returned to the car. "Don't you have anything to say?" Zinfan lit a cigarette with his car cigarette lighter and leaned back in his seat lazily, but had no intention of starting the car. Shia Mayano was stunned, her expression dimmed a bit, her lips were pressed tightly, and there was blood flowing out and she didn't care. After a while, she seemed to have finally made up her mind. She raised her head to look at Zinfan, with faint expectation in her eyes. "Can I meet my sister? Maybe it's been suppressed by the atmosphere for too long before." This time Shihome Yano is determined to hesitate and talks a lot. "I haven't seen my sister for a long time, although the previous organization stipulated the number of times we meet. And time, but it has never happened that I can't be contacted for so long. I am a little worried about her, so." "Who is in charge of what you met?" Xian Fan interrupted her. "Contact him." Shishima Yano paused, and finally realized that there was something wrong with her. She was silent for a moment before replying, "It's Jin." Zinfan took out his cell phone and tapped a bunch of familiar numbers to enter. Jinjiu has always been very active in answering the phone, and this time is no exception. In less than 5 seconds, the voice of Jin Wine came from the other side. "What's the matter?" Nobuhira did not answer, but directly handed the phone to Shihome Yano, who was sitting next to him, and gestured with his eyes. The Jin Wine that hadn't heard the sound for a long time, his tone couldn't help but cool down. "Mezcal, what tricks are you playing?" Shihome Yano heard this familiar cold voice and had to work hard to suppress the fear in his heart. After so many years, the person she seemed most afraid of remained unchanged. She took a deep breath, took the phone, and tried to keep calm and said, "It's me." There was a pause for 2 seconds on the other side. "So it was you, surely." Because of putting on the hands-free, Zinfan heard the words of Jin clearly beside him, and then there was a question mark on his face. Shihome Yano just said "it's me," and Jin can tell that it is Shirley's voice? Isn't this true love? Jinjiu didn't know that his image in Mezcal's heart had become like this. He was still communicating with Shihome Yano. "Speak, what's the matter?" Shihomayano thought for a while and decided to take the opportunity to make his request, "I want to meet my sister." The Jin's voice is inaudible. "Have you checked with Mezcal about the condition of the test product?" So, is it still not working? What was she expecting just now? Hearing Jinjiu's upsurge, Zinfan no longer pretended not to exist, but said, "That guy's grave grass is already taller than a child, so you can sleep with confidence." Jinjiu sneered and said, "I don't have insomnia. But also to prevent being caught by some guys, right?" Jin Wine, as the only model worker in the organization, has also gained a high status and honor while working hard. Undercover and 25 boys don't talk about it. The people of some other organizations need to be incapable and unworthy. Every day they know that they are jealous, and hateful. This Jin boss, who is active in all tasks, of course, has become a thorn in the eyes of those guys. Believe it or not, I don't know if I believe in Jin. Shihomayano holds the phone, but his expression has returned to the coldness of the past, but the glimmer of light in his eyes has finally disappeared. Shin Shige also intends to end the conversation with Jin. However, the model worker over there is still going to be a demon. "I think you and Shirley are working well. Then let you decide what she wants to meet with Mayano Akimi. Do you think it is appropriate?" What's the meaning? What does Jin mean? Zinfan was almost amused by him. Mayano Akimi was killed by the sniper, but Jinjiu witnessed it with his own eyes. It sounds good to say that he decides what to say, but in Zinfan's eyes, this is a naked pushpot. Someone didn't want to ruin their image and goodwill in Shirley's heart, so he did not hesitate to pull a colleague out of the scapegoat. Very good. www.readaloud.com. He actually saw a professional Jin teammate one day. On the phone side, Shihomayano's originally gloomy expression raised a little hope. Although Mezcal is also terrifying, he has a lot more human touch than Jin. Leave the decision to him. Can she still have expectations? Shinyan. Where is the Jin? He wants to carry the shotgun hard now. Jinjiu asked interestingly on the phone, "How about it, Mezcal? Do you think it is appropriate to have Shirley and Akimi Mayano meet recently? If you think there is no problem, I can arrange it at any time. Also think it's okay?" Jin, why are you embarrassed to say that? Shinfan, who has a full understanding of someone's face, still had to reluctantly pick up the scam that the other party had thrown over. He pretended to be cold, and said, "Did you think that Akimi Mayano was not at peace before? Shirley is the first person in charge of the APTX research project. It is no longer appropriate for them to contact them." "That's right." Jin said to Shihomayano again, "I'm afraid you won't see Akimi Mayano in a short time. Give Mezcal the phone, I have something to tell him." Mayano Shiho passed the phone in a daze. She knew that what they were talking about next was not something she could listen to. This is nothing. Having been in the organization for many years, she has long realized that she seems to be reused by the organization, but in fact it is just a tool used to study poisons. But, Mezcal, why can Mezcal be so cruel? She just wanted to see her sister, just to meet her. She can accept Mezcal and even Jin staying around to watch. Is this not allowed? Chapter 57, This hint is too obvious. Although I have something to tell Mezcal, Jin is actually a bit laid back recently. You have time to pay attention to well-known programmers in Japan. Jin Sake said, their situation is also clear by the way. Okay. So the classic Itakura Taku incident is coming so soon? In fact, Zinfan doesn't know much about the research on the organization of that software. He only vaguely knew that the organization was drawing a huge blueprint, and APTX and mysterious software were both important key points. As for the final secret of the organization, he had heard the gentleman mention it, but even the boss himself thought it was an illusory dream, a dream that could subvert the fate of all mankind. Since then, Zinfan realized that the organization he was in was not a criminal group in the traditional sense at all. It was more like the supervillain in Marvel movies. As the undercover policeman of the public security, his mission is even more heavy than ever. During the conversation between Shin Shige and Jin, Shihome Yano kept quietly sitting in the position of the co-pilot. The melancholy in her eyes was gradually covered by ice, but for her sister, the worries in her heart were even worse. Mezcal said before that Jin thinks her sister is very restless recently. What does it mean? And my sister seemed to be planning something before. My sister even said that she can always live with her and Zuxingda. What does this mean? Please sister, don't do stupid things, especially don't trust any member of this organization with a code name. Nobuhira can guess how lifeless Miyano Shiho is now without having to look to the side. I have to say that Jin not only has a keen sense of smell for undercover agents, but is also very accomplished in soliciting discord and checking and balancing internal member relations. After this incident, I am afraid that Shihome Yano will not look good to him for a long time. Zinfan thought for a while, and decided to say something. I asked Kianta to do something for me the other day. Shihome Yano's expression was not wavering. I gave her a watch list. Shinyan continued, that list is full of Japan's top biopharmaceutical scientists. Shihome Yano finally gave some reaction. She turned her head slightly to look at Shinyan, her voice was a little hoarse. Is the organization going to study something again? It is necessary to study the harmful drugs, and use the research results of scientists to complete the organization's ulterior secrets. How much do you need to do this disgusting thing? Seeing the disgust in Miyano Shiho's eyes, Shin Shige added, I'm just reminding you that no one in the organization is absolutely irreplaceable. Don't look at the Jin in the sky now. If he is found to be no longer loyal, or insufficient, he will be replaced by a newcomer at any time, let alone an ordinary researcher like you. Shiima Yano clenched his palm, I know. Although she had made this awareness long ago in the United States, when that day was truly before her, Shihome Yano had to admit that she was afraid. Who would give up life willingly? Especially those who live in the dark like them. Zinfan parked the car downstairs of Qinggang Biotechnology Co., Limited, and watched the white figure drift away until it disappeared into the dim building. He took out Nobuhiro Asano's cell phone and dialed it to Ryuo Amoto. Ah, Mr. Asano. As soon as the call was answered, Lamoto Ryuo's exaggerated voice came out, you finally called me. The old man mocks me as a vagrant at home every day, and Kaihujiang has become even more arrogant these days. I always say that I spend her money on food, drink, housing, and transportation. But do you say that I don't want to work? I have found a job, but the boss is still in the United States and there is no time to sign a contract with me. Zin Xian smiled, your suggestion is too obvious. Obvious? I think it's okay. It's too subtle. What if you can't tell? Shin Shige drove away from Qinggang Biotechnology Co., Limited and headed for the Maori detective office. Hearing Soemoto Ryuo said this, he stopped talking nonsense. Do you have time now? I'm waiting for you at the Maori detective office. This Ryuo immediately nodded hurriedly, okay, okay. Mori Kogora stared at Nobuhira, trying to see something from the man's face. But the other party's facial expression management is not revealed, no matter from which angle it is a perfect gentleman's smile. In the end, he was defeated first, so this is the reason you occupy my office. Shin Shige smiled, it can't be said to be occupation. Anyway, you haven't had any commissions lately, right? Nonsense. Kogoro Mori retorted subconsciously, I am a well-known detective in Tokyo. There are so many clients who come to my door every day to find my clients all the way from here to the music classroom downstairs. Yes, yes. Mao Lilan unceremoniously exposed her father's boasting, most of them are looking for jobs with cats and dogs, and the commission fee is so low that they can't even cover a lunch. Kogoro Mori glared at her, I helped the police detect several unsettled cases recently. Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com is a very powerful detective. How could it be possible to accept such unqualified commissions? Conan smiled perfunctorily while holding the juice. Those few cases were solved by him, risking being beaten up by the uncle after he ran, and the uncle should be credited with the result. Before Shinshige came, it was calculated that Kogoro Mori was not too busy recently and chose the meeting place in the office. After all, Kogoro's name has not yet been shot out at this time, and the fame of Uncle Mori is equal to that of Kudo Shinichi and Hattori Heiji. It's not comparable at all. After he sat on the sofa for a while, Ryuo Emoto came. Muri Kogoro stared at the other person for a long time again. This kid seems a little familiar, have I seen him somewhere? Emo Lilan explained in embarrassment and helplessly, Dad, this is a member of the Emoto family who kindly took us back to Tokyo before. It is Mizaki's husband, Mr. Emoto Ryuo. Oh. Mauri Kogoro suddenly realized, it's the grandson who wants to kill Grandpa, but Grandpa didn't allow us to call the police. Dad. Mao Lilan grumbled with hatred for iron and steel. Leimoto Ryuo didn't care much. He laughed, it doesn't matter, what Mr. Mori said is the truth. But Ichiro is now ready to study fine art, and Xiaozhong and Xiaoyu have also begun to learn to take care of the Lai family's industry. Only. I am an unemployed vagrant, staying at home every day and doing nothing. He concealed his excitement again and said, but this situation will change after today, right, Boss Asano? Zinfan took out the duplicate contract from his briefcase, placed it in front of him, and said calmly, I'm afraid I will disappoint you. The music classroom is still under renovation. The opening will not be until next month. Chapter 58, Firm, Investment. Ah, that is to say I have to look at the face of the old man at home. Leimoto Ryuo's expression immediately collapsed, you don't know, I'm just a thorn in the old man's eyes. Sitting he thinks I should stand. While standing, he felt that I should kneel, and he really knelt down. He also disliked my non-standard posture and insisted on teaching me with a ruler. I really want to come to work in the music classroom soon. Xinyan reminded, the Lufeng music classroom is not enclosed, do you know that? I know. Emoto Tatsuo sighed, the old man slept very early. I can avoid him as long as I go back later. You are really miserable. Mori Kogoro patted his shoulder sympathetically. Then do you still sign? Zinfan asked. Sign? Of course you sign. Yan Benlong was afraid that his future boss would go back, so he pulled the contract and signed his name. Mori Kogoro gave him a white look, and spit out, this kid, you can sign without looking, and you are not afraid that Asano lied to him. Dad, how can you say that to Mr. Asano? Mao Lilan sighed helplessly. She felt that her daughter was very tired, and she had to worry about her father in terms of humanity and sophistication. As soon as Yan Ben Ryuo signed the contract, his cell phone rang, and it was Yan Ben Kaihujiang. No one can hear exactly what was said on the phone, but they can all see the sudden depressed look of Emoto Ryuo. I'm really sorry. Emoto Ryuo said to Zinfan, I wanted to invite you to have a meal, but the woman insisted on letting me go home now, as if there was something to tell me. Really? It doesn't matter, anyway, the opening of the music classroom is still early, and we will have a chance later. Moto Ryuo turned around one step at a time, reluctantly left the Maori detective office. As soon as he left, Kogoro Muri put his big face in front of Shinfan's eyes. Hey, boy, the guy named Emoto has left. Are you leaving too? Zinfan said calmly, I have nothing to do recently, I am not busy. I didn't ask you if you are busy. Mori Kogoro said with a snarling, always come to the office to eat and drink. This is not something new youths in the Heisei era should do. You have to pursue it a little bit. Xinyan is a little dazed, doesn't he think he visits the Mori detective office frequently? I'm afraid that from the very beginning of renting the house, I have come back and forth at most 7 or 8 times. And he didn't eat and drink, every time Mao Lilan actively invited him to stay. But since the owner is not welcome, then he. Before Xinyan said that he would not bother me anymore, Mori Kogora said impatiently, "Oh, I mean, you have nothing to do with me all day, but you have to have an official identity. Like the old kid named Shinichi Kudo, who wandered in front of me all day with the identity of Xiaolan's boyfriend. Mao Lilan, he is not my boyfriend. Conan, who is her boyfriend?" Mao Lilan did not expect that someone would contradict her father at the same time, and it was actually a Conan kid. She squatted down and asked strangely, "What's the matter? Doesn't Conan like Brother Xinyi?" "No, nothing." Conan immediately pointed his finger nervously. Mori Kogora snorted disdainfully, "What do children know? Anyway, Asano, you'd better consider what I said." "I understand." Xinfan took out another document from his briefcase. "Actually, I was thinking about this issue a long time ago. After all, you are my landlord and a great Japanese detective. So I hope I can get along with you. You cooperate on the issue of the spokesperson of Lufeng Music Classroom, and I can also invest in your firm. In this case, you and I are a partner relationship." "Investment? Investment?" Kogoro Mori was stunned. Actually, he mentioned this at the beginning, but he thought that Nobuhiro Asano had a good mind and was very leisurely, so he wanted the other party to be his detective assistant and assist in handling the entrusted matters. Investing in this kind of thing, Kogoro Mori couldn't even think about it before. It's just a detective agency. Is there any need for investment? So what did you mean just now? Xinfan explained, pointing to the contract, but it doesn't matter, you just have to look at the contract. At present, the prospects of the detective industry in Japan are very good. Many people first think of detectives instead of police when they encounter problems. This gives detectives a lot of profitability. Not only is it looking for cats, dogs, and mistresses, but also the trade secrets of large companies. Powerful detectives have the opportunity to participate. The network of a famous detective is a valuable resource in itself. With excellent reasoning skills, a detective can easily gain recognition and popularity in the society. From the above point of view, in the current world, famous detectives are no less than celebrities. Very meaningful for investment. Mori Kogoro was stunned. Mao Lilan and Conan were also stunned. Shinichi Kudo was very famous before, but he was still a part-time high school detective, and his family was not short of money, and he really didn't pay attention to these things Xinfan said. And Kogoro Mori hasn't even noticed it. Cooperating with big companies, can a detective like him really get in touch? Xinfan doesn't seem to think that what he said just now is amazing. He continued, "Once your reputation is established, the firm can also provide you with a broker, who will be responsible for reviewing and selecting commissions that need to be handled by you personally. This guarantees that the quality of the commission of a famous detective can also guarantee that your name will not be tarnished." www.readaloud.com agent. Kogoro Mori exclaimed, "Isn't that just like a celebrity?" Yes. An agent is necessary. After all, with the growth of reputation, more and more commissions will be found, and you will not have time to deal with one by one. If it is not handled properly, it is easy to smash the establishment. Signboard. Conan has been stunned. He suddenly felt that the future that Xinfan had planned for Uncle Maori was so beautiful. The detectives in the past never thought that they could still do this. Really, if he doesn't become a kid, can he play like this? Xinfan paid attention to the expressions of the three of them, and explained in a way that is easier to understand. In fact, this mode of operation is a bit like a law firm and a brokerage company. The broker is responsible for resources and operations, and Mr. Maori can also recruit other detectives to join and become a detective under the Maori Detective Agency. For example, the Mr. Shinichi Kudo you mentioned earlier, I think it is very suitable. After the broker has screened out the commissions that are suitable for you, the remaining commissions can be assigned to the detectives. There are some worse ones, in order to the reputation of the detective agency can only be pushed away. And these matters will also have special personnel responsible for them. As a detective, Mr. Mori can be completely removed from these trivial matters. Is it really not going to pay for investigating a detective like Uncle Maori? Conan couldn't help but vomit. Boom! Kogoro Mori's fist hit Conan's forehead. How do you say it? I'm a great detective. Shin Shige smiled and did not speak. But perhaps only he knows that Uncle Maori will soon become popular throughout Japan as the sleeping Kogoro. Speaking of it, if he makes money in the future, he probably has to thank Conan. Chapter 59, Game Idiot. Although Mori Kogoro was stunned, he is a middle-aged man who has experienced many great worlds after all. He didn't agree immediately, but put the contract away and decided to take time to take a closer look. But I have to say that the allure of Asano Nobuhiro's words is really great. His heart moved. 3 days later, Kogoro Mori invited Zinfan to the office to sign the contract. Since then, Lu Feng Music Classroom and Muri Detective Agency have officially become partners, and Shin Shige has officially become Muri Kogoro's business partner. But why is there heavy goose feather snow outside? Zinfan leaned on the windowsill, eyes erratic. The outside is white and the branches are bare, covered only by snow. The pedestrians on the road are also wearing heavy cotton-padded down jackets, the footprints on the road are deep and shallow, and there are even children making snowmen on the side of the road. This is clearly a scene of deep winter, but Zinfan vaguely remembers that he was wearing short sleeves yesterday. Mao Lilan gave him a strange look. Because it is very cold today, I look at the weather forecast and say that the minimum temperature is about to be below zero. Conan was playing a video game, but he didn't forget to help Xiolan say, didn't Asano also wear a thick coat when he came? He should know the outside temperature better than we do. But it's really cold today. Said this, he rubbed his hands subconsciously. Seeing more around, he immediately said to Kogoro Mori, the temperature is so low, why don't you turn on the heating, Dad? Hey? Is it cold? Kogoro Mori laughed while holding a beer. I think it's okay, I'm warm all over. That's because, Dad, you've been drinking. Conan isn't you, children are easy to catch colds. Oh, really, how much beer do you have to drink today is enough? Mao Lilan talked and turned on the electric heater. Power supply. Conan couldn't help but sit closer to the heater with the handle. The character he controlled on the TV screen successfully defeated the enemy, and Conan suddenly remembered that there was someone here who seemed to like the game very much. Brother Asano. Conan raised his head and asked, have you passed the 10th level? Zinfan looked away silently. Sukiyaki should be eaten in such a cold day. Morilan was taken aback, and then laughed, what a coincidence, I am planning to make sukiyaki at noon today. Mr. Asano will stay and eat together, too. Conan. Didn't you go there? This game is an idiot, and it changes the subject. Brother Asano, Brother Asano. Conan said gruffly, do you want to come and try this game? I think it's quite difficult. Shin Shige accepted Conan's handle in good faith, and handed over his mobile phone, let you play. Conan found the game and opened it. Sure enough, someone's 10th level is still in a challenging state, and the highest score in history is really a bit horrible. He sighed silently, accepting his fate to help Zinfan brush his grades. 5 minutes later, a big lost appeared on the TV screen, and at the same time, Conan successfully refreshed the highest score in the history of the 10th level. There is still a long way to pass the level. Zinfan's contemptuous eyes floated over, Kid Conan, your game level seems to be average. However, I helped pass the 9th level that Asano had been unable to pass before, right? Conan smiled, as long as I try a few more times, there will be no problem. What game? Mao Lilan showed interest. It's a game downloaded on Mr. Asano's mobile phone, Dream Rescue. It feels good to hear the name. Can I try it? Under Zinfan's acquiescence, Conan handed the phone to Mao Lilan again. Mao Lilan was curiously observing the characters on the screen. Hey, it feels a bit difficult, how can this little man jump up? 10th level, pass. Ah! I almost died at the piranha just now. Ah! What is this? The 11th level, pass. I should have jumped down, right? Hey, it seems like I went the wrong way, so how do I get up? The 12th level, pass. I really can't, this game is so difficult. Later, Zinfan no longer cared about whether Mao Lilan could pass. He began to count the time against the clock, and then he found that a lady who was extremely talented in sports actually took less time to level 1 level than 1 level. You must know that this game becomes more difficult as it gets later, and it will gradually become perverted. Hey! Mao Lilan let out a long sigh of relief. I'm still dead, this 25th level is really strange, it seems that no matter which way you go, you will fall into the magma. Zinfan didn't tell her the truth, because he himself had been hit by Mao Lilan's outstanding performance. However, Conan did not care to point out the crux of the problem. Sister Xiaolan, you are lost. You should turn left at the first intersection. You passed there 3 times, but every time you turned right. Nonsense. Mao Lilan was a little embarrassed, I have never walked the same way. I didn't talk nonsense, Zinfan covered Conan's mouth www.readaloud.com and smiled at Mao Lilan, children talk nonsense, don't take it to your heart. But Ms. Maori is really amazing. It took me a long time before I couldn't make it through. 10 levels. Conan murmured silently, it's the 9th level, right? Xinyan glanced over with an eye knife, and Conan immediately fell silent. Hey! Who said Mr. Asano is gentle? He really wanted them to see the current Asano Nobuhira, it was super fierce. Video games are more interesting. But someone just lost, right? So he is much better than Asano Nobuhira in terms of games. Speaking of it, Mori Kogora poked his head out of the newspaper. This kid has been fostered with me for a long time, right? Mao Lilan nodded, yes, and his parents have never called. Conan, don't your parents care about you? Conan is addicted to the game and can't help himself. He urgently needs to prove himself in the game. Mao Lilan put his hands behind his back, her voice amplified, Mr. Conan. Did you listen to me? Hey! Conan stunned. What? It's been a long time since your parents sent you to our house to travel abroad. Wouldn't you be lonely at all? Don't you want them? Ha ha ha! Conan said vaguely, no way. What kind of parents are these? Muri Kogora said angrily, Asano, you can't be such an irresponsible father in the future. Xinyan was a little dazed, Hey! How can this topic involve him? Chapter 60, Bourbon, Steady. I remember that they entrusted him to Dr. aka, right? Kogora Mori glared at Conan. In that case, let's ask the doctor for the phone number of his parents. Conan's face changed drastically, and he quickly reached out to stop him, no. Can't contact Dr. aka. Before he could say anything, the doorbell of the Maori Detective Agency rang. Shin Shige was the closest to the door, so he walked over to open the door. And Kogora Mori glanced at Conan and said, What? What are you afraid of me contacting your parents? That. Conan had a headache. Oh no. He has to come up with a method quickly, and he must not let Kogora Mori discover his identity. On the other side, Zinfan opened the door, and saw a woman in fuchsia clothes with black curly hair standing outside the door. She also smiled at Xinyan and said, Hello, I'm Conan's mother, is Conan there? The letter is complicated. So this is Yuaki, right? In order to cheat his son, he did not hesitate to disguise himself into this way, should I say that I am a real mother? But looking at the whole story of Conan, Belmode did a better job than Kudo Yukiko in helping Kudo Shinichi. Children are born for fun, just take care of the messy things and leave them to good friends. Is true, it is doubtful whether there is any inside information in this. Zinfan thought about a lot of things, but on the surface it didn't show up at all, even slightly surprised. Then he turned his head back and said to Conan in a brisk tone, "Conan, your mother is here." "Hey? Conan's mother?" Mao Lilan laughed, "We were talking about it just now." Conan was stunned. He stared at the smiling woman at the door in a daze. "I'm sorry, Conan." Yukiko Kudo showed an apologetic look, "You must be lonely alone? But now you can rest assured. Come and go home with Mom." She knelt down and hugged Conan tightly. Conan's body gradually stiffened, and his eyes filled with panic. "Who are you?" Conan pushed Kudo Yukiko aside, maintaining a vigilant posture. Mao Lilan said strangely, "Isn't she your mother?" Shinfan ignored Conan's horrified expression and helped Yukiko Kudo to speak. "Oh, I know that the child is awkward. Although Conan always says it's okay, there must be grievances in his heart. After all, he is far away from his parents at a young age. So long." These words really touched the softness in Mao Lilan's heart, and she gave Conan a gentle smile. "No, Conan. Mom and Dad put you here for work. You can't be so ignorant, you know." "Oh, there is no way. We are all to blame for leaving him here." Yukiko Kudo took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Morilan. "Hello, my name is Fumio Edogawa. I am Conan's real mother." No, not like this." Conan stared at Kudo Yukiko's bloated face, but his voice was dumb, and he couldn't say anything. "The name Edogawa Conan, as Mr. Asano said, comes from Edogawa Ranyo and Conan Doyle. How can this false identity have a mother? So, the guy named Edogawa Fumio must be the guy who knew his true identity. Maybe, she was in the same group as the gin and vodka that had fed him the poison before. Could it be that she was the mezcal who had mentioned the gin? No, not necessarily. The organization that uses wine as its code name must be huge, with more than 3 members. This woman who calls herself Edogawa Bunde may also have other code names. But no matter what, they wanted to kill him with poison. Now that they know the true identity of Edogawa Conan, they will definitely not let it go. He cannot struggle or expose her, otherwise Xiolan, Uncle Maori and Nobuhira Asano may all be in danger. He can only go with Edogawa Fumio." Thinking of this, Conan did not refute Kudo Yukiko's words, but followed her silently, acquiescing to the so-called mother-child relationship. Although Mo Lilan feels something is wrong, she sincerely hopes that Conan can be with her mother, still blames it on the awkwardness and does not take it very seriously. Uncle Mori is happy to throw away a drag oil bottle, maybe he can still receive a thank you from Mrs. Edogawa, and he is not in the mood to pay attention to the violation. As for Shinfan, his expression Conan will be happy with his mother is very unreliable at first glance. Conan sighed silently, and resigned himself to the position of the co-pilot. After saying goodbye to Kogoro Mori, Kudo Yukiko drove away from the detective office slowly in a car. "It's great." Mao Lilan watched the direction the car was leaving, her eyes gradually softened. "Goodbye, Conan-san. Ah, would you like to add a handful of firewood to the bonfire that is already burning?" Zinfan whispered. "What?" Mao Lilan looked over suspiciously. Shin Shige smiled. "No, it's nothing." He said to Kogoro Mori again, "Then I will leave first, and I will visit again for the follow-up cooperation." "Hey? Mr. Asano will not stay for Sukiyaki." "No, there are other things I need to do." Mao Lilan regretted. "Well then. I thought I would have 4 people to eat together, and I prepared a lot of ingredients. I didn't expect that it was only my father and I in the end." Her tone was a little lost, as if the original lively party suddenly only left me. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Oh, Isn't it just right for the two of us to eat? Kogorum Muri waved his hand and walked up the stairs. There is no noise from children or the coveting of young men. I am very satisfied with this kind of lunch. The coveting of young men? Zinfan was already about to leave, but when he heard these words, he looked back at Uncle Maori. Did Kogorum Mori misunderstand something? Well, forget it. The top priority now is to find a way to make Kudo Yukiko and Kudo Yusaku think that their son was really kidnapped by the black organization. He vaguely remembers that Conan once ran away on the road, but was later guessed by Yusaku Kudo, who knew his son as his father, and was unfortunately taken back. At the time, he seemed to be looking for Dr. Ari, right? Shinyan returned to the garage of the apartment building, drove out his ordinary family car, and replaced it with the Maserati belonging to Mezcal in a public parking lot that was not monitored and parked many cars. When Maserati galloped on the highway, heading towards Dr. AKA's house, there was already a young man with blonde hair and black skin sitting in the driving seat. Don't blame him for using Zhang Guling's face. Today's action is a temporary motive, and basically only the few masks he can use at any time. According to the plot, it will take a long time for Bourbon to appear on the stage, so it shouldn't be a problem to use it now. As for the organization, will they find out? As long as Conan doesn't say, Jin will not know that Bourbon secretly returned to Japan and kidnapped a little kid. Bourbon, steady. Far away in the United States, Bourbon, who was lurking around the target person to search for intelligence, suddenly sneezed twice without knowing what was going on. He can't catch a cold.